Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My shot is double kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My shot is impeccable! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di pikiran kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Arki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My shot is double kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di pikiran kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Arki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome to the world stage of One Esports MPL Invitational 2023, live from the very beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. My name is Rose.
And also Clara Mongstar here.
And today, we have witnessed fans from all over the world gathering here today to witness the greatness of 16 teams from different regions fighting to claim their rightful right as victories. Who will be our grand champions?
Yap, Jakarta, Indonesia akan menjadi saksi pertarungan akbar dari pertarungan dari region yang berkumpul untuk menjadi satu, mencari dan untuk memperebutkan tata juara di One Esports MPL Invitational 2023. Dari 16 tim terbaik, menyisakan 8 tim saja untuk melanjutkan pertarungan mereka. And now, it's time to witness the rising above all.
Yes, we have went from 16 teams from multiple regions and now we are down to the final 8. Clara, I am super duper excited to kickstart our day.
Yes, tersisa 8 tim saja dan kita tentu saja akan melihat seperti apa pula bracket yang dan juga dari schedule-nya. Hari ini siapa yang akan bermain dahulu dan siapa yang akan menutup hari. Mari kita cek bersama-sama untuk schedule hari ini.
All right, for our first match, we'll be witnessing AP BREN going up against RSG Philippines. For the second match, Echo and HomeBois. For our lower bracket match, TheOhioBrothers against See You Soon. And for match 4, Rebellion against Blacklist International.
Oh, di match pembukaan kita akan melihat Philippines lawan Philippines. Namun Indonesia akan menjadi penutupan. Kita punya 3 dan 4 match dalam best of 3 series. Tentu saja akan ada yang berbeda. Match pertama dan match kedua. Ini yang akan mungkin kita bahas dalam dari bracket. Dimana ini adalah hasil dari group stage mereka. Di knockout stage inilah dia. Bracket untuk tim yang bertanding.
Yeah, so for our first 2 matches, it is a upper bracket match. So the team that loses will drop to the lower bracket. However, for our last 2 matches of the day, it is a lower bracket match, which means the losing team will be eliminated from MPLI.
Yap, dan 4 tim yang berada di upper bracket tentu saja mereka akan masih punya nyawa. Jika mereka kalah, mereka akan turun ke lower bracket. Namun berbeda dengan lower bracket, 4 tim lainnya mereka harus berjuang sekuat tenaga. Jika mereka kalah, mereka nggak akan punya nyawa tambahan. Dan ini adalah advantage dari mereka menjadi top dari grupnya masing-masing. The top groups, they have the advantages.
Of course, and we all want that advantage. The lesser games you play, the lesser strats you show. But let's go back to our first match of the day, which is AP BREN and RSG Philippines. 2 Filipino teams, one is the champ and one is the top 4 team.
Yes, jadi kita punya sendiri dari 2 Philippines yang di sini pernah bertemu juga saat di MPL. Mereka namun punya gelar internasional, BREN. Mereka adalah juara dari M2 World Championship. Sedangkan kita juga punya dari RSCPH, mereka adalah juara dari MSC 2023.
2022.
Oh 2022, betul
2023 is
juga.
on it.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What year
so,
is it?
Yeah, so now I think that this is a chance for the Philippine teams to fight for their chance to get the MPLI trophy because it's always been an Indonesia team that's getting it, right?
Yes, this first offline event also. So let's please welcome the 2 players from both teams, the jungler. Please welcome Kelsey and
Demon Kite.
hello, welcome Kelsey Z and Demon Kite.
Hi, boys.
Hello.
Okay, guys, how are you? Kamusta kayo?
Okay lang po.
Good. Okay, good. All right.
Good, bagus. Kabarnya baik, tentu saja. Ini welcome back to Indonesia. So guys, probably for Demon Kite, how do you feel about this Filipinos really strong from the group stage that you guys, 4 teams, 3 teams on the upper, 1 team on the lower, that really strong in this MPLI?
Okay lang po Tagalog.
Anong pakiramdam mo? Anong pakiramdam na 3 Filipino teams ang nasa upper bracket ng MPLI and isa ang nasa lower bracket? So technically lahat ng pinadala natin ay nasa playoffs, di ba?
Masaya po kasi malaki yung chance ng Pinas na mapag-champion dito sa MPL.
That he's happy because it means that there is a higher chances for the Philippine team to take the MPLI trophy.
Wow, jadi dia senang banget ketika dari Philippines team itu kuat dan mereka punya chance yang lebih besar untuk mendapatkan piala dari MPLI.
Okay, Kyle TZ. Demon Kite is known for his jungler performance, right? Now that you won MPL Philippines and now you're gonna be facing him in the upper bracket, what do you think of his performance?
His performance, performance is good. I really like his performance right now because kasi parang nasa prime siya ngayon eh.
Oh!
Si Demon Kite eh. So parang natutuwa ako na makakalabang ko siya sa ulit.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think RSGPH is stronger with Demon Kite? Ooh!
No. Just same like Irad.
So he said he's actually really happy to go up against Demon Kite because according to Kyle TZ, he feels that Demon Kite is in his prime right now.
Wow, ini adalah waktu terbaik atau bisa dibilang ini memang lagi pucuknya untuk Demon Kite. Dia senang banget bisa bertemu dengan Demon Kite. Namun the last question about is it stronger with Demon Kite or not? The answer, no.
Same.
Oh, same. With
He's like,
same,
bisa
same.
aja.
Be aja, biasa aja. But how do you feel fighting against Kyle TZ Demon Kite in this stage? Because you previously not in Philippines, but now you facing him.
Excited kasi nakita ko yung performance niya sa MPL season 12. Tapos nung nag-champion sila, sobrang ganda ng performance niya.
He said he's really excited because the performance that AP BREN has shown in MPL Philippines Season 12 is amazing. And he's been watching Kyle TZ's performance and he said it's good.
Oh, he's good. And now you're facing him. Do you have something to say to him?
For Kyle TZ and the whole AP BREN, let's give the viewers of MLBB a good fight.
Kyle TZ, ikaw naman. What do you want to say to Demon Kite and to RSGPH?
Good luck sa RS tsaka kay Demon Kite. Bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung mga Indo fans tsaka yung mga Pilipino na nanonood sa Pilipinas.
Alright, he said technically the same thing. Good luck to RSGPH and Demon Kite and let's give the Indonesians and the Filipinos a really, really good show today.
Ya, mereka ingin memberikan yang terbaik tentunya untuk keduanya. Mereka sama-sama untuk wishing good luck. Mereka ingin memberikan yang terbaik untuk fans di Indonesia dan juga fans Philippines dan juga fans di seluruh dunia.
Yes, now this has been a really cool and interesting interview. Now, I hope everybody knows that whoever wins technically will be breaking a 3-0 win streak from our group stages.
Yes, mereka akan sama-sama mungkin mencoba untuk memecahkan win streak yang telah terjadi saat group stage. Mereka 3-0 saat di group stage, namun akan ada yang dipecahkan di match pembukaan kali ini.
So I think it's now time to kickstart our first match in this MPLI playoffs. So casters, take it away.
Silahkan caster.
There were 16, now there's 8. 5 regions left standing and they seek to become the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoffs of MPLI 2023. Welcome to the desk. It's going to be Goni, Mirko, and Arashi here left standing and accompany you today. But yes, Mirko, how are you?
Doing great, especially now in the knockout stages of MPLI 2023, where we already saw some grueling battles, some epic ones at that in the group stages of MPLI 2023. Can't see what is left here for all the teams to show. Maybe they're still hiding their strategies, especially the teams that we're going to see compete in the first match. It's AP BREN and RSGPH, two teams that went undefeated in the group stages. Can't wait what they have to show us in terms of maybe hidden strats, maybe pocket picks as well in the knockout stages.
I mean, it's a classic Arashi, a PH v PH. I know that they already know each other well. Which team do you feel more here in this match?
Which team do I feel more? I gotta say, man, I was expecting, the usual, Indonesia, Philippines. But right now, HomeBois, I think they have the hearts of the people, man. It's been a great run for them. And it's been a long time since Malaysia has been spoken of in such high regard. I think this is a great situation to be in. Unfortunately for us though, in Indonesia, we are risking everything on one single team.
I mean, it was 6 representing Indonesia, but now there is only 1. But before we dive deeper on our opening match, ladies and gentlemen, check out Omni. If you want to learn what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level, perhaps if you want to inspire communities or inspire yourself, check out Omni by FWD. There's a mini documentary series that is available on this platform. And of course, you will see Una, the brand ambassador of EVOS. You will see Vin as well, the pro player from Bigatron. So watch them now exclusively on Omni by FWD. Free to download on the Google Play and Apple App Stores.
Completely free for all you guys to enjoy, to experience, get motivated, and get inspired. While you're also snacking on Meiji's Hello Panda. Obviously, the snack for MPLI 2023. Rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Hello Panda. We've been snacking a bit too much ourselves here on the desk with Hello Panda because of how delicious it is. Let me just ask you, Gani, what's your favorite flavor?
Gotta be honest with you, I like the classics, so the chocolate, the red ones.
The red one, all right. Arashi?
Well, usually I like cookies and cream, but for Hello Panda, you can't beat that strawberry, man. That strawberry is the bomb.
I mean, a lot of flavor in Hello Panda. Thank you again, Meiji, for making this happen. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, while watching MPLI, grab a snack with Hello Panda. And with that, Omni, FWD, we have Hello Panda as well. We need to stay relevant, right? Perhaps soon here as we want to. Hey, Arashi. Yes, you need to follow One Esports perhaps here, ladies and gentlemen. Not perhaps, but surely you need to be relevant and stay relevant. Follow our social media platform. We have TikTok, we have Instagram, the Reds. So click, follow, very simple. Mirko's Hot Takes, there's Arashi's Hot Takes is also there. So yeah, follow it.
A lot of different memes, interviews, exclusive ones at that for MPLI 2023 specifically. If you guys caught on to the YouTube upload yesterday, there was a special interview with Mr. Ulf and Koon right after their victory, right after securing their knockout stage ticket. And we will see TOB later. Maybe after you get a look at these exclusive interviews, you'll have a new perspective, a newfound respect for a lot of the players and maybe even the teams, Gani.
And of course, we have to give something away to you. Not for free though. You need to check and guess that hero. I've been saying this hero from day 1.
And you've been wrong since day 1.
Says you.
Says
I think it's pretty obvious.
It is pretty obvious.
Yeah,
what
it's
is
glue.
the hero? Come again?
It's glue.
Gani is bad, but Arashi is horrible. Together,
Arashi.
they will give you guys a lot more chances because of how bad they are at guessing the name of that hero. A chance for the 4,000 diamonds. Don't worry, it's going to be all the way till the end of this event, which is the 19th of November, where you guys can join and win, unlike these two. These two will lose.
And perhaps if you actually get that wrong,
okay,
we have also 4,000 more diamonds to give you guys.
That's for you guys.
Exactly. Just register, sign up, scan the QR code. Very simple. It's more simple than perhaps the previous challenge. But yes, so that's a total of 8,000 diamonds, Arashi, for you guys.
Go and check it out right now. It's as easy as that. Register for updates, get breaking news, exclusive interviews that we were discussing earlier from the One Esports' social media, and also in-game guides. Say, hey Mirko, I'm pretty bad at Joy. Enjoy the game a bit more with the guides, man. Get yourself into a new level entirely. And if you want to get fully immersed, it has to be the One Esports app that is exclusively on Samsung. Get it now on the Google Play Store or the Samsung Galaxy Store. Super fast, super easy, very easy to access. And Gani, same amount of information, maybe even more.
A lot more information, if not. And perhaps if you want to join a community, we have One Esports community. If you look to win more ways, if you're looking for new approaches to win MLBB, check out the One Esports community. One Esports, the community that is a hub where you can find fun activities like quizzes, pick'em, and community tournaments, all free to enter, and will challenge your MLBB knowledge and put your skills to the test.
I'll go to you, Arashi.
Please join the community as well, so you can have fun with me and Mirko.
I think I'm already in there, which is why I know exactly how to get that 8,000 diamonds, man. It's almost like 64,000 divided by 8,000. Crazy.
Oh, well, with that out of the way, let's take a look at our first opening match of the day.
But first, up into the stage, ladies and gentlemen, this team needs no introduction. You know them as the MSC 2022 champions. With the same exact lineup, the Raiders are looking to raid their way to a glorious championship victory in MPLI 2023. It's RSG Philippines!
RSG Philippines. They were undefeated in their brackets, and they look to keep that spotless record here in the playoffs.
They're looking to reclaim and rise up to their former glory, rise above the rest of the teams as the motto of MPLI states, but they are up against heavy competition.
Heavy titans that are holding down the gates of MPLI 2023, also undefeated, coming out of their groups, untouched even. The untouchable Hive, it's AP BREN!
AP BREN, man, also undefeated. Man, these BA teams, bad boys, breaking records, man. And let's see here again, which team will suffer their first defeat in MPLI.
It's a tough competition between both of them. It's gonna come down to the drafting phase as well as the micro in-game. I gotta take a look at some statistics right here to just compare how dominant exactly are both of these teams, because it all comes down to the data, the knowledge that the guys behind the scenes can provide for their players.
It's very close. Every lane in this match is it's a lane to watch, right? And perhaps Arashi, you can talk a little bit more. This is going to be the coaches here leading their teams, but perhaps here, what do you want to say about this match?
Well, for me, right, there's a big change, I would say, for RSGPH from what we are normally used to seeing in their lineups, for the coaches especially here. We're usually used to seeing Panda for RSGPH coaching as the head coach, drafting as well for the team in MPL Philippines. But here in MPLI 2023, it's Coach Theo that's been given the seat to cast, or not to cast, but to cast his opinions on the crazy drafts that we've seen from RSGPH, even putting light on a hero like a Florin.
On the Florin though, I mean, against this aggressive style from AP BREN, you look at the stats right here, Uranus, Nolan, Farsa, Kufra, and Bruno. It's not a wait till late game kind of situation here. So, as you mentioned, Mirko, the coaching staff for RSG Philippines have a lot of work to do here. But look at Caltizi, man, and Flaptizi, above 9 average KDA. That is obscene. How is it even possible?
They've been like just dominating their group stage games. And there you go. This is the stat again. Ogwen, a very high and also notable team participation percentage there. I expect the same performance here in this match.
For Ogwen, we had to remind him when we met him before. Bro, you know you're roamer, right? Why are you taking all the kills? That difference in playstyle, that shift maybe from a defensive, a utility roamer into that aggressive, you know, that kill hunting persona, that could be a big problem here. But for RSGPH, not everyone is at the same high, but Demon Kite having an 11 average KDA, that is crazy. And on Iman, on the Bruno as well, he has a higher average DPM compared to to AP BREN. So there's a difference of about like 1,000 DPM between both Aqua and Iman from the other team. So that kind of advantage here will lead itself to great possibilities in the Land of Dawn.
It's going to be very important as well, right? If you talk about Ogwen, we need to also give the spotlight to Light, who is his head-to-head who just also shined throughout the group stages. Remember, Light pulled off a Florin on that group stage, bringing new colors to their composition.
It's something that you very rarely see from Light, right? Playing a healer Light. This is the same Light that we saw in MPLPH and MSC 2022 and all the other events that we've seen Light in. It's always him opting to go for his comfort picks. His comfort literally picks, because it's pick-off heroes that he's technically known for. The Franco, but if it's not the pick-off heroes, it's always the initiation ones. It's always mechanical heroes that he brings to the stage. Definitely no Florin, no Rafaela. Maybe if he wants to dive into the healer portions of the meta, Mathilda. But that's it, right? We haven't seen a whole lot of other healers, but it just goes to show you that RGPH, despite them being an old roster, they're a roster that still are looking to evolve, looking to adapt into the current meta. They're hungry for more.
I think they gotta be hungry if they want to go up at this level of competition. And that evolution, right? Even though you're an old roster, even though you have, things that worked for you in the past, the game is constantly evolving. Just before, we saw the dominance of the healers, but with some changes in the patches right now, we're seeing a huge resurgence in the engage heroes, in the pick-off heroes. And I think for a lot of teams, when they can do this mix of engage and also healing, that's where it gets very difficult to really predict how they're going to play around. Looking at some more head-to-head stats right here, the average KDA actually is quite similar. So is the hero pool and total games. But I think where it really stands out here is the average death for RSGPH. It's about twice as much as AP BREN, which shows that they are willing to be a bit more aggressive. But if you look at their stats, the average assist is also higher. I think that just shows more willingness to participate in skirmishes and try and trade things for objectives, whereas AP BREN, it seems like it's a more calculated, more calm playstyle.
It is a very close data, right? If you discount the average depth, but it seems close. It seemed close. So it's going to be an interesting treat as well. Seeing the previous match history, it has gone back and forth. 3-3. 3-3 if you really count it out. And again, though, need to note, AP BREN just won their last match against RSG 3-2. So let's see, will RSG have some revenge in this match?
We'll see if they can pull it off, man. But before that, we're going to take a look at the talent prediction as well to see exactly what you guys think on the desk here. Is it going to be AP BREN or RSG PH? We'll still be waiting on it for now, but whoa.
Unanimous.
A unanimous decision on the talent desk here. Wow. All AP BREN.
It's going to be very close here, I expect. It's unanimous on the desk, but it will not be one-sided in the land of Dawn. Again, AP BREN, they are representing M5 as well. They need that momentum here from MPLI.
But a lot of people are talking about M5 already, even though it's still upcoming. A lot of teams are being, maybe it's copium, right? But a lot of people are saying, hey, my team ain't bad. They're just saving strats for M5. With that being in the conversation, AP BREN, with a lot of pressure to perform here as well as M5, are they willing to just expose everything, or are they going to be forced to try and ration out some of these strats, some of these pocket picks, in order to conserve something for the bigger stage? Because MPLI, it's no small show.
It's
the first offline show, Gani.
It is anything but small here, ladies and gentlemen. You can see we are still getting ready. Perhaps you guys at home have some predictions, some insights. Please do share that in the live comments. But again, AP BREN, RSG, the roamer lane is the one to watch. The gold lane, what do you think? Emon, this kid, huge potential.
This kid, you say, makes it sound like you're that much older, Gani. But I think both gold laners are performing really well. But I think the issue right here, we were talking about this a few, I think yesterday. Right now, the meta really is so heavily reliant on that jungle. We see the gold laners, of course, output damage.
Yes.
But you're not seeing them have the same kind of highlights we saw in the previous patches, where it's just constant triple kills, constant maniacs. now it's always when the jungle gets rolling, it's when they get full control of the game. The gold lane just seems to be a bit more of an after effect. You know, when everyone is doing so well, then the gold lane just has that much more power to just swing around in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, but I want to talk more about the gold lane here, right? But now there is a commentary here. Our confidence level would be, I think, 8, right? That's 4 times 2, by the way, because I saw the bracket and I think we were facing AP BREN. So yeah, I think they're the strongest team in the tournament. There's some little bit of again, some statements from Light here. So yeah, back to the gold lane topic here. Arashi, I want to ask you personally, do you think that 1-1 is the strongest hero in that lane?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Because I think we were talking again about Wolf mentioning that she is the best marksman. I think that it comes down to, again, the changes. Now with everything being so aggressive, with the resurgence of the engaged heroes, the fighters, 1-1 just had that much more value and that much more mobility. Because we've seen that when the jungle is someone like a Martis, you know, when the mid laners are huge burst heroes like the Farsa that we've seen resurging, you need that mobility, man. A single dash puts you in so much danger, and when you're a 1-1, there's just so much more to play around with, and that's even before putting into consideration the crossbow of Tang. With that much outplay potential, we've seen that teams who pick it up have been able to get massive success on that pick.
Yeah, I mean, this 1-1, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the, or if not the most hero played by none other than Mirko. What do you think about this 1-1 in this current patch?
I think it's great. I think it's one of the best heroes. I think Wolf also has mentioned in the group stages that it's probably the best hero in the gold lane, right? That's all 1-1 needs, really. The only real nerf to 1-1 was the dash speed, right? How fast you're able to dash around with the attack speed. The fact that that was capped in the previous patch made 1-1 irrelevant in the meta. But now that it's back, you can nerf the second skill, take away that built-in Purify, make it a bit longer, the duration of the cooldown, and it's still fine. Because 1-1's main strength is how she's able to maneuver around her opponents and make an outplay happen, make these team fights dynamic, and make it really hard for the opponents to catch her.
I have to agree. I think if you have a 1-1 in your composition, right, it's very, very... How do you say it? It's a very, somehow late game hero, but also you are good in the mid game. Remember, it's such a comebackable hero. Is that a term? If you have a 1-1, you don't mind losing the early, you don't even sometimes mind losing the mid. Because you have the 1-1, which will destroy if you just one moment. With just one moment.
But that's the problem, right? It's a bit situational here. It depends on what you're up against. If you're up against some really tanky team compositions with great healing, 1-1 doesn't really output the same kind of damage that some of the other, you know, super meta, super contested picks give in the late game. But as you mentioned, Goni, you can get even. If you can just, you don't have to even have to snowball so hard. If you can go even-ish in that mid game, you have so much potential to just make the plays happen. And in the late game, like we mentioned, right? If you're a Bruno, then maybe you're always targeted. There's no immunity, but with the crossbow of Tang, if you can place it on the right target, if you can use it at the right moment, it is definitely high impact all the way till the late stages of the game.
We talked about the gold lane here, specifically 1-1 as well. That is Mirko's role. Now let's move on to your role, Arashi, mid laner. What do you think about the state of the mid lane now in this current patch, Arashi?
When you ask a question, I just get flashbacks to the Chun, man, the Chang'e played by Hoon. I mean, I think it's a great situation right now with the flexibility.
Okay.
And I do enjoy the fact that now, hey, I want some burst damage. You're not just locked into picking the Clock of Destiny into Lightning Truncheon. It's not a for sure rule. We've seen that being changed a bit more, right? A lot of players now are going for still the Clock of Destiny, but a lot of people are thinking, hey, I'm not really concerned about getting more HP or mana pool. I'm gonna just go for the Lightning Truncheon and just get the power spike that much faster.
You know what I'm interested in, Gani?
The draft.
The draft.
Let's go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. With that, great talk from Mirko and Arashi. Let's jump into the draft. Safety BREN will have the blue side here in this opening match of the playoffs. Meanwhile, RSG will have the blue side. AP BREN opening things up with a Martis and Fredrin ban, specifically a specific ban targeted towards the jungler position. Meanwhile, RSG also 2 heroes ban out jungler.
And it's already the opposite junglers, right? The opposite type of junglers. For RSG PH, they have Demon Kite. Sure, back in MPL PH, they had Irad, a very good assassin player. That's why they were able to leave a lot of these assassins open, because they can always threaten to pick it up themselves and force out bans from the opposing team. Now with Demon Kite on the Fanny, you'd still kind of expect him to be able to play it, but still, his comfort picks, since even MSC 2022, the games that they are able to dominate in, death ball in, are the matches and games where he gets the utility junglers. And you can see that AP BREN knows it. They're going to ban all 3 of Demon Kite's most picked heroes in the jungle. For utility, the Baxia, the Fredrin, the Martis. Meanwhile, for RGPH, this might be a Joy ban as well. 3 assassins for Mr. Kyle Teasy himself.
And with this, right, AP BREN, what they're doing is they're forcing RSG to pick up Demon Kai's hero in the first phase. If not, they will target more junglers in that second phase, which, again, that's a force move for RSG.
I do wonder though, if you are putting so much emphasis onto one role, right now for both teams, it's all about the jungle, and we talked about how and why that is so important. But as I was about to say, the roamer also matters a lot, because that is mainly the person who's going to be assisting the jungle, trying to get dominance. After they've banned away the Arlet, notoriously used by Ogren to just monopolize all the kills in the game. Let's see the first pick here. Is it going to be a bit of a jungle?
Joy also is open. One hero that was mentioned by Miracle. And if not, they are looking for a more solid pick. Valentina, right? Perhaps Novaria can come into play, but Valentina again in the composition or in the hands of Fio. It's a deadly Valentina, lethal one.
Valentina. I feel like it still has great potential, but now it's a bit more situational. We have seen games where the Valentina just could not find any odds of great significance. It's gonna be the Bruno though, so just off the bat, Super Marco here having a bit more to throw around, a bit more weight to really use to try and bully the other side. Iman in that gold lane.
Okay. See here, 2 picks to respond this Bruno, right? 1-1, we talked about 1-1 who is available. We haven't really touched on Bruno, but yeah, I think Bruno is up there with 1-1, one of the more reliable gold laners now. Very hard to catch, and also deals a lot of damage when he has items. And there you go, the Joy will be picked up alongside Gwyn. So Guinevere roam.
Now you're really confused, right? Guinevere can be flexed from the jungle in towards the roaming position. Heck, I honestly still think that even in the XP, it could still be flexed, but it's a long shot, right? Meanwhile, the Joy, same thing. Jungle XP, maybe this time roam is a bit too far-fetched. It's too far-fetched, for sure. But still, 2 flex picks in the first phase, 2 very meta prio flex picks that have been contested for the entirety of the group stages. But same goes for AP BREN. They lock in a very secure pick, this Bruno. We mentioned about it. I think the 2 best gold laners for right now has to be Bruno and Wanwan. Bruno for how much he's able to bully in lane, win that lane, but also create a snowball and even scale really well. He does everything really well. Has a good mid-game power spike, has a late game, has a lot of late game presence as well to be the sole carry and damage dealer. And on top of that, if you add Bruno with a pinch of utility, maybe even a more than a pinch of utility, a whole bucket of utility, that's Faramis and a Mathilda.
Yep. It's a solid damage output source and so many ways here to really save your gold laner from a big ambush. Of course, if the Guinevere gets to land the spatial migration onto Bruno, that knockup is quite the significant crowd control, and they might be able to just go for a pickoff that happens a bit too fast. So I fully expect some purifiers to come in for AP BREN. And for the side of RSGH, we're gonna go for that Brody. More burst damage, but now it's they're kind of forced into a position where they gotta pull the trigger and they gotta do it fast.
The way I see it, AP BREN and RSG, their composition as of yet, very fast heroes, right? Faramis, Matilda picked up even Bruno alongside with the guy alongside with Matilda will move fast, will be very mobile, but also RSG, same story. Guinevere, Joy, very fast units who can just rotate, so I expect fast tempos here in the opening game of today.
It's the same amount of speed, but it's a different factor of where the speed comes from. From AP BREN, it's the mobility, right? They're able to just maneuver around the map super fast with the help of the guiding wind, with also that Faramis using the Shadow Stampede. Meanwhile, RGPH, they're fast in terms of how they can get their damage output out. This is a lot of burst to play with, and if AP BREN aren't careful, sure, they have a lot of utility, but they need to utilize those abilities at the right time. If they miss, it's for a second, a millisecond even. Faramis gets a late Nether Realm, it's a late guiding wind. The Bruno is going bye-bye.
When the body
absolutely
suffers,
deleted.
your team the spirit
Now, with the
blooms.
Benedetta banned away as well. Seems like AP BREN are still very concerned about the die potential, but I'm wondering, with so much utility for AP BREN, they seem to have the huge advantage in the neutral objective contest. And whether you like it or not, a lot of these games really come down to those lore dances, to those objective setups. And if RGPH want to try and do that, I feel like they need some kind of big frontliner, first of all, or they need someone who can, you know, surprise the members of AP BREN, something that's a bit that can engage in a very unexpected way. Because otherwise, the only way for them to actually get ahead is to try and flank around. And we've seen that AP BREN are very well adapted to try and position to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, interesting bans here, right, for their last slots here. RSG, they opted for a Hellcurt ban here, very specific. Seems like they know their brethren very well. And AP BREN, they opted for an Angela that survives the first phase. We missed the Angela hero as well. Wasn't banned, wasn't picked in that first phase, and almost survived the second one. RZPH, let's see here. How will they go about it? Kupra, which opens up. Kupra? Novaria. Novaria? Oh, I don't mind. Still with a flexible potential, keeping that Joy and Guinevere a big question mark, leaving that a big question mark towards AP BREN.
It all comes down to what Aqua really wants here. If they want to play front to back with that range, they can go for Nova. But if they want to synchronize with the rest of the team, dive in with a lot of damage output, that's the Valentina. Not only can she join in these team fights, but she can also provide utility by stealing away the Circling Eagle, or most importantly, the Nether Realm.
Equalizing.
NR.
The what?
The NR.
The NR. The Nether Realm.
The NR, you're right. Absolutely. Now with that in mind, with the possibility of the ultimates being stolen, AP BREN also want to try and be a bit more careful right here. They still lack a strong jungler if they really want to contest against the Guinevere, right? That's been so tanky, but still having a very healthy damage output, which is kind of obscene in my opinion.
What are they going to pick for TNT?
It's
the Hayabusa.
hunter of all
The debut of Hayabusa in MPLI 2023, and it comes from possibly the best assassin user in MPLI 2023.
This just got more interesting, right? With the Hayabusa, it was also a debut picker, right? But RSG will round their draft with the Terizla. Solid pick in that EXP going up against the Edith. I want to see that in this match. But yeah, Hayabusa and Joy. Thoughts, Harashi?
Man, Hayabusa and Joy, I feel like maybe later on Hayabusa, I think Hayabusa has more mobility, right? More ways to confuse his opponents. But Joy is just a lot more straightforward. And with only one target available, I think Joy will have a more difficult time in the beginning of the fight. But the longer it goes, the easier it is for the Joy to just get value after collecting all the stacks. I do think though that RSG, they're gonna do this engage heavy strategy and then alternate the spatial migration with the penalty zone to confuse them. Like which one's gonna be used for engage, which one's gonna be used for counter engage? That is a big question that AP BREN needs to solve.
Well, let's ride this roller coaster. Ooh, it's so fast. It's speed. Like their drafts here, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, AP BREN and RSGPH. Let's see who will strike first in this series.
Wow.
And shout out to the people designing this.
For sure, they deserve a big shout out as we enter the Land of Dawn for the first upper bracket match of the day. It's AP BREN versus RSG Philippines. MPLPH Season 12.5.
0.5. As predicted though, 3 Purifies in the hands of AP BREN. You just don't want to deal with all the possibilities of engagements without any way to outplay. Right now though, it's going to be a bit of a contesting situation. Later on, I think the Edith pick was so good. Kind of supplementing the lack of damage because the Faramis has damage, but that's later on. For the meantime, I think the Edith will try and fill in, sort of.
Well, again, let's note that AP BREN, they rock and they bring 3 Purifies in their composition. Really want to be secure and not be just the crowd control that RGBH has. It seems like a little bit too much here, so they need to juggle crowd control to their composition, their approach, so they can work it out.
That's a good spatial migration early on already. Baiting out a Purify from Ogwen in the first minute of the game. RGPH coming into this all out, guns banging.
They were just looking for a fight right there. But hey, AP BREN, they know that it's not their time yet. They back away. They let Kaltizi do a bit of stealing in the jungle of Gaming Tide. You have to wait. They're just playing it conservatively. Gonna make sure that they don't really fall victim to these skirmishes. They know that, especially pre-level 4, there's just so many more tools available to RSG. And with that in mind, I do wonder, are they going to try and rush for a level 4? Are they confident of trying to go for a fight only with the Netherrealm as their main advantage? Because remember, the Valentina is still in play.
2 minutes has elapsed and no first blood just yet here. Both teams though will rotate towards this turtle, this newt Miracle that has spawned here. Let's see here. Oh, Flat TZ is level 4 though. Let's see.
He was level 4 as well. It's going to be about the power spikes here. Nats already trying to zone Flap TZ away, gets an Earth Shatter and an Onward, bringing Nats back, and that's going to be the Quad Shatter connecting as that's another realm as well. Nats getting out of the vicinity. Flap TZ with a flicker forward, finding the kill, and now it's a retreat battle between Demon Kite, and it's Kyle who secures it, like gets a big violent Requiem, but Flap TZ catches him in his escape. No way! Still able to give the rest of the team the Nether Realm, and it's an all-out win for AP BREN in the first neutral objective battle.
And that action was all for just a kill.
Hey.
Man, the turtle again for the side of the Hive. Arashi, wow.
That was so good. You kind of like understand why they're called the Hive. It's like they're in a hive mind. That fight was played out perfectly and everything just went so well for them. They get the neutral objective, they get the kill, they get the level 4s, and they were able to use the Netherrealm at the right moment and baiting it out. Ogwen, once again, just doesn't know when to back away, but does not get punished for it.
Oh.
He just keeps escaping with a sliver of HP. You would like to call it luck, but at this point, there must be something bigger at play.
He is that calculated.
Quick maths.
Here. Quick maths in the Land of Dawn as well. And what, 2 minutes out, around 3 minutes here. We have entered the Land of Dawn. We need to witness a pause here, right? So let's talk about what just happened. Turtle, a kill. That's a huge dub, though. In that early game, RSG, do you expect them to immediately look for compensation, or do you feel like they will regroup?
I think the best way is to look for a trade on the other side of the map, right?
ASAP.
On paper, they should have an okay composition to look for these contests, but just hasn't been working out for them. In the first turtle, especially there, you can see that Nats was just poked out of the fight so early on because I would say AP BREN just has a bit more CC to play with. A bit more instant CC, that's the word for it, right? Terizla has CC, good control over the neutral objective, but you have to pop in that penalty zone. There's some time for the AP BREN members to react. Meanwhile, Onward, especially when you're point blank like that, yeah, Nats is going to get pinned down, going to get knocked up, going to get CC'd, chain even. And when Nats gets done dirty like that, RGPH can really look for an opening aside from that. Light isn't level 4, and he got level 4 very late into that fight.
Yeah, no front line. There's just no way they can actually contest like that. And Flap started that engagement with an Earth Shatter, and then that's the problem, right? Sometimes it's used to just poke and do some damage, but sometimes after you're knocked up, that's when the Onward comes in. So the ability to just delay the engage to just feel out whether it's the right play or not is just so good. And for RSG, like you mentioned, Mirko, there's only the spatial migration to make plays around with. And I think it's just more difficult for the mid laner as well to be a bit more aggressive because there's no Netherrealm ready by default, right? The Valentina has to be a bit more careful in where she wants to position. Here's a commentary by Light.
The team RGPH feels confident, and we're just enjoying this tournament because it has been a while since we teamed up with Demon Kite. And yeah, we're making the most of it, says Light here via YouTube of One Esports. And wow, Light is such a just
wholesome
dude. A relaxed dude.
I mean, I think he's wholesome when you meet him outside the Land of Dawn. In the Land of Dawn, I think he's just out there trying to be aggressive. Fortunately, right now, he's not getting the opportunity. We are 3 minutes into the game with a pause. Despite all that action, though, it is only one single kill. So, like you mentioned, Goni and Mirko, they can go for trades. They can try and contest if they want to. I think it comes down again to the crowd control and the follow-up, more importantly, because RSG can knock someone up with the spatial migration, but can they have enough damage to really threaten it and force AP BREN back instead of getting stuck in an engagement that they do not want to be part of?
I agree. I think they need to be careful in a sense of RSG. Don't let AP BREN have the control in this game. It is very dangerous that AP BREN usually just steamrolls from that early mid and then end the game. So again, RSG with this L that they took in that first neutral objective, they need to slow things down. Perhaps, sure, looking for trades is the best scenario, but don't get into unnecessary fights.
Very similar playstyles, I would say, for both RSGPH and AP BREN. But maybe for now, AP BREN seems more efficient at building a death ball. It's very rarely that you actually get to see AP BREN get an early lead and then lose it towards the later stage of the game. But right as I say that, very rarely, it's not impossible.
Right.
Because fun fact in MPLPH, RSGPH were the team that actually did that. They came back out of a 10k gold deficit against AP BREN. It was Calteezy on the Fanny in that game, and RSGPH just played it slow all the way to the end, relied on Iman and Irad back then. Now with Demon Kite on the same hero, the Joy, they can certainly mount a comeback, I would still say, especially considering the fact that it's only been 3 minutes. It's not over just yet, but it is really hard to force the gold lead out of AP BREN. Once they get a grasp of it, it's a firm grasp.
Absolutely firm. That's the way we like it. And this is the issue as well. If you want to trade and wait for the mid game, AP BREN, have them Mathilda, right? The moment that she gets that flash of the Oasis, things just get a bit different. Back then, the shields, the passive, right? The extra shielding when you're below 20% HP, it's a flat amount. It's already massive since the beginning. Now it scales a bit more, so it won't be as obnoxious, but it's still a problem because it's that on top of the mobility. Because I feel like the longer the game goes, the more locked into positions you are, generally around the neutral objective. So having mobility becomes that much more important. And for RSG, they are a lot more limited in that department. And even in Engage, they are forced to fully commit. And generally, the rule is that when you have less tools and also less frequency of the availability of said tools, longer cooldowns, usually you just are waiting reactively. And teams that react generally lose the initiative and they fall behind.
They need, for RSG, they need to be very wary regarding that, of course. And so let's see here the adjustments here. You're right, Mirko, it's still very early in the game, yet it can be the start of the end here for RSG, again, if they're not careful.
It is the start of the end. But now for these two teams, for the pause, Gani.
It is for the pause as we enter the Land of Dawn again. Ladies and gentlemen, AP BREN established already a 1,000 goal lead here. RSG, man, this is it seems small, but it's a huge 1,000.
Take a look at some of the emblems right here, though. Super Marco, actually, Weapon Mastery and Inspire.
Go solo, what?
Wow, not the guy I was supposed to be talking about, Calteezy, with the aggressive emblems right here, Assassin, and also the Rupture for extra penetration, making full use of it in this early game.
A ridiculous assassination by Calteezy to another assassin. As the Circular Eagle comes in from Ogwen just to buy the time, and Calteezy dodges away from Spatial Migration, picks up the purple buff, and gets out clean. A buff stolen away from RSGPH by KT.
And AP BREN, they're invasive. Yesterday, it was RSG just being the invasive team. This time now, AP BREN, they will give the invasive personality, well, the invasive plays style towards RSG. Take a look at this.
Ooh, they're not stopping. They're gonna go in all the way again. Demon Kite still able to run away, but my goodness, Kyle just saves the last part of that shadow kill to find it.
And again, it was 1,000 a minute ago. Now it's 2,500 almost here for AP BREN. And the neutral objective is already for Kyle. Take a look. Almost an engage, perhaps. RSG will, they have to concede this.
It's really, really tough for RSGPH to really look for any plays right now. AP BREN are just absolutely taking their time. This is what's scary about them, right? They're so aggressive. They know their timings. The quad shadow comes into the mid lane. Aqua gonna be dove on. A good flicker out of the shadow kill, but it doesn't even matter. Kyle just picks him up.
Calteezy, man, just so powerful, and now Nats trying to get something in return, but he might get punished for it.
Oh, Nats now pulled. Good gank here, as Nats now will not be able to survive. Good kill. NetherRealm to save, just to ensure the safety of AP BREN.
And they're gonna go for more. Lightyear is getting poked down hard. Iman, whoa, an aggressive maneuver. Flapteezy finds the Earth Shatter and an onward. Disengages for the team. And JC sees Iman. Calteezy is just obliterating RSGPH one by one, using the space now to invade again.
5 minutes, 6 minutes now, 4,000. Right, that says a lot here. I mean, RSG, what do they need to do here?
They gotta really put some pressure onto Calteezy, man. This guy, he's doing so much damage so early on. That's almost surprising. I don't think even RSGPH expected that. He has the Master Assassin though, so he is doing a lot more damage when it's a 1v1 situation. This is the problem though. AP BREN, they're forcing RSGPH to split around, and if they split, then they get picked off. If they stick together, then AP BREN start getting a farm advantage. That is part of why they're just getting such huge gold leads when it's only 6 minutes into the game.
Exactly. And you can see here, top saying, do they have enough firepower?
They might be able to, but a Torn Apart Memory gets popped in late, and he just gets out with the quad shadow. Iman, though, however, should be able to pick up a turret up top right now, even with Ogwen rotating. One more hit is all he needs, and that's the first turret of the game for RSGPH.
The AP BREN will look for a trade in the turtle here. And Joy, does he have enough levels to contest this? No.
No, he doesn't, but the shadow kill comes in. Aqua not even able to pop the NetherRealm that he stole. That's how much damage Calteezy can do.
I wonder if right now RSGPH are wishing they had some more purifiers, man, because these engages have been brutal. They're just stun locked, and the damage comes in way too early. And it's all from Flapteezy here. He is the main frontline, and he's doing it all. Damage, crowd control, and tankiness. Just like that, he goes in, and then he backs out. Calteezy makes the play alone.
And that is why the Purify is so annoying if you utilized it in the right composition here. AP BREN, again, they're very safe, right? Super Mario, he can travel solo because he has that Purify, but with rotating with Ogwen, rotating with you, man, this Bruno won't be touched.
Not at all. It's so hard to get to the back. Not because they have a very good cover composition. Well, that is also one of the factors here, but Nats unable to do anything to Super Marco. He just slides in front. Flapteezy goes in for an onward in front as well, and that's a turret taken down for the side of AP BREN. They pick it up, and all in the meanwhile, Calteezy is up on the other side of the map doing his business. It's time for you guys to follow what AP BREN are doing, and also follow One Esports on social media.
So much pressure, and AP BREN, they're just having their way. Whatever they want to get, they're going to try and go for it. And this is the insane part about the Hayabusa, man. You can just play solo, and you're so safe. AP BREN kind of threaten a dive right here, and you can see that RSG, despite how absurd it seems, they're just worried that it might happen, that AP BREN might just go crazy and dive him under the turret like that. That makes you trigger shy, man.
Exactly. They're very nervous in a sense. Oh, there's catch.
Spatial migration and the Violet Requiem right now with some burst damage as well, but Calteezy is able to find the Shadow kill. The Netherrealm not enough just yet. Calteezy gets out with the Quad Shadow. And now it's Oakwood with the re-engage, circling Eagle to 2. AP BREN, no real follow-up as of right now. 9 minutes in, and it's another outplay. Clean from Mr. KT.
That's the only window that I feel like RSG can turn the game around. But even with that, their gold, it seems like their deficit was a little bit too big.
Yeah, man, I really thought that was going to be it for Calteezy, that his impudence was finally going to be punished, but man, I think the crowd control was not spaced out properly here. I thought that there was enough stuns to make sure that he does not get to use the Quad Shadow, but they failed, and because they invested so much time and control to try and get that pick off, it's going to be a free Lord, and now Blacklist again.
It was a good Earth Shatter, actually.
It was, and peep that 9 minutes earlier, 10 seconds ago, Calteezy's level 15, so that's a very effective Hayabusa now going on. 6-0 total kills.
In 9 minutes, he was able to get level 15. The amount of pressure, the amount of invades happening here from AP BREN, it's almost like RSG don't even have a jungle to play with. It's completely invaded 24/7 with the first Lord. They've cracked the base wide open in the bottom lane. It's base turret number 1, take him down. AP BREN looking for another in the mid lane with another siege mounting up. Nats jumps in with the penalty zone onto 3, but it's not going to be enough. Everybody from AP BREN just walks out of it. They don't even dash out of it. They just chill. They jogged out of it.
They pressed shift. But yes, RSGPH here, they are just lacking in that damage department here, Arashi.
Absolutely.
So, again, 10,000 gold deficit. They don't have damage to play around with.
They don't even have tankiness, man. Nats aimed at tanky, and now they're going in.
Blacklist with a flicker onward, another initiation as well to the back, but another realm still saves them for a bit. But the Worldy there with the Howl of Primal Wrath as well melts them down to the back as Nats tries to hold the front line down, but will be taken out. Inevitably, Light with another spatial migration to the Violet Requiem, knocking Calteezy down, and that's a shutdown. RSG are on the board in the 11th minute of the game. Somehow, some way, they finally were able to get a trade in, and it's a big one.
RSGPH finally corrects the scoreline. You're right, 11 minutes in though. AP BREN still has such a huge lead here. Item check.
It's a 10k gold lead. And what's funny to me is when RSGPH get the shutdown on Calteezy, I think 3 members immediately just bought items. That's how much gold they were getting from it. And so far, I think the big point to take a look at here is the fact that Blacklist does have the Radiant Armor, so he is pretty immune to the bulk of the things that RSGPH can throw. So he's not exactly, I don't know, pickable at this point if they're trying to go for a pickoff. So RSGPH have to go for someone else, and that's going to be very difficult to see how Blacklist is positioning. Super Marco though with the Rin Talker, that's going to be a lot more attack speed, and he was already doing an insane amount of crits, almost 2k.
And also do note, ladies and gentlemen, in case you just come through to the stream, Calteezy was a level 15 in minute number 9-ish, almost 10, but Demonkind has yet to reach level 14, almost 13 minutes in. So that says a lot about the farm that RSGPH is looking for. Very, very small, or has been getting. Very small farm. And AP BREN, again, they're forcing a fight here in the top lane.
All the time they're looking for chances around the map. AP BREN are screening them. They're always just watching them from a distance. They know where RSGPH are, even when they're looking for something on the map. If you saw Light earlier, followed, stalked all the way back home into their base. And now with an enhanced Lord in the 13th minute of the game and 3 waves pushing down, this might be it for game number 1.
That's the big problem right here. Even if they want to try and get something, AP BREN, they're just way too mobile, and they can go in whenever they want.
Circling Eagle, just pressure RSGPH just to push them back right now as the mountain team targeted down. Spatial migration connects. Oh, he predicted the quad shadow and Calties he falls, but the base is still wide open despite the mechanical plays happening for RSG. They'll lose game number 1 to AP BREN.
Strike 1 for RSG, and AP BREN will find the dub here in the best of 3 series, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a show of domination.
What a stomp.
What a stomp. What, 11 minutes, oh, 12 minutes.
We thought it was going to be somewhat of a close game, but AP BREN, they're not about that life, man. They're here to deal with business. And that was a cold performance. Calculative, leaving nothing unturned, not a single advantage not taken by AP BREN. Whenever they see a window, it's always taken every single time. How do you even keep up with that kind of pressure? RSG, it's back to the drawing board. They've shown in the end of the game that they have the skills, they have the outplays available. They just have to try and find windows earlier in the game and maybe augment the game plan. Maybe a battle spell change, maybe a draft change could really do well for them.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that game was a 10 times 10 for the side of AP BREN. Meanwhile, RSGPH, a 6 times 1 performance, perhaps?
A 10 versus a 6. Out of 10?
Out of 10.
Maybe for RSGPH, we can dip that down to a 4, right? Because the way that they were just outclassed completely in the early game gave AP BREN so many ways to push them into their base. The Brody, the lane that we were expecting to go even, went even for some time, but because the jungle was completely dominated all the way from the 2nd minute of the game, all the way from the first turtle when Calteezy got a kill on a turtle, it was just an absolute death ball. We mentioned it, when AP BREN gets rolling, it's hard to stop them from rolling. It's hard to push the brakes.
We talked about that, and it happened here. It seems like in this game, Arashi, RSG, they failed to hold the brakes or just force the brake on towards AP BREN. And you can see, what, 5 minutes already, 4,000 gold lead? That is a little bit too much.
I think it's not what we expect from a tournament of this level, right? Such one-sided domination. I do believe that RSGPH, they actually planned on things going better for them all the way since the first turtle fight, right? That first turtle fight went so south, so incredibly south actually. It might have just ruined the whole pace, the whole tempo of the game that they were looking for. If they won there, they would have more control. They would be on the map before AP BREN has to, respawn and come back, right? And maybe then they can find windows to punish the Hayabusa pick, to try and get control, protect their own jungle, in fact. But that didn't happen, right? They fell so far behind. I believe the Hayabusa got 1 or 2 kills. They get 0 kills.
The first turtle?
Yeah, and
1 kill.
1 kill. It's only 1 kill, and it was that devastating. That's insane.
You expect that level of snowball from a Martis. You don't expect that level of snowball from a Hayabusa in the early game. Usually wait till what, like 100 strike or 2 items at least for this Hayabusa to really get rolling, but I guess KT's built different, man.
Man, he really is built different, and again, that shows that even a small mistake or minor mistake, minuscule mistakes, AP BREN is there to punish. They're ready for extraction or extracted, and again, they will exploit that mistake. You can see it was a relatively fast game in that opening game of today.
How long was that? 13 minutes, I believe?
Around.
I think the maximum was 14, right? Because they did push in to the base with the 13-minute mark. 4-2-2. Who's the MVP? Make a guess. A wild one, Arashi.
Oh, do you even need to guess what? It's Calteezy on the Hayabusa, man. Like I said, early on, 1 kill. And he was doing an insane amount of damage. Solo killing, I believe before the next big fight, he got 2 solo kills. We might see it later in the highlights. He got 1 in the mid lane, I believe 1 more in the top side of the map. And that's crazy. His emblem choice was incredibly aggressive, which leads me to believe that this was the plan for him all along. And if that's it, then RSG just miscalculated. I think they really should have put a bit more respect, found a bit more ways to deal with the pick. Because it came in last pick, but still, I feel like they could have been a bit more predictive about it. This was that first fight that went so wrong. Flapteezy starting to engage, securing the kills as well. They get that turtle, and even afterwards, not a single kill was given. And Demon Kite getting picked off twice here, just invaded without the backup coming in on time, and Aqua still becoming the tertiary victim. And from there, it's just again and again, one by one, RSGPH just keep funneling kills towards AP BREN, and it's not like they have a choice. They're forced to do so by the plays, by the positioning of AP BREN.
Yeah, you're right, and they just, man, we expect from the composition to have a fast-paced game, Arashi, but we did not expect it to be that fast, this fast.
It's just, I don't know, man. That is just different. I really do wonder. Okay, like there are still, of course, adjustments available, but it's a very difficult puzzle to solve right here. If you go and over-respect that assassin, it's not like AP BREN are super reliant on assassins, right? They have that flexibility to switch it up on them. So now it's like they have to have the right game plan, but then the execution almost becomes more important than the initial game plan, and that is just insane.
I think it's a granted, no? I mean, that execution needs to be on point. The draft itself can't really win you games, because if that was the case, maybe Nova would have gone a few more games in the group stages.
True.
Their drafts were phenomenal. The execution, though, was a whole different story from all the other experienced teams. For AP BREN, a team that's, I wouldn't even say high level, because they're not high level. They're peak level at this point.
And you can see by their performance, right? Even from the group stage, they were just dominating, low-key toying their opponent. And in the opening day, in the opening game, we see the same standards displayed in the Land of Dawn. Though their job is not done. It's a best of 3, folks, not a best of 1. So let's see the adjustments, not just from RSG, but also perhaps from AP BREN. What will they bring it this time? Will it be a rinse and repeat, similar sort of composition, meaning fast? They brought the Matilda, Faramis, very fast paced heroes. Will they bring it again later on? But before we dive deeper on Game 2, let's talk about the item builds here for Game 1.
Like I said earlier, Flapteezy just went insanely snowball with the early game dominance. But like we were talking about earlier, no Clock of Destiny in sight. I think Team Falcons was the only one I saw, along with Nova, that were still going with the Clock of Destiny on the Valentina. Here for RSGPH, Aqua just went for the Necklace of Durance to ensure that in the team fights, the shielding from Matilda, the Faramis, that disgusting combo gets mitigated. And even then, 2 Dominant Ices and a Sea Halberd. The respect was there, it just was not enough at all from RSG. And you can argue that maybe because they are forced to build these items, then they lose out in maybe damage, in physical defense that would be so important against Super Marco, who has the weapon mastery, mind you. He was doing an insane amount of damage. So I think that needs to change. I don't think they can let go of this combo here, the Faramis and Matilda, and still expect things to go their way.
It's a lose-lose for RSGPH, right? If they want to go for damage, they're going to be super squishy. AP BREN's damage output could certainly just one-shot them in these team fights. But if they go for the build you see here, respect, yeah, they'll be able to survive in these team fights. Maybe even pull off a miracle defense, but it's a bit harder to pull off a miracle defense when you don't have that much damage. When you're forced to go for Wind of Nature, Steel Leg Plates over your core damage items on Brody. A hero that gets to his power spike quick, but in this situation, it got to his power spike super late.
Yes, and Demon Kite on that joy was also falling behind regarding the farms. Very, just, it was hard to watch if you're an RSG fan in that game.
I mean, look, 2 buffs, 2 purple buffs were the only thing he was given. You'd say he's falling behind, like it's a race. No, he wasn't even participating, man. They were just forcing him to sit this one out. Every single time he goes into the jungle, he just gets completely punished. And even if they're trying to send someone else to try and scout out, like we saw earlier, AP BREN just stalks them. They're just waiting in the trees, stalking their prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. And there's not a single minute in this game where RSG have room to breathe comfortably.
Shout out to Nads here, right? Being the sandbag, of course, naturally, as an EXP here. But of course, we need to give the hats towards Few. Be the forgotten one and the carry Few. This Faramis, it was third pick, I believe, right? For the side of AP BREN. The impact is like a first pick Faramis.
It's always very, I'm always very impressed. I can't find the word really to describe my feelings of respect towards Few. This guy's been playing MLBB in the highest level of competition for the longest time, man. He's the M2 World Champ, 2-time SEA Games gold medalist, and now the fact that he's able to not just compete against the top teams, but be a top-tier mid laner amongst the top teams as well is incredibly impressive as a player like this, a veteran. We don't expect, players who have been in the game for since the beginning of the esports competition scene to be able to have such crazy mechanical prowess. But he does it. He manages those expectations. Sometimes he succeeds those expectations.
Well, you say mechanical prowess, but to be fair, he is on a Faramis. But I bet as I say this, right, the next game is going to pick something absolutely mechanical and just prove the casters wrong like he always does.
So are you saying, Arashi, for Faramis is not a mechanical hero?
It's less mechanical, there's not a lot of fast hand plays.
Says a Yi player.
I'm joking. Well, it's more about timing though, and he is always in the right place at the right time. And we have seen Faramises that have, lack of a mechanical skill to say the least. They really do use the Netherrealm a bit late, and the timing is just very subtle because use it too early. And now there's a lot of value lost on that hero. But then if you don't use it on time, it's a costly mistake. So the pressure, I think it's showing again his class, being able to handle such pressure at such a high level of competition.
Well, I think that is the theme of Game 1. Perhaps the theme of the series, timing equals to precision. It has been so precise for AP BREN in that game here. So will it happen again in Game 2? Or perhaps this time RSG will have more say? I expect a lot of adjustments coming from their locker room here. But what is the #1 prio, Mirko? I want to ask you first before Arashi. What is their #1 prio entering Game 2 that they need to instantly change?
RSG?
RSG.
Maybe a change of first picks now at this point, right? The Joy, there's a reason AP BREN left it open. If Kyle Teasy doesn't want to first pick a Joy, something's up here. It's either AP BREN don't like that Joy in this current meta, or it's a bait. And I think in game #1, it was surely a bait. They knew how to counter this Joy really well. Sure, it has a lot of mobility, but on a Hayabusa, as long as you hit that quad shadow, you can follow wherever the Joy goes. Just land it.
Land it, and even with that, he has more shadows to play around with.
Exactly.
So a very
He doesn't just go
good
boom. He does boom, bang, bada bing.
That's also the team, the second theme. But Arashi, that was Mirko's answer. I agree with it. I think Joy needs to be considered if left open.
They need to think twice.
They need to think twice. But what are your thoughts?
I feel like in a way, I really feel like this combo is just too valuable for AP BREN, Matilda Faramis. I feel like RSG can maybe try and get in the way of that somehow, right? Honestly, if the hero pool for Kyle is just so wide here, you ban 3 assassins, and yet still a great assassin here, a super value assassin makes its way to the Land of Dawn. Maybe it's time to focus on other aspects, and maybe from the draft, you can find ways to deal with the assassins. A bit like what AP BREN is doing in game #1, right? You predict what assassin might come up and find the counters, sort of. I feel like that's a better, more reliable approach than just, letting that go and trying to see if you can match up to it.
Oh, okay. So, more counter picks, more just the draft. Both of you from the drafts. Okay, very interesting. So
it's not Demon Kite's comfort anymore, really, right? I mean, we saw that all 3 of the comfort picks are banned out. Maybe going for something a bit safer in that jungle, going for something a bit more bombastic, flashy in the XP might give them a slight edge. We know that RSGPH love to utilize these gnats to make plays around the map.
That's true.
Absolutely.
And he was trying to make a lot of plays on the Terizla, but you are so limited. Exactly, you're so limited in the Terizla, in the plays you can make. Maybe you can cut waves more efficiently, 1v2, but it's not the kind of plays that I think we assume Nats really likes making, right? He likes making high fast hand, high mobility plays, and Tarizla just ain't that.
I mean, there were a few occasions where Tarizla landed the PZ on towards 2-3. Even there was once 4 members got locked in that PZ.
Yep.
There was no damage whatsoever from their composition. They were already too far behind, so that was all just for buying time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the drafting phase of Game 2 between RSGPH and AP BREN. It will switch sides now. RSG still within the same concept of bans, even though they're on the red side. Now blue side still with Fanny and Nolan. Also, AP BREN.
Same response,
Same.
right? I mean, for AP BREN, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But thing is, it ain't completely the same, though. This time around, RSGPH actually secured first pick for themselves. That's the blue side. They can actually try to contest for more prio heroes against AP BREN. And their final ban will be the Arlet. Still, game number 1, game number 2, sticking to the same game plan, just switching it a bit, maybe into that pick phase.
I do wonder if both teams have ideas for this gold lane, because we saw that earlier, it's quite even until the balance gets tipped by external influence in that lane. So I do wonder if RSG, they're really thinking of taking it Bruno maybe, and then trying to win there, because again, Iman, his stats technically on paper was a bit more impressive than Super Marco.
Okay, so let's hear RSG. Will they pick Bruno? But no, they will stick with that Joy. So your method of approach, you know what, Mirko?
They don't like it.
They don't like it. We don't like it. We don't agree. Joy, we don't want to think twice.
We don't want to because we already thought thrice, Mirko, backstage, right? So maybe this is an approach to just deny that pick over from AP BREN, but then AP BREN will just say, sure, if you want to go for the same thing, we can do the same as well. We can pick up the Faramis for few, though maybe not as mechanical as we expect for few on that Faramis, but still, the Bruno, it works. It just works. Super Marco on a hero that can farm, that can bully, that can snowball, that can scale. It's such a well-rounded hero for Mr. SM, Super Marco.
But here's the deal. Now Mathilda isn't picked up as a full package with the Faramis. They actually made AP BREN have to make a choice. Are they going to go for the Mathilda or the Faramis first? I feel like this sets up for a pick, right? They're going to take the Mathilda away. But, you know, I might be wrong because we talked about the Joy already, but they seem to just want to enjoy and stick on that pick.
Okay. RSG, will they take a hero out of AP BREN, and Edith and Novaria will be picked up here. So something new for RSG. Will it be the same for AP BREN here? Will they pick up something new before we enter the second phase? Or will they pick up Mathilda again?
Knowing Ogwen, man, there's a lot of different picks you can go for. That's the reason the Arlet was banned out. You might think that, you know, Arlet banned out for the XP, for sure. FlapTZ loves that hero. But the thing is, it's flex for AP BREN. They can play the roam Arlet so well. And we've seen that. The guy is a roamer that gets the most kills in the game with the Arlet roam. And I actually just feel like if it ain't broke, they'll fix it, right? Against the Joy, they were able to completely control the jungle through mobility with the Mathilda and the Faramis. Wow, that's a change. They pick up the Guinevere. And it's still flex.
Yep, and that is a bit more crazy, because a bit more scary too. Because we saw that they want to be aggressive, and now with the Guinevere, if they get ahead, if they snowball, that spatial migration, we've seen how obscene it can be. It cannot be comboed with the Novaria Astral Echo for the increased hitbox though, but it's still a big menace, especially if the backliners of RSG are a bit more vulnerable. But now, without the Edith though, we saw that for game number 1, AP BREN were very actively using this Edith as their main frontline and engage tool, while also providing a good amount of damage. That will no longer be available right here, so their game plan, especially in those big fights, are going to be changing a bit. I wonder if that is the window that RSGPH are targeting.
We gotta see. AP BREN, good ban here. They were able to locate Benedetta. Why? Because RSGPH, they're building on towards a composition that is also very swift, very mobile. And if they have a Benedetta, it's going to be very fast composition. But there you go. AP BREN will close out with a Yuzong ban. securing Bruno will be their main priority, especially in that mid-game. So yeah, AP BREN, a very safe approach.
Fight for the
You can say that AP
ultimate
BREN
answer.
are astronauts because they're looking for space for that Bruno.
Oh, well, I was about to say that, hey, the Angela actually was
Survived.
available, but no, they went for the Minotaur. This is a signature pick
Yep.
for Ogwen. Oh man, earlier it was Matilda, now it's Minotaur Faramis. I don't know if this is worse or better for RSGPH, but now the hot potato, the ball is in their hands. They gotta pick quick, man. They have 20 seconds to try and find a solution that works here. Ixia?
The Ixia could work. It's a good lane against Bruno. A great matchup against
right.
the rest. The Claude gets bullied hard by the Bruno. That's the thing.
But
you see
the
a Bruno,
but the like Minotaur, I don't know.
they go for the Claude. So you're right about that, Gani. But this is a very
It's a tough
risky
lane.
pick. It's a tough lane. It's a tough team fight. It's a tough game for Claude. I think that's it, right? I mean, even if he goes in for these team fights, that Minion's Fury is going to stop him from doing a lot of damage in these team fights. So for Iman, he doesn't need to play this game well. He needs to play this game perfect.
Okay, let's see here. Will he rock the Purify or the Sprints? Because it can
Has
go
to be
either way.
Purify, right?
Against Gwyn, against Minotaur, yes. But is he looking for mobility?
Sun rises
We'll
when I
have to
give
see.
the
I
word.
think time will tell.
Ooh.
This is gonna be Khalid though.
Ooh.
Still not picked up just yet. It was changed a bit though. It's no longer as tanky, but it is more mobile. Now, if your first skill doesn't really hit targets, you can still dash multiple times, but the damage reduction on the second skill is a lot lower. So he is still vulnerable a lot more to getting bursted down, but I think the utility is what AP BREN is looking for. If they get snowballing here, that Raging Sandstorm, they can still be comboed with like the Minion Fury kind of. That is a terrible combo.
I mean, Wolf mentioned
terrifying.
earlier off stream that Khalid's animation is mostly why he's not as popular as the previous meta. It's slower. People will react, will be able to react through the ult.
There's a lot of easy to read ultimates, but it has to rely on your super fast reactions. What are your reactions to this incredible animation as we get in to the Lanadon? Gani, take us there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's match point for AP BREN. Will they be able to knock down RSG, send them to the lower brackets? Let's see and witness. It's RSG and AP BREN.
Wow. Talking about adaptations and the battle spells we're talking about earlier, Gani. No purifies. It's still about the execution that play. AP BREN are the ones without the purify. RSG, they're respecting it now, but will that be enough to grant them the security in the middle of these skirmishes? As you can see, man, Flapteasy on an aggressive hero like the Khalid, it is definitely quite terrifying.
On a Guinevere, a very fast clearer. You can see that AP BREN are already grouping up before the first minute even hits. Ogwen got his own Nats away. He might actually have to go and flicker out, and he does. Out of the turtle pit early on. The same thing happening, a flicker early. Whoa, Super Marco getting a good trade. And this is exactly why I don't like the Claude in the Bruno lane.
Yeah, as expected from Mirko there. But yes, with that burnt flicker from Naps, that's already a small win for AP BREN. Also, a small win for the setup next turtle. That can be crucial, that Naps will not have the PZ flicker combination to somehow dismantle the formation from AP BREN.
I feel like in a full-on team fight, there's a Minotaur, a Khalid, and a Faramis. There's just way too many high-profile ultimates. Unless RSGPH catch AP BREN off guard, maybe with a flanking blazing duet or an electrifying beats from Demon Kite, I think it's going to be a bit too difficult for them to really get a decisive fight. At best, I feel like it's going to go even.
Again, precision was the theme of Game 1. Let's see if AP BREN continues that concept. Turtle, initiated by AP BREN. RSG, will they be able to contest this one?
With the Requiem and a spatial migration, that should give Caltesi an advantage, and also with the Raging Sandstorm as well. The Requiem comes in, but oh my goodness! It's Nats who picks it up with no flicker, but it's a team fight win for AP BREN. They'll be happy to trade it for 2 kills.
AP BREN, calm. precise. And there you go, they lost. They weren't precise on the turtle, but they were precise on the team fights here. Again, Lion here needs to be very careful, quite low in the bottom side of the map. And if he is wrong on his calculation, maybe BREN might jump on him.
Yeah. But with all the Wilderness blessings right here, it was nerfed to be 5% less effective. But RSGPA is just trying to move fast, but AP BREN somehow are faster, and they do get the steal there, I believe.
They did.
They did, right? 1,000 gold lead already, but the spells from AP BREN, a lot of them are not available, so I expect them to slow things down here. Meanwhile, RSGPH, spell check only light. Spell is on cooldown, so team fight-wise, they will be more ready. They will have more resources. So again, RSG don't mind now. If they force a fight with AP BREN now, they will somehow. I expect them to just chill.
I do wonder if RSGPH are thinking of using the Purify not only defensively but aggressively as well to try and get a dive in and surprise AP BREN by not really getting cancelled out. But now, look at this pickoff.
Minion Fury on top of Violent Requiem. Light did not get to move. Wow. He was a bird in that fight, completely in the air.
It was too light.
Nat, though, jumping with the penalty zone, only connecting on Super Marco. Another round comes in from Few to save them for a bit. Ogwen gonna be chunked by him on right now, doing some damage, but a knockup comes through again from Ogwen on his signature pick. How do you say his name, Gani?
Ogwen! Was it not?
That's it.
Ogwen! Yes, AP BREN, a similar story. Early game, they got the dub again here in the second game. Though, this time around, economy isn't too far of a gap. Second turtle here. The setup is still favoring the side of AP BREN, but RSG, they look to get a jump on towards the lead.
Flap TZ against the world, the Raging Sandstorm defensively, but a penalty zone as well. He's still able to get the healing. Flap TZ as well with the help from Ogwen. My lord. 3 rotations, 3 members, not enough to take Flap TZ down.
That's the problem, man, with Flap TZ so deep behind. If they go for a fight right there, they're susceptible to getting hit by a massive Raging Sandstorm. So RSG, they kind of treat it out, playing for a gang on top side, but everything's going to plan.
It's a lockdown again. It was Light earlier, now it's Nats. It's not even the same dynamic duo of combos. It was Ogwen and Kyle up top. Down below, it was Flap TZ and Kyle. Still the same outcome.
Well, looking at the in-game equipments right here, for now, I think Super Marco with the Haskell's power spike can definitely just absolutely bully 1v1 in the lane. But unfortunately for him, that's not how this game's going, right? It's a lot of roaming going on. And for a few, having the Enchanted Talisman means that he will be a lot more spammable in his damage. It's a big spike in damage output, first of all, but also in the cooldown of that Nether Realm. For Flap TZ, he has the Heptoses. So now, the squishies in the back line needs to be very careful. There are 2 very obvious ones inside of RSGPA.
Well, AP BREN here will not be able to find the turret top lane. RSG will have the wave clear. AP BREN though, what will they commit this mid?
See that Astral Spear damage onto Kyle? Aqua shot it from quite far away and it did nothing. I think it even healed Kyle TZ at that moment. A good Astral Echo to reveal a lot of the members. Nat's going to be knocked up. The top lane turret tier 1 is sieged down easily by AP BREN's Super Marco.
Real quick, the Minotaur, Ogwen, has built an Athena shield. So he is just completely trying to make sure that he does not get chunked down by magic damage. Because if you look at the composition, the only real threat is going to be Terizla and Claude. And generally, their aim in the fight isn't to shut down or shred down the Minotaur. And he still has the most kills on the game, by the way. 2 kills.
Ogwen, you're a roamer. Ogwen, you're a Minotaur.
Please.
It was okay with the Arlet, right? Because you're a damage dealer. But
this time,
hey man,
he's a bull. Now RSG, 3,000 gold deficit. They will concede the last turtle in this game. AP BREN will not find anything more here, it seems like. Top side is vacant. RSGPH gets a free turret there, top side of the map.
Small victory for RSGPH. They desperately need it right now. It feels like the same situation for different reasons. In game number 1, it was an assassin just corralling everyone from splitting away. Now, funny enough, it's almost like it's the Khalid, right? just pushing everyone slowly but surely to the other side of the map. But Iman here is going to try and make a play. He's outnumbered.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. He just walks
Yo!
up. He doesn't even recall on that push. Up down with the BMI
Purify.
and the Purify. That's a big resource burnt out, though. All just for a spatial migration by Kyle Teasy. As you knows it, wants to push the tempo even further in the bottom lane, but AP BREN decide against it. They'll just play for space, play for control.
Concealed play though.
No Purify, and that's why Kyle Teasy already baited it out earlier in the bottom lane. That means it's an easy pickoff. Even Flap Teasy decides to rotate into that mid lane, and AP BREN should be able to pressure not just the enemy jungle, but even the structure down below.
Eman was playing with fire. He knows his Purify is on cooldown, and he just went on that route there, on that jungle. But oh, an opening perhaps here from AP BREN. Oh, the mid structure, it will definitely fall.
That's a purple buff taken away by Kyle Teasy. Stolen away, I should say. And a tier 1 in the mid lane as well. Deja vu to game number 1, 6-0 in the 8th minute of the game.
The goal difference isn't nearly as bad as game number 1, but look at the pressure. Look at how afraid, technically, RSG PH are playing. Few has been just walking up, hitting them with the Ghostbusters again and again, in dangerous territory, almost under their turrets, and they are not willing to go for a possible pickoff. But look at Flap Teasy.
Raging Storm and a Flicker, and Mon, whoa, he just disappeared. That was a magic trick by AP BREN. Super Marco with the help of the blades of Flap Teasy's Khalid.
Again, a slight disconnect there from the side of RSG. Eman isolated in the front lines alone, no cover whatsoever, and of course AP BREN will be there to punish. And looking at the situation right now, being a man down, of course AP BREN will secure the Lord comfortably. A man down, you're right.
E-man down, a man down.
Man down.
He has just finished his golden staff though, so it is late. And RSG now, they're just trying to find something, but look at where Ogwen and Kaltizi are positioning, right? They're just slowly but surely in position to cut off RSG should they overextend and get punished for it.
Oh, the worldie. Poking them down. Oh, Light gets out with that onward. Barely. That spatial migration could have been deadly. As Flap Teasy is the one who was sent to invade. It's not even Kyle anymore. At this point, they are delegating tasks to their XP lane to invade.
Ladies and gentlemen, game 1, it was RSG securing or breaking the scoring board in what, 11th minute of the game?
13.
First skill for RSG.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I thought you said end game. My bad.
11th minute of the game, and it seems like it is going to be the same story here in the second game. AP BREN still on a, what do you call it? On a clean sheet.
Spatial migration into the Battle Requiem, into the Minion Fury! On to 4, the worldie goes hand in the back. Now it's Demon Kite who takes away another realm, and just on cue. The 11th minute, not there just yet, but it's the first kill over to RSGPH. The Raiders strike and are on the board. Demon Kite looking for another chance at a fight. There's an Astral Sphere to clear out the lane. It's still going to be the Bruno, Super Marco, dealing some damage onto the base turret in the mid lane, but it's not enough to take it down just yet. Aqua throws another Astral Sphere down into that purple buff territory.
Remember, Mirko, you were talking about the possibility of a comeback. With the Novaria in the roster this time, not exactly behind, not really shut down, there's a chance right here. Let's take a look at this play though. It's just a full-on engage, and Ogwen just does Ogwen things. And another realm, just for good measure. The good amount of damage from Demon Kite, and Kaltizi technically gets baited by that aggression. So they trade for 1, but they lost a base turret. But I think the significant factor right here is the fact that Aqua can now clear a lot better. He has just finished the Lightning Truncheon, and we know how pesky and Novaria is in stalling out the game. He's clearing waves again and again, forcing AP BREN to just wait for the next Lord before they can try and do something else to end the game.
Let's see here, AP BREN being invasive does not find the right connection just yet, but AP BREN again, such a menace, 7,000 gold lead. And what's funny is RSGBH, they take down Kaltizi to open their first score of the board in the first game. Also in the second game here, Kaltizi being the victim, the only victim in that first game. Let's see, AP BREN, will they repeat it?
That might come true.
Kaltizi,
Oh, you're trying to blame him.
take
Goni.
my life.
to take me. My body is ready, he says. But this is the problem when you play against AP BREN. It's always a relatively low kill game, right? Everything is so calculated. You're not exactly shut down, but you just don't know what to do either. Now with the Lord up, RSG looking for space, looking for some kind of control. Now look at this spatial migration. It's so spammable, so dangerous. And with Flap TZ and Ogwen side by side, RSG PH, they're just pushed away.
Look at Master Ogwen. Look at him. He's just zoning everyone. He says, bro, trust me. The kills that you give me, it's planned. It's calculated. However, Iman was able to find a trade. That's the only trade you can expect. But yeah, it feels like, to add on to your point, right, Arashi, to make it a little bit more spicy, feels like AP BREN are a type of team that's lawful good.
Lawful good.
The way they play,
Lawful
right?
good.
They get the lead in the early. They go through setups. It's all discipline, and then they win the game. For RSG, it's a bit more chaotic. They're a bit more chaotic. Good.
Evil.
They're chaotic. Good.
They're okay.
They're just chaotic, but they're
neutral.
good once they get that lead.
Okay, let's see here again now. RSG, they will have to defend this Lord here. Oh, they did. Oh, they will have to defend this. Watching top side, bottom side.
Spatial migration onto 2. Iman already not having that purified. That's a 3-man penalty. But Flap TZ jumps to the back right now. There's a chance actually for RSGPH to turn around the fight, but Demon Kite burns down. It's ticking. He's still able to survive, but at what cost? It's AP BREN sealing the deal again. 11-2, 2-0. Still undefeated at MPLI 2023.
Similar story. Similar outcome as game 1. And Kaltizi also died twice. My goodness, what?
He's the sacrificial lamb for AP BREN.
Also, again, what are the odds, man? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not rigged. I repeat, this is not rigged. But AP BREN, a similar outcome here in the second game. AP BREN will send RSG to the lower brackets.
Whew. What a performance right there. And yeah, coincidence, Goni. Is that even possible? Or is AP BREN just that consistent? Even though RSGPH has made adjustments, they fall to different factors right here. It's not the assassin. It's a fighter in the jungle. It's a Khalid instead of an Edith. But man, in that last fight, I think it's all Super Marco. He was just throwing balls left and right. And especially the last real moment of that game. The worldie it just bounced so well, almost ideal. We might see it later in the highlights, but AP BREN, man, who is willing to try and solve this puzzle?
And it's a wild series. But RSG, their job or their journey will not end here. They will fight through the lower brackets as AP BREN will be the winner and move on, advancing in the next stage from the upper. Now, let's throw it to the host, Clara and Rose. Stage. And please interview AP BREN. APBR.
APBRE. APBREN.
All right. And with that, AP BREN ends RSGPH's win streak in MPLI 2023. Hello, boys. Kamusta kayo? Palayo ng palayo. Di ako nangangagat.
In the middle, please.
I won't bite you guys.
2-0.
Okay lang po.
Okay, you guys are okay?
Yes, very good.
You guys are good?
Yes.
How are you guys enjoying Indonesia so far?
It's so bagus.
Ito sangat bagus.
Mantap.
What is What bagus? Your matches or the environment or what?
The food, especially itla. Yes, so bagus.
Makanannya ternyata di Indonesia mereka happy-nya. What food is your favorite?
Itla.
Oh, makanannya.
Sambal itla or salted egg itla.
Sambal, mereka suka makan cabai kayaknya ya. But that's maybe become spicy because of the food in Indonesia.
Maybe, yeah, I guess that's why their gameplay is a little spicier than normal.
2-0, kemenangan mereka masih melanjutkan kemenangan ini dari group stage. From the group stage until now, you guys got a clean sweep, never lose on even once. How do you guys manage to do that?
I think we just play what we play on our side. So it came out good. Yeah.
Mereka cuma main aja sesuai dengan plan mereka dan itu hasilnya baik untuk mereka.
Alright guys, I have a question. Next game, you guys will be meeting who will win between Echo and HomeBois. Sa inyo ha, who do you guys want to meet in the next round?
We want to meet HomeBois.
Why?
Di ba nakakabawi si Zorn sa akin eh?
Oh! Okay, good job. Okay, hold on. He said Zorn has never won against him yet. So, di na bagi chance. He wants to give Zorn a chance to actually win against him.
Mereka mau kasih Zorn untuk kesempatan untuk melawan mereka. Jadinya mereka ingin melawan Zorn. Tapi in this playoff, welcome to playoff. This is your first win on the playoff. How do you see other teams in this playoff? Are you expecting these 8 teams that playing in this playoff? Only 1 Indonesian, 4 Philippines. We have also the others, North America and Cambodia.
We
Malaysia.
didn't expect it because akala namin baka malasong kami ng Indonesian. So parang in-expect namin na mas marami pang Indonesian team kaysa sa playoffs ngayon.
He said that actually this was a playoffs that they did not expect because they expected the Indonesian teams to come full force this MPLI and they were actually hoping to meet them, but you know, the unexpected happened and not a lot of Indonesian teams actually made it to the playoffs.
Ya bahkan AP BREN saja mereka nggak menyangka bahwa 8 tim inilah yang masuk ke playoff. Dia mungkin menyangka kan ada lebih banyak tim Indonesia, namun yang terjadi adalah Indonesia hanya menyisakan 1 tim saja.
Alright, so I'm pretty sure they would want to rest because they got here really early just now for their ping test as well. So, how about let's throw it over to the casters to find out what happened in this clean sweep best of 3 series. Casters, take it away.
Silakan caster.
Bzzz. Those are the sound of the bees. And
They're not bees. They're hornets. They're the aggressive ones.
Oh, the aggressive hornets. Okay.
Get it right, Connie.
Sorry.
My bad, G.
My bad. But yes, that is that first opening match. 2-0 upper brackets. AP BREN will advance the upper, but meanwhile, sorry RSG fans, you will have to survive in that lower bracket, but this is your MVP. Let's see, it is going to be Ogwen!
Master. Ogwen.
Ogwen and the Minotaur. Signature pick, a signature performance as well. One of the only heroes right here where you still build the Flash of the Oasis despite technically not being a magical hero. 0 deaths despite being in the front. People just, I feel like at this point, people just ignore him. They're like, man, it's Ogwen. I want to get the other guys, you know, but this guy just won't leave us alone. And that is what he does in the game. 2 kills for the longest time, the highest kill in the game still. Classic Ogwen.
First name Master, last name Ogwen.
Is he a turtle?
That's Oogway, not
Oh,
Ogwen.
sorry, wrong guy.
Close enough, right?
Almost.
Is he a bull?
A bull? I don't think he's a bull.
Minotaur.
He's a hornet.
He's a hornet.
That plays the bull in the land of Dawn and dominates. Heck, you can even call this man Ogwen, middle name Violence, last name
Bang Bang.
Bang Bang, because of all the kills that he gets as a roamer.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights right here. Initially, I think the idea is for Flap to really stun up the jungler and then go for the guaranteed turtle take. Unfortunately, actually, RSGPH were able to get some success right here, unlike game number 1. But afterwards, that's just the crowd control. What is he supposed to do? Light, living up to his name, flown up in the air for an insane amount of time. And from there, it's just, again, the crowd control difference and how spammable it is. For RSG, it's only Light here that has a very dynamic, spammable skills that can really burn away the Purifies. For AP BREN, no Purifiers required because they know, they see that there is not a lot of threat. And Flat TZ, despite being on the Khalid that Connie has mentioned, the animations are different, might be a bit slower. It doesn't even matter for him, man. Just goes back in and waits for Ogren to make that big play. And still only Kaltizi falling right here.
Same like game one?
Maybe living up to his... I guess you just need a killer instinct in the game, right? Getting taken out once or twice, it's almost inevitable.
Oh, it's such another clean game, I have to say, from the side of AP BREN. A similar game time as well. It was 13 minutes in game one, but this time 14. So it's just so similar. Again, the scoreline is also RSGPH claiming 2 kills, and both of the kills falls to the hands of Kaltizi, the victim of those 2 kills. The score. But AP BREN, what a performance! So consistent, this team. Arashi, are they your favorites?
Is who my favorite? AP BREN? I mean, I think everyone knows who my favorite team is, but you can't help but be impressed. I think they're very fun to watch. And some people might say like, oh, we want games with more kills, but I dare say that games like this where action happens and yet they're just so rock solid, they don't trade kills back and forth. I think that's definitely a very fun team, a great team to watch. But looking at the item builds right here, Super Marco in the end there was flickering forward, just kicking those balls again and again. And he went with the Rose Gold Meteor here, knowing that there's only magical damage that can really be a threat to him. Everyone else is kept at bay by Ogwen. So the game plan, as far as the fighting and the itemization goes, is just so on point. And as far as kills, like you mentioned, only Kaltizi going with a tank build, he's still getting taken out, but you know, for what, right? We're asking why is he getting taken out? So that the rest of his team can just destroy. And that is completely apparent in the stats right here. 2 kills, only the hands of Aqua on a Novaria. He was doing his best, and to his credit, he was doing a lot of damage too, but eventually when the rest of the team can't really follow up, can't really do damage, can't really help you out with the plays you're making, it's a bit too difficult.
Well, let's see here, right? Will Nats also have the same story, being the sandbag in this game? Yes, it seems like he's consistent in that department here. We don't have to win, but I want that sandbag title, and he will get it. This
Even
time,
Aqua.
though, come again?
Even Aqua.
Aqua this time?
Partner in crime.
PIC.
They'll have the most damage dealt and the most damage taken. Unfortunately, just not the game for now, right? Again, I think in the game as well, we mentioned, or Arashi mentioned, Athena Shield very early by Ogwen. Because they've shut down all the physical damage carries all the way in the early game. When the Athena Shield was built, the only threat, you said it could be Terizla, it could be Claude, but on a real note, it was literally only the Claude. But it still took, it's going to take him a while to get to those items, right? Because at that point, Nats was 0 and 3. The Claude wasn't farming well because of the Bruno bully in lane, as expected, and you can see from the gold charge as well. These few dips up back to RSGPH's level. That was Kaltizi dying. Yes, you can pinpoint the moment where Kaltizi steps over, but as a frontliner, that's kind of what you're supposed to do, right? You create space.
Yeah, and it's very funny to see every time Kaltizi gets taken out, ching, 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 like immediately 3 items gets purchased because of the shutdown. It's kind of crazy how far dominant that they can give a shutdown and still have more than 10k gold advantage. That is just how far ahead they are, man.
And yeah,
full control.
Very good approach, very good display as well from the side of AP BREN. Silent MVPs, I think all of the 5 members here in this case of AP BREN, again, they moved as a unit. Anybody in that team deserved an MVP. And well, RSG, if you're an RSG fan, don't just chill. All right, take a chill pill, because again, their journey will not end here and now. Hello, Arashi, and as well as, I almost said Sheffin, by the way, but very calm.
CITV?
CITV.
Is CITV?
I miss CITV, man. But again, ladies and gentlemen, that was just the first series of the playoffs here. We will see another upper bracket match, which of course, no team will go home. But after that match, it will be very spicy.
I can't wait to see HomeBois versus Echo, right? Because so far in MPL 2023, it has been a display of Filipino dominance.
Lean in, Mirko. Lean
But
in, lean into the camera.
HomeBois,
Yes.
HomeBois has been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Right now, they are the only team outside of MPL PH who has a win streak going on for them, right? It was RSGPH, now no longer in a win streak. It's AP BREN who are still continuing their win streak. And for HomeBois, 3-0 in their groups against Geek Fam. Tournament favorites, Blacklist International. Despite them using the new lineup, it's still also a lineup that a lot of people are hyping up. But HomeBois were the ones to come out on top.
Oh, well, on that note, Gani, Mirko, and Arashi will take a short break before we begin and witness the second upper bracket match in the playoffs MPLI Day 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, grab Hello Pandas, grab more than one, and let's take a snack during the break.
My aim is impeccable! My darts kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Big Round kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts are kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts, they're My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts double kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My thrust is double kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
and gentlemen of the Mobile Legends universe, welcome to the second match of our knockout stage in MPLI 2023.
Yes, dan kita kembali lagi di MPL Invitational 2023 di mana kita akan menyaksikan pertarungan di upper bracket di mana match pembukaan sudah ada 2-0 yang didapatkan oleh BREN dan menurunkan saudaranya RSGPH ke lower bracket. Namun match selanjutnya tentu yang dinantikan karena perwakilan dari Filipina akan ada Eko yang melawan tim dari Malaysia, HomeBois.
Yes, in the first match, we saw BREN knock RSGPH down to the lower bracket. On to the second match on our upper bracket matches, we will be witnessing Eko, the M4 World Champions, going up against HomeBois from Malaysia and what people call the dark horse of MPLI 2023.
Betul sekali, ini pertarungan antara juara dari M4 dan sekarang ada bisa dibilang satu raja baru dari Malaysia yaitu HomeBois. Yang dimana mereka pun mendapatkan hasil yang sangat baik dari group stage dengan kemenangan 3-0 mereka. Begitu bersih untuk tim dari HomeBois. Namun Eko tentu membawa nama yang sangat besar untuk perhelatan kali ini.
Yes. Now, if you guys did not watch the group stages, HomeBois performed exceptionally well, clean sweeping their entire bracket, which means they won against Blacklist, they won against Falcon, they won against Geek Fam. So, Clara, are you excited to see them?
Yes, kita benar-benar bersemangat untuk melihat dua match ini, dua tim ini untuk beradu. Namun sebelumnya kita akan langsung ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan dua sosok yang tentu akan berpengaruh besar untuk timnya. Mari kita sambutlah dia, coach dan juga analis untuk kedua tim, Coach TikTok dan juga analis dari tim HomeBois, antagonis.
Hi guys.
The middle please. Di tengah-tengah ya.
Alright, first, let's start off with Coach TikTok. Coach, how are you feeling in Indonesia? How is it so far? Okay lang ba?
Goods na goods pa.
Goods na goods. Okay, he say everything in Indonesia is going good so far.
Oh, lancar ya. Namun kalau dari antagonis sendiri gimana akhirnya nih balik ke Indonesia langsung di panggung playoff MPLI?
Wah, senang banget Bude. Jadi bukan cuma jadi publik tapi bisa naik ke atas stage gitu.
Not only being public, not only watching this, but he's on the stage now. Finally, akhirnya loh.
Okay, Coach. I'm gonna talk to Coach TikTok for a while, okay guys? So, Coach, alam natin that HomeBois managed to sweep Blacklist, managed to sweep Geek Fam, managed to sweep Falcon. Anong masasabi mo sa performance nila? Agree ka ba sa sinasabi ng mga tao na dark horse ang HomeBois this MPLI?
Totoo naman yun na dark horse sila kasi na-sweep nga nila yung group stage nila. So, namin na malakas talaga sila.
Do you think ready na kayo sa laban mamaya?
Oh, ready naman.
Okay, so I asked Coach TikTok. Now, a lot of people are saying that HomeBois is truly the dark horse of MPLI 2023. And I asked if he shares the same opinion as the public. And he says, yes, because they managed to sweep top teams that were expected to actually perform better. And with that, he does agree that they are the dark horse. However, they are still ready for the matchup later on.
Oh, melihat HomeBois memang ini kelihatan seperti kuda hitam di MPLI apalagi dengan hasil mereka saat group stage. Namun mereka tetap percaya diri tentunya untuk melawan dari HomeBois. Tapi HomeBois dari antagonis sendiri, gimana kamu ngelihat mungkin tim-tim di MPLI sekarang khususnya mungkin tim Philippines yang kamu sudah kalahkan juga. Gimana sih antagonis?
Tim Filipina semua tim ya, nggak cuma satu tim, semuanya hampir kuat. Jadi nggak ada satu tim pun yang kita pandang lemah lah dan nggak ada yang kita overestimate, kita underestimate, semua kita taruh di tengah-tengah. Karena di internasional everything bisa happen.
Semuanya bisa terjadi, everything can happen. He put everyone on the middle and with the same strength, all of the Philippines team. But you beat Blacklist on your group. So does it mean apakah itu artinya adalah kamu udah bisa membaca nih permainan-permainan dari Philippines?
Sebenarnya itu kita menang karena kita main as a team sih. Lebih ke kita bisa main as a team dan solid bonding, so kita sedikit lebih baik daripada mereka.
Played as a team, the bonding is great, so they feel like they are ahead them a little bit.
Alright, Coach, may tanong ako. Antagonist is a content creator turned into an analyst. Ano masasabi mo doon? Tingin mo ba mas angat siya sa inyo or, just because he's a content creator, wala siya masyadong angat?
Tingin ko, okay lang din siya eh.
Okay, so I asked Coach Tic Tac, I said, a lot of people know, or more like the Indonesians know, that Antagonist started off as a content creator making contents on TikTok. And now that he's an analyst, does this give him an advantage? And he said, he thinks it's just meh, okay. Just okay.
Just okay.
Just okay.
Just okay. Tapi kalau dari sang content creator yang sekarang jadi analis, gimana kamu melihat satu best analyst too, Coach Tic Tac? How do you see him?
Coach Tic Tac, for me, one of the best coach in this tournament.
Why? Kenapa?
Karena Eko salah satunya tulang punggungnya bisa sejauh ini mungkin karena beliau juga.
Oh, wow. He said that you are the pillar of the Echo's winning. So he said he's respect you, one of the best. He's the best coach in this MPLI.
Okay, Coach Tic Tac, ano masasabi mo doon? And last words for HomeBois.
Thank you sa compliment and good luck sa atin. Good luck.
Balas dong.
Gak tahu artinya apa tadi.
He said, thank you for the compliments and good luck to us later.
Oh ya, good luck Evan and give the best game.
Give the best
Yes,
game.
I agree. Now, I am pretty sure this will not be a one-sided game because of the presentation that they both put out in the group stages. I'm pretty sure it's going to be an amazing game, a very intense one too.
Betul. Bagaimana hasilnya akan terjadi untuk Best of 3 series ini. Jadi semuanya bersiaplah karena ini adalah match yang menentukan siapa yang akan bertahan di upper bracket dan siapa yang akan turun ke lower bracket. So, let's throw it to the caster.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLI 2023. The first match in the upper bracket is done and dusted. We saw how actually AP BREN manages to advance to the next upper bracket stage. Meanwhile, RSG, they will have to fight on the lower. Now, let's move on. Next page of the upper brackets. It's HomeBois, the only rep from Malaysia standing, going up against Echo. It's gonna still me, Gani, Mirko, and Zoa Arashi accompanying you today. Let's see here what will happen, Mirko.
Well, we'll see what'll happen, right? We saw a stomp, a clean sweep earlier in the first match. Boink is a very, very interesting way to describe that first match. But yeah, it was a boom bang bada boink. Now, we'll see if maybe HomeBois can do the same, or will Echo prove to be a bit too strong for HomeBois' win streak to continue?
That's the problem here, man. I think HomeBois, they're just so dynamic, so much more unpredictable, right? Because usually the problem is, oh, it's dominant, but you can see what they're trying to use, what their strengths are. With HomeBois, it seems like there's just a bunch of random mixed in, but they're just so comfortable in the midst of all of it that they just somehow find a way to make it work. And that is something that's very entertaining, but it's also very hard to get a read on. So I think it's a bit of a race against the clock here. Can Echo get a read on HomeBois before the match is over, or will HomeBois just remain elusive until the end?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive deeper regarding the match, let's give a special shout out to Omni by FWD. If you want to watch Una, of course, the brand ambassador of EVOS, you can check his her inspiring story in Omni by FWB. And of course, their player, Mirko. Ben, Bigatron player, and his story is also in that platform. Check it out. And of course, exclusive on Omni by FWD. Check it out on Apple Store and Google Play Store. And while watching Una, while watching Ben, while watching Arashi in the stream as well, grab a snack. Meiji, thank you so much as well. Hello Panda is available in your region. Check it out. A lot of flavors in store. And Mirko,
are you eating yours?
Give your testimony about this strawberry flavor.
You shall do it.
Okay.
We shall do it. This is a live testimony for Meiji's Hello Panda. This one's a strawberry one. This
No
is
mess?
Arashi's favorite.
No mess. And it's good, so good.
See, my favorite is a double chocolate one, but I'll give the strawberry one a shot.
You haven't tried these? Dude, these are amazing, man.
It's
Right, Arashi. Your
tastes
flavors.
like Arashi.
Excuse me?
Well,
Is this vibe strawberry? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, 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 yes. And well, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you want to stay updated, and of course, be sure to check our TikTok, Instagram, our social medias, right? We have a lot of platforms to choose from. Use it, stay relevant, stay updated, and again, perhaps you will gain more each day by following One Esports.
Only for the memes, the news. I'm sorry, man. This is too delicious. Keep talking, Johnny.
Well, Arashi, you cannot talk as well. You're enjoying your favorite flavor as well. So, with that, name this hero, right? While Americo and Arashi is unavailable, I will give you the answer. It's Bauman. Again, from day one, day two, no change.
That's where I have to
Nothing
stop you,
changes,
Johnny. That's
Bauman.
where I have to stop you, right? It's
That's
not
crazy.
Bauman.
That's crazy.
If you think the hero that's displayed down below is Bauman, then you might not be talented at naming that hero. Maybe your eyesight isn't as good as Leslie. Heck, maybe your eyesight's just blatant, just bad.
Tony has no glasses on, that's why. How would he know?
All right.
How could you
so
possibly know?
If we gotta prove it then, Arashi. If we just said that, right? What was that hero?
It's glue.
Turns out it's not an eyesight problem. It's
What?
more of a B problem, a brain problem. But if you guys cannot name that hero, that was very easy. It's fine. You know, sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you're just not born for that. But you are definitely born for registering for updates. That's easy. All you need to do is what,
Simple.
Gani? Register, and then you get what, Gani?
Gets a chance to win 4,000 diamonds just by signing up. So
4,000.
scan the QR code.
That's 4.
Before, and again, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we can now move on towards the next upper bracket match. Echo, their run in the group wasn't as flawless, but let's see here. Can the HomeBois still keep the spotless, flawless record? Let's welcome the home team first here, the Orcas, the Echo Express. Slight change, well, not a slight change, a huge change, so let's welcome the away team first.
We're gonna welcome 3-0 in their groups. An undefeated team that are looking to prolong their win streak all the way into knockout stages of MPLI 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hyper HomeBois!
HomeBois, Malaysia. The country will, again, just support, give all the support towards this team, but they are going up against the franchise that won M4. Let's see here what will happen in this current match.
Still the defending world champions with their new main lineup. The Orcas will look to change what they were not able to do in the group stage. It was not a dominant group stage, but in the knockouts, we know how the Orcas do. Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Highlights, it's Echo!
Echo, again, they were given, their performance was still so good based on the group stage, but they will just prove it here in this match, going up against the Malaysian rep.
It's gonna go even further beyond, man, and this is the scary part, especially with the coaches right here. We've seen them talk earlier, and they're both very confident. And what does that mean? Both these teams, it's all about that speed, bro. Echo Express, the Hyper HomeBois, you know how fast they are? They're fast as heck, boy.
They are speed, they are lightning speed. And again, let's see here.
If you ask them personally, what are you? They'll answer very simply, I'm speed.
I drive.
Ka-chow.
Ka-chow, indeed. And fun fact, HomeBois, we have some imports from Indo there. Rizal, a lone player as well, I believe, and he was the star player yesterday. So let's see how will he perform against Benny.
Well, looking at the stats right here for Echo, especially for Benny Cutie, man, we don't see a lot of this carry as anymore. It's just so dangerous these days, but when you can make it work. Look at the average DPM. It's definitely up there. And along with that, cannot forget JP. 9.3 KDA is definitely really, really high. And it's in line with their style, right? It's all about speed. And in the early stages of the game, who is going to be around the map, just making kills happen, making assists happen for the team? It's always the jungle and the roamer. And look at the stats. It absolutely reflects that. But later on, Sanji comes into the mix. Higher KDA than the gold laner. And especially in this meta, that is, I think, absolutely the case. The mid laner, depending on the composition, sometimes has the job even more important than the gold lane. We haven't seen that in a while now.
We have seen a lot of mid laners being the carry, right? Grabbing the carry title means that they dealt the most damage in that game. And yeah, it's it's normal to see that. Now on the other side though, what stands out here as per the data?
I think what really stands out is the fact that the HomeBois, we just mentioned, it's all about speed. It's a bit of a race to win the game right here. But look at the roamer KDA. It's, I think, quite significantly lower in my opinion. But look at Chibi. What lacks in the KDA for Sorn is all the way there for Chibi, man. This man is absolutely wild, and everyone is there for it. And Sorn's KDA might be lower, but Warlord, Ryzel, Supat even, everyone just comes through because they don't always just have a neat setup and they win skirmishes. No, sometimes they just go all in, 1v1, 2v1 even, and they don't care. If they feel like they have a chance, they will do it. We've seen it again and again, and that willingness to risk it all for glory, that is something that Echo needs to take into consideration.
Seems like the whole team has that kind of trend going for them. Even Ryzel in the bottom lane, definitely not scared of using a lot of resources to look for an outplay. That's something that we don't usually see from a lot of top-tier gold laners, right? What most top-tier gold laners look for is stability in lane, how you're able to farm up, get to those item power spikes, and then be a nuisance. Meanwhile, for Ryzel, he's not shy. He's not gun-shy at all. He'll use Flicker, he'll use his ultimate, he'll even flicker forwards to get these kills, to get him ahead in lane or in team fights.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a debut match, sheesh, for these both of these organizations, but head-to-head, what do you say?
I think off the bat, right, HomeBois had a better run compared to Echo, so the stats do reflect that. But I think what's important to look at is the disparity between the average kills and average deaths. When HomeBois are on the run, when their hyper mode is activated, they just leave everyone behind in the dust. For Echo, it hasn't really been as successful, but the name, the saying Echo Express still rings true in the hearts of a lot of the Mobile Legends fans.
You're right, they are a very, very iconic team.
Ooh.
And we agree. I mean, Echo across the board here in the English desk, unanimous again. We were right in the first match. Will we be right again?
We'll see if we get it right here, but I actually expected a few of you guys, or maybe even myself, to go for HomeBois, right? But I feel like, again, knowing Echo, how strong they've been, it did seem like in the group stages, they were a bit shaky. But it was only up against BTR. We all know why. BTR are also very inconsistent. They can be really good, they can be really bad, right? So it was just a matter of which day they met against one another. And Echo, in day number 2, they showed a completely different style of play. They were able to, I would say, turn it 180 completely again. They're also an organization with players who are already getting hate for internal reasons, for roster changes as well. The fact that they are still able to play at this high level, despite the pressure, despite the hate, shows you that they're here, they're still hungry, they're not here just to participate. They want to get back to their former glory. They want to get back to the prime version of Echo, that M4 World Champion Echo.
What you're saying is there's some RNG involved right here.
A bit, when it comes to Echo,
There's extra when Bigatron is also involved, but now, for Echo, I do feel like they have a bit more experience, and I do believe that the HomeBois playstyle is very, very effective, but it also has a lot of shock value built into it. If teams are used to it, especially if they've seen and had time to analyze the playstyle of HomeBois, I do feel like it is not an impossible puzzle to crack. So we'll have to see. I think individual skill will be even more important than usual against a team with HomeBois' playstyle. But as we mentioned, Echo, they are here, they are hungry, and they are no pushovers at all. I think we're gonna see a lot of back and forth right here. I think all the way till the end, the final moments of the game, we're gonna be kept guessing. Is it gonna be Echo or is it gonna be HomeBois? We're not gonna get a very early conclusion.
I mean, I expect a lot of action indeed. So with that, let's just jump into the draft here for our first game between Echo and HomeBois. HomeBois will occupy the red side here already with the bands Matilda, Valentina. They focus more on towards that mid rotation, right? They know that at the end of the heart of Echo is also in that mid and roam. They try to limit the options there. Meanwhile, Echo, same response here, same route as well, banning out the mid and the roam.
Already a very different approach to game or match number one, where we saw full respect towards each of the junglers. This time, I would say, I like it. For HomeBois and Echo, they have a very, very wide hero pool in the jungle, and they'll try to utilize that all the way by banning out, funnily enough, the mid lane and the roam. JP, one of the key factors as to how the new Echo plays, right? If JP does really well, they can mount a win streak just like an MPL regular season, but once he hits a slope, once he slows down just a bit, that's where Zorn can actually look to exploit a glaring weakness in Echo.
I get what you mean, and I want to go and focus on the draft. 1-1 is up and available, and with the Phobias ban signifies that HomeBois might pick it up in that first pick.
Gaze.
Well, they want to also
there's Nolan as well.
They want to go for that Nolan. A lot of damage that comes up very, very quick. And a lot of mobility. They have banned the Phobias away, which means that there's still a chance for the 1-1 to still make an appearance right here, Goni. It's not impossible at all. But for Echo, they do have the Faramis now. We've seen how much impact it has in the hands of few on AP BREN. Can Echo replicate the same kind of style with all the utility they have right here? Maybe the Nolan can be put under control.
Nolan's only been left open once. That was in the group stage, day number one. I remember it. It was TOB versus AP BREN in the first match of the tournament. That was when Caltese used up the Nolan. There was a counter pick in the Phobias, but it was not effective. Nolan was able to still outmaneuver and find those flanks now with HomeBois getting the Nolan. And on top of that, some really good setup for that killing pressure. A winning lane in the gold lane, a Bruno, and also a good start with the Terizla.
Very good here, right? I think 1-1 is a possible option, but with Bruno, it brings more stability. He will find more positions where he can free hit. It's easier in a sense. You can still maneuver around, but with the help of Terizla, right? In the hands of HomeBois, it will definitely enable this Bruno to be activated. But Echo, great response. We definitely know how this Benedetta is just so good in the hands of a Filipino team, and Echo is no different.
That's quite the fearsome Benedetta, man. I mean, there's so many ways that it can be used right here, and without a clear counter, this will be a dash-heavy match, and the Bruno is great, but the Bruno is also immobile. Earlier, we saw that it's always backed up by AP BREN with the Faramis or with a Mathilda or a Minotaur, something to make sure that he does not get bursted down. Now with a Fredwin and a Benedetta, it's looking quite dangerous, so I fully expect some respect right here, maybe towards some assassins or some heroes that can really make a massive game-changing engage.
Okay, HomeBois, will they go for a roam ban here, possibly? Perhaps Limit Daddy, JP, yeah, they will go for the Raja ban. Maybe a Franco ban might come through as well from HomeBois though. Echo, do they limit the roamer? The answer is no, they will limit Lilia. Why? They will clump with Faramis, with Brethren. A lot of short-range heroes that need to close the gap, and with Lilia on the opposite end, it can destroy that formation.
Yeah, especially the mid-control that you get, right? The wave clear on that Lilia, amazing. You can actually go for the full control if you give HomeBois over that Lilia. They already have a Terizla, a Bruno, so many winning matchups. If you give them a Lilia, that'll be another way for them to control, especially the neutral objective side of the map.
Now for HomeBois, though, they require some crowd control, or they
fun is all
require
that matters.
some kind of kiting tool, because otherwise they're gonna be forced to stick in the Netherrealm and duke it out. No Valentina available. If they want to escape, they need assistance to do that. If they want to stay in the fight, they need some AoE crowd control, but that's where Echo denies it. They go for the Minotaur. What does HomeBois have? I think the Atlas comes to mind, but we haven't seen it in too long. It might be a bit too risky to use it here.
Very hard to catch Benedetta on the Atlas. Fermis can rock the Purify as well. So my guess is HomeBois will just have a solid choice. If they really want to go crazy, they can pick up a healer here. A good hero is Florian potentially, but let's see. Echo, good disengage tool that they add in their composition, right? With the Minotaur, it adds more room. With the short range composition that they have, perhaps with the Minotaur, they can disengage. With HomeBois adding more depth. It's a debut pick in MPLI 2023. That's the Gourd. Adds more range, adds more depth.
That's a very risky pick, though. You're up against so much dying for the side of Echo. They have that Benedetta, Sanford on the Benedetta, a man known to just make a big mess in the back line with any hero he gets, especially a Benedetta. But for Benny Cutie in the gold lane, they'll stick to a signature pick, a carry against a Bruno. Not really the most ideal of matchups for Echo, but that's how they like to play it. They think more about the team synergy over the hero counters, playing for that one moment. Benny's gonna be the weak side of the map in this game. Should be.
Most definitely. In such a difficult matchup, he will only find value later on in those big team
Look at
fights.
this.
But even then, he is susceptible to just getting absolutely bursted down here. So, I feel like HomeBois has more ways to dictate when the fight happens, technically. For Echo, it's very reactive, and I think it all revolves around Benny. If he can find success, the team can.
Yeah, the prediction was a stomp, Miracle, right? Almost all to the side of Echo. Will HomeBois give an upset in this first game? Composition-wise, they definitely can, right? Sure, that Gourd is such a risky pick, but the range, they can play, definitely can play the range around with.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to enter the land of Dawn. For match number 2, Echo takes on HomeBois. Zorn already early on this Edith, going at it with JP, but is forced to use the onward defensively. And you know how Echo's name is the House of Highlights? I think for some reason, I have a feeling that we're gonna see a lot of highlights here from both these teams in this matchup.
I think highlights are definitely gonna be present, but I think the golden matchup is where it's at, especially for the late game. In the early game, though, that is a lot of damage.
But onward, a Mystic Projectile as well, both connecting in Chibi. You can definitely see that base damage come forth in the first minute of the game. Super fast clear. He's already gone through both his buffs.
That was a fast rotation, and seeing the composition, it does make sense, right? They can play this also. This mobility composition that they have perhaps in this early game especially. So with JP not having a flicker for the Searle, that's already a huge advantage on the neutral objective take for the side of HomeBois.
Right, in the first fight though, the Cold Altar, or the Netherrealm, my mistake, against possibly good combo with a penalty zone. We'll have to see, because Echo, they're putting a lot of emphasis on the top side, but the backup is coming.
Maltese has to walk away from this, and that's actually going to be a good steal away. Warlord gets it. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, as expected, this lane for Rizel should be in his hands. A bit of an advantage. Meanwhile, first turtle going to spawn. Not yet slain, ladies and gentlemen.
And you can see here already Fredrin is poking the turtle now. Setup-wise, Echo is also, they want to contest.
Let's see if they can. Echo still has a bit more of an advantage when it comes to CC, and there it is. Sanford with a Petrify, even diving to the back. Warlord should be in a lot of trouble, but is able to flicker out. Meanwhile, there's another fight going in here. Sanji saves the day for a bit with another round, but Carl Teasy here gets out for a wild subpot. Flickers forward, but gets knocked up instead. Now it's Chibi versus the world. It's still an outplay from Sanji. And Echo takes the dub early on in the first turtle fight.
Sanford saving the day, and even now, Sanford finds a solo, technically. Wow, Sanford, earlier on, he distracts Gord looking for the kill, doesn't really get it, but it made Gord or Warlord recall. And without the Gord, Sanford can regroup with his team, provide the cover, and there you go. Echo grabbing 3 kills in an instant.
The early game damage definitely comes from the mid lane, especially when you do have the Gord. Unfortunately, got caught in a weird 1v1 there. It is not ideal. Shows again that HomeBois, they have all the tools right here, but the setup matters more than ever as Soren finds a play.
It's on to Carl Teasy. It's a good primal ramp that gets him low, but now he is caught in the enemy jungle. Behind enemy lines. Zorn with an Earth Shatter, Sanford with Eye for an Eye. Zorn should be dead with a Phantom Slash there, and yes, he does fall in the back. It does give Chibi, however, a big opportunity to secure a neutral objective.
The first turtle is now up, is now taken out. So let's see here. Echo, will they be able to somehow equalize, right? That's the question here. Echo, though, economy, they are slightly ahead.
They're still pretty okay bringing this into the mid game there, especially if Chibi doesn't really get to snowball hard. Sanji quietly has already amassed 3 kills, already with the Enchanted Talisman. That's a lot of damage, burst-wise, but also a lot of damage because he can spam it a lot more.
Mr. Gosh, JP gets out, just barely into the nether realm, pops in the mini when Fury is ready to knock Zorn up. That's a double knock-up and some follow-up damage from Sanji and Benny, turning another fight around for Echo.
The reinforcements from Echo, man, they are a pod indeed. And again, JP, sure, he burned the flicker, but the minion free comes in clutch. Bought enough time for the other members to regroup and capitalize. HomeBois now, again, they're slightly behind, but it seems like they're looking for more proactive plays. Is that the right move?
I feel like proactiveness is on the hands of Echo. They kind of actually have a better burst-heavy composition, so unless it's a full-on 5v5, I don't really think HomeBois' composition really lends itself to these skirmishes in the early game. I think later on, when they want to get a big combo, that's where Ryzel can just hold his ground and aim to just outperform, out-damage, output Benny Cutie. But that has to be backed up by a strong early game laning phase. So far, HomeBois has not been able to get one.
Okay. Both EXP laners here cutting the waves. They want to join the fight for that turtle, but a fight almost occurred in the mid.
Good stampede from Sanji, and Zorn just gets absolutely disintegrated. Even in the back, Sanford in the 1v1. Chibi, gets a solo kill there. But that was Sanji. The realm a bit too late, and now the Mythic Gush connects onto Sanji, shutting him down. Warlord picks up the kill. Another kill on the board for HomeBois, but it's always traded in. It's never a one-sided trade this game.
Echo, very good. If you want to call it a distraction, yes. But again, Sanford taking out a very good cover overall by HomeBois. Now, let's see the items here. Bruno, of course, will go for the Has Claws, but take a look at Terizla. Fury Hammer, and then going for the Dominance Ice early.
So reduce the shielding and healing for sure. Paramis, Fredrin, Minotaur even. There's a lot of sustain built into the composition. And on the other side, Sanford going for the Hunter Strike, but going straight for some tankiness right here. I think he's attempting to do multiple roles. He might flank in the background, but he can actually have a huge presence in the mid-game teamfights using that Petrify if it's up. What's interesting is that the Gord went for the Ice Queens once first. It gives some kind of sustain and a lot of utility, but of course, it only depends if Warlord doesn't really get found, if he doesn't really get zoned away in the middle of a big fight.
And onward, connecting onto Carl Teasy with a follow-up, an instant penalty zone, but now the re-engage happens. Echo get a massive minute Fury. Now they all fall in the Mystic Gush. The laser's big. TB has to back away. Echo going very, very low. Meanwhile, Sanford in the back, joining in with a flank as well. Ryzel looking for a big play. Picks up one, now dashing forward as well. Betty Cutie gets an outplay. Ryzel doesn't. And it's all Echo with a victory. Only Sanji falling. It's a 4-for-1, a disaster for the HomeBois.
A lot of bodies already from the side of HomeBois, and Echo, they will establish a healthier lead now. Take a look at Carl Teasy. Going for the purple buff as well, stealing that one. And man, HomeBois, they were fine 2 minutes ago. Now they need to slow down their horse.
Maybe. This is a problem when you meet your match, kind of, right? You're both, making crazy plays. Chibi right there had barely any HP, and he hid in the bushes trying to get Benny Cutie. But Benny was ready for it. He would do that as well, but no, look, Rizal
deleted off the map instantly. Echo, they see someone step out just a bit and they go in hard. It's the House of Highlights that we all expected today. Only 2 turtles this game. They'll ignore the third one and they'll go straight for the Lord that spawn in with no Rizal. I don't think HomeBois can really look for a contest.
See, Echo, yeah, they will blitz it. Well, not blitz it, but they will take this Lord comfortably. Meanwhile, HomeBois is struggling to find any cross-map plays. And it's all because Echo, they do not forget to clear. They always manipulate their ways, managing it very, very well. And HomeBois, up to this point, have no effective play in their hand.
And the recall's coming in as well. I think HomeBois have to try and respect the potential, but wow, 1v1!
Solo kill down below by Sanford on the Benedetta against the Nolan. That's why they didn't ban it. They didn't need to. Sanji walks up the zone, Rizal and Sapat does it successfully, as that's going to be a free tier 1 in the mid lane falling. Zor now caught in a tough spot. Kaltizi wants to go all in. Trying to look for a taunt there, but gets poked down instead. Rizal down to half of his HP, forced back all the way to his base.
And the issue right here, especially in these big fights, is that Benny Cutie is relatively untouched. He usually gets, some damage spills over onto him from some AoE damage, but for the most part, he's been very, very safe. Having a Purify and standing next to a Paramis and a Minotaur, he can go as aggressive as he wants, and if you go on him, it's not necessarily the right move for HomeBois. It's a difficult situation to be in, and now Echo is taking full control. The snowball has begun.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first Lord. Echo will not be able to push until the base turret here. The passive still stands for HomeBois. And, well, meanwhile, the jungle, though, will not be safe for the side of HomeBois there. Oh, jungle, invaded.
Sanford against the world right now is able to evade. Sanji comes in clutch with another realm, and he gets out. Now it's a re-engaged Chibi falling to the Appraiser's wrath. What a now play by Echo as Benny Cutie now follows up to the team Sapat with no flicker, cannot get away, gets knocked up and taken down by Kaltizi, who picks up a double.
The coordination, the trust, and Echo, they move more.
Into the base, inside of it, they don't care. Warlord gets bursted down by one Sand. That's the second half of the Sand duo going in to pick up a killing spree. Dorn running away with the conceal, but the Sand duo is inevitable.
Echo, they can't end right here, right now. Chibi and Sapat, can they defend this one?
It's just Chibi right now, and he got deleted from the map, and now it's Sapat. He'll follow very, very soon with a base taken down. My goodness. The Echo Express are back.
Echo still just ruining HomeBois' party here in the best of 3. But my goodness, Echo, what a performance. The level of pressure that they give to HomeBois was just on point.
That was 10 minutes.
That was.
I mean, we all thought it was going to be a short game regardless of who came out on top. But it's almost like Echo is saying, hey, I taught you all that you know, but not all that I know. They just knew how to play this crazy, reckless playstyle, and they're ready for it. Sometimes teams are just not expecting the crazy plays from HomeBois. Echo just seems like they were expecting it already. Even reading through, seeing when Chibi or the rest are going to try and make that crazy play, and it always falls short.
I mean, let's talk about the drafts first, right? It was Faramis picked up from the side of Echo, but since HomeBois committed on towards a Gord instead of Valentina, that is where I feel like Echo has that edge. That Nether Realm on one side only was the game changer, especially if we're talking about the mid game, right? Gord, sure, can stun true damage as well, but man, that Nether Realm always comes in a clutch.
That final moment, well, not the final moment, but the moment that Sanji saved Sanford from going in 1v5 was really the nail in the coffin for the HomeBois. What were they supposed to do after using all of their resources on one dude? And that dude having his second half come in. Mr. San to another Mr. San, saving him with another realm and then turning the fight around completely.
I guess they just go next.
They just go next. That's a good answer.
That's exactly what happened. But I think there's a lot of obviously, I think the Benedetta was the big problem here.
Oh,
Solo plays, check. Team plays, check. Diving in, check. Baiting, also check. This man just does it all, man. Sanford, that was insane. And we already mentioned it in the game, but even if you can take him down, then that leaves the carry.
Yeah.
How are they supposed to deal with the carry? They can't zone him. They can't really focus him down. It was just such a good draft that doesn't really leave any easy solutions for HomeBois.
And a well-deserved MVP as well here, Rashi. 4-on-5 by Ford. I don't want to call him by his full name, Sanford. I want to call him Ford NG.
40.
4G. Yeah, 40. Yes.
What?
Benedetta. Item-wise, hybrid, right? Just the Hunter Strike for the attack, but the rest of it is just all defense. And with the Petrify, that stun is more than enough to dismantle the formations of HomeBois.
I like how he went for the Dreadnought armor first after the Hunter Strike, and then he didn't really build into a full cuirass because his lane opponent technically wasn't doing so good. So there weren't any physical ability damage coming his way. So he went for the blade armor just to make sure that Ryzel, the usually trigger happy guy, is just forced to just sit there even more.
Again, a very perfect display here, Miracle. Seeing his performance, seeing the chemistry that Echo brings from to game one. Yeah, I think yesterday or the group stage was a warm-up. Let's see though, their job is not done, but highlights, man, it's just all Echo in the highlights.
Seems like HomeBois are just trying their best to go for a combo play, but the combo play doesn't really work out for them, especially because they can't really get the right targets. This is like very early on. Level 9, definitely not early game, but look at Benny. For the most part, he isn't really focused down, zoned away. So Ryzel right here is left alone. It seems like Echo, it doesn't really matter who they go for first as long as their carries actually survive. And with the sustain, with the miscalculations they can put onto HomeBois, they just kept winning. And Sanford with the solo play right here, maybe making a statement that Nolan is great, but it's not immune, right? There's ways to counter it, and Chibi was just not having a good game at all right here. Bonked again and again. An assassin versus a fighter matchup. It's already difficult, but when your team is falling behind, it just gets even worse.
I mean, if you really think about it, the side of HomeBois have some play in the early game, just the early game though, right? With the Nolan, you can rotate, but this is the good pull and just the coordination, man. The juggles.
What a dive, man. Did you see that? They saw Warlord channeling his ultimate, like, no, not on our watch. This dove straight at him.
And even showing the discipline, right? In towards the very end, Sapat is the only member left standing. They could have very easily said, you know what, let's go for kills first. But they stay focused, they stay objective. Benny Cutie just tap that turret-only button on the phone, and boom, bang, bada, bing, they get game number 1 in 10:55. Wow.
That's insane. No turrets given, by the way, so HomeBois are absolutely shut down. It's almost like the early game will make or break the rest of the game. Look at the item build though. Sanji on the Faramis, snowballing early, getting up to 4 kills earlier before getting taken down once. He knows that, alright, he's ahead right now. Might as well build some damage. Not only going for the utility, going straight for the Lightning Truncheon, no longer needing the Clock of Destiny. I believe he's going for the Nuggets of Durance right here, not the Clock of Destiny, because it's not necessary. Showing again that change, it's technically a hidden buff right here, because you have to wait for the stacks anymore. Build in that Lightning Truncheon, build more damage, just stomp on those early team fights.
Basically, one more free slot for item, right, for the mid lane for the mages. But yes, you can see here just based on the data. If you missed the game and you see this data, it's safe to say that it's a stomp. Rashi mentioned it earlier, no structure was given to the sign of HomeBois. And you can see it, 39K secured. Turtle, irrelevant, but let's see here on the post-game as well.
On the post-game, I think you have to highlight JP with the 14 assists on the Minotaur.
For sure.
Only one taken down once, but his game plan was very, very simple. I protect the back line, it's good. And if you look at his items, he's still also trying to be a bit of a frontliner. I don't know if it's because he's ahead or that's his usual build, but he did not go for the Flask of the Oasis. That's a different build from what we saw earlier. He went straight for all the tankiness items just to ensure that on the off chance he needs to be the one in the front, he is more than happy to do so.
It's almost like we are now seeing another shift in the meta as well. The Minotaur went in MPL Indo and MPL Philippines to a pick that we rarely see, back again to a prio pick now. It's still sitting at 100% win rate, by the way. 4 times it's been picked up. Once earlier in the upper bracket match 1, and now by JP. And even in the group stages, the two games that we did see from the Minotaur was phenomenal. The Minotaur was the game changer. This time around, I don't think the Minotaur was the game changer. More like just a supportive kind of roamer, right? Because it was Sanford really going in, diving on Warlord most of the time.
I think he's a big equation here in how Benecutie was able to do so well. When he's escorted, there's no real way right here for anyone from HomeBois to really get past the Minotaur. Even their assassin, right, doesn't really have like a shadow kill, you know, where he's immune from crowd control. It's the Nolan. It's almost like Echo understood this, and that's why they went for this draft. They know that there's so many ways to really shut this Nolan down, provided that you have the right tools. He is going to be the guy with the highest amount of gold, but the damage is still, the carry is still held by Sanji, man. It's so subtle. The Faramis damage, you don't see it, but he was spamming it so often. It's just so different. Usually we see the Faramis with the Clock of Destiny, and they already usually top the damage charts. Now, with an even earlier spike, I think the numbers are kind of insane.
Again, we touched on pre-match. We touched on how mid laners now is normal for them to get the carry title. It happened here, of course, for Sanjay. And man, what a performance indeed from Echo. It seems like the performance or the way that they play the group stage is, yeah, we want to win, but it's not we want to win. And in this match, we want to win. There's a huge difference. We want to win and we want to win.
So the goal stays the same, but the intensity changes.
Exactly.
I think
intensity.
That can be, I think that's true, right? The intensity for Echo in the group stage compared to the Echo that we are seeing just in game number 1 has been different. Has been very, very different. They went to the more passive style of Echo that we've kind of come accustomed to in MPL Philippines Season 12 to back again to the start of MPL Philippines Season 12 in the regular season. The aggressive Echo Express House of Highlights Echo that me personally am, I love that kind of Echo, right? This has been their style. That's the style that got them all the way to winning a World Championship trophy.
Yep, agree. And this is where HomeBois needs to be very concerned of.
Very.
What do they need here, Rashi? What's the glaring adjustment that they need in the second game?
I think yes, they have to judge the early game fights a bit more, right? I don't really see any approach aside from just doubling down on the early game from HomeBois, right? At this point, it's going to be crazy if we see them suddenly go for a super late game comp. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think they're going to double down. But what's important is to know how the fight is going to play out all the way from the drafting phase. And if it really doesn't work out, I don't think they can force it. I feel like they have shown that they can do that spread approach, right? All across the map. And if they do so, I think they have a better chance against Echo. Even then, I still think there's just so many factors that they cannot make it a guaranteed approach.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, and before we go on towards the second game, we would like to remind you that to register for One Esports here to get the breaking news. It's so easy, and you get a chance to win 4,000 diamonds. Scan the QR code below Arashi, not Hoshi anymore, but yes, Arashi, to stand a chance. Sign up, 4,000 diamonds. Wait,
it's just Arashi now, and it's just One Esports as well. You guys can get it so easily, and hey, while you're doing that, join the One Esports community as well. If you guys are looking for more ways to win an MLBB, especially if you want to win MLBB Diamonds, check out the One Esports community. Why? Why Miracle? Because, listen, the community is not just a random community, it's a community that's a hub where you can find fun activities like quizzes, pick'ems that you guys can do as well. For MPLI, share it with us whether you guys were able to get it correct in the group stage all the way to the knockout so far, and also community tournaments. If you guys want to show your skills, your mechanical prowess, don't just show it in ranked, show it in the One Esports community tournaments.
Exactly. Check it out. Be interactive. Be more involved in that community. And of course, check out this app as well. One Esports app. If you want to seek news, seek more information, this is your one-stop destination for breaking news and of course exclusive interviews with the athletes that is within the MPLI. So again, please check it out. Download. It is very free. It is free now. Only exclusive on the Google Play and Samsung Galaxy stores now. Check it out.
Do as he says, man. He's a very aggressive man.
I am passionate.
Passionate. That's a great word. And I think that shows in the line of Donna as well for MPLI, man. Like Mirko mentioned, the intensity is just different. In group stages, you know, maybe there's a bit of chill, right?
They were great.
No audience as well, but now
They
on.
They were excellent. Again, a very, just again, a brilliant performance, brilliant display. And you can see here, the man on your screen he's a leader.
Coach Tic Tac.
Most definitely.
We saw the mutual respect between the two coaches here, Coach Tic Tac and also the analyst for HomeBois, Antagonist. His name isn't really too friendly, you know, as an antagonist, but we did see that both of them have mutual respect. Antagonist said that Coach Tic Tac is one of the best coaches in MPLI, if not the best coach. And he has a lot of respect to him, and Coach Tic Tac was actually on stage. You can see that he was really happy to hear that. He was also very... Is he hearing us? I don't know if he can hear us.
Was he
now.
blushing?
Blushing? I didn't really see the blush, but maybe deep inside, because he did say, you know what? Thank you so much. Good luck as well to Antagonist. So it's great to see that these two regions, even though right now they're on the brink of knocking HomeBois down to the lower brackets, they still have that sportsmanship, the competitive integrity.
I feel like it's very poetic that Coach Tic Tac is the one bringing in this refreshing style.
Very refreshing, but here's the fun
foretold.
fact. Here's an unnecessary fun fact.
Very minty style.
Minty style.
It's a bit on the nose, Mirko, but yes. Fun fact, Goni.
Fun fact, you can't spell antagonist without Goni. But yes, let's jump into the drafting phase to see the draft for game 2.
You can't spell antagonist without Goni.
You're not wrong, but...
You're not... Well, technically, Goni is spelled with an E in the end. So
antagonist.
If it's just Goni,
He's French.
right? Like no E, then I can see that.
You know what? Off context, but I was thinking about changing my stage name. To just Gone.
Just gone.
He's gone.
Well, then you can actually make that joke. You can't spell antagonist without gone.
Wow.
I'll give you that one.
But once you change shifts, we're like, oh, Goni's gone. He's gone. Going back to the drafting phase though, let's see the adjustments right here. For HomeBois, Matilda, Valentina, no phobias this time. They are sick of that Fredrin. When it comes to a messy fight, a long drawn out fight, the crowd control, the damage, and the regeneration, the guy that's best at doing it all is going to be the Fredrin. It gets taken away, but the fairness is still very much prioritized by Coach Tic Tac.
Okay, let's see the response here, right, Echo? They will definitely give the Faramis a go again. It's just, man, the hero, being the carry in that game also was just so insane. Now, HomeBois here, will they steal a hero or two from Echo's book?
Let's see if HomeBois want to actually try to adapt or maybe stick to the game plan that they had earlier. It's still going to be the Bruno, and they'll lock in the Paksha as well early on for Mr. Chibi in the jungle.
This is dangerous, right? Because sure, HomeBois have the last pick, but the carry can be picked up again here from Echo. Do you think it's too early to pick up a carry? But no, they will secure a Kai. Hello, Panda.
The spirit blooms.
And with that, the Benedetta that was just so damaging, the MVP of game number 1. probably in the hands of Sanford yet again. The backshot though does, save a bit of trouble dealing with the healing, dealing with the Netherrealm. And with a Lilia that has been used as a counter right here, the spammable dark energies to try and destroy the people coming together for that Netherrealm protection. But against the heavy spin, it might be a bit difficult. We'll have to see how they round the composition out as the Diggy gets banned away by Echo.
I really like the adjustment that HomeBois made here with the Lilia pick. Now, earlier compared to last game where it was banned out in the second phase. Shout out to LaFell, got this information from him, but HomeBois, they really love playing in the river. I mean, for LaFell even gave me like a nickname, kind of a, I don't know what it's called, but for LaFell, he calls HomeBois the king of the river. Because that's how they win their games. They control the river. It's the RC. Not the NC, not the neutral objective control, but the river control. The fact that they are able to set up so early gets them such a big advantage. And how do you set up early? You gotta get mid control. You need to win in this mid lane matchup, and the Lilia definitely facilitates that a bit better compared to the pick they went in game number 1.
However, here, I see what you mean, but however, I really like the two picks, Akai and Benedetta. Why? With Benedetta, it forces you back. But with the Akai, it somehow forces you to bring a Purify with the Lilia and the Bruno. So now, they're asking a big question. Hey, Lilia, Bruno, which spell are you going for? Either way, I have the answer.
Whoa, what?
To just, if you bring a Purify, my Benedetta will definitely shred you. If you bring a Flicker, my Heavy Spin will be that effective.
It's a signature pick for Zorn. It's the Cho coming down, but against an Akai and a Faramis, man.
That's tough.
And even a Benedetta, a built-in eye for an eye anti-CC that can actually counter the Cho. Seems like the only route for HomeBois right now is comfort. They want to get everyone on their team comfort picks. And funnily enough, that's also the adaptation made by Echo after the loss against Bigatron Alpha. They're never forcing random picks that they're not good at anymore. Now they're going to go for full comfort, and that's the Ixia for Benny Cutie against the Cho. Quite risky, but with this cover, it makes sense.
Exactly, the tough game for Cho. Even if it goes, exactly, the Faramis almost always goes for the Purify as well. So really the targets are very limited, and with the Akai in place, there's just so many ways for them to really punish the Cho aggression. I was thinking that the only way that HomeBois can try and get value is by punishing the Purifies, and I guess the Lapu Lapu has that damage that can't really be dealt with a Purify. Let's see if it plays out though. He's up against a tough matchup, and later on a tough composition to try and make maneuvers in against an Akai and a Ruby. That's a lot of spammable crowd control.
A very understandable pick as well, right? Lapu Lapu has that immunity in his kit that can be utilized entering the back lines, but I am not convinced that it will be enough because this Cho is not a Cho game. Prove me wrong, Zorn, prove me wrong, but you need to deal with Ruby and his skills. You need to deal with Faramis and the Netherrealm that can miscalculate you. So, let's see.
And to add on to that, right, you pick a Cho against a team that went for Cho as their M4 skin. Shout out to Yaoi. If he's watching this, the Zorn is trying to make a statement with this pick.
All right, let's see how this plays out, man. The early game, as always, is critical, but we're jumping straight into it. Gani.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Echo, match point. One more game in advancing to the next stage of the upper brackets. The only Malaysian rep. What will they bring to the table?
Knowing Zorn, I thought he would bring the Echo skin to the table. Honestly, I personally wanted to see it, right? It would be pretty funny using the Echo Cho skin against Echo. But here, so far, he went for the KOF skin. It's a very good skin.
It is, right? Here, nothing too fancy rotation-wise. And it seems like they will just play this out slow. No, Zorn stepped into the gas and he's quite low.
Oh, he missed time to Chun Poo and now gets punished a bit for it. JP about to hit level 2. Gets a good stun hit and Zorn might be forced to recall as early as the first minute of the game.
Pressure in the early game is definitely still favoring Echo right here. And that's dangerous because Chibi on the box here, he's strong, but he will still require backup if he wants to invade, if he wants to really shut down the opposing side's jungler. And it's not an assassin this time, it is an Akai. Take a look at the items. Wilderness Blessing for both Warlord and Zorn, wanting to roam around. But everyone else goes for the firmness, goes for the Festival of Blood. Just trying to get some more tankiness right here. And Ryzel going all in, of course, on the damage. We'll see if he can actually do his very signature, just aggressive all-in playstyle.
Very aggressive, and also do note that Echo here in their composition, a lot of enablers, a lot of engagers that they can utilize. You can use Sanford and the Petrify. Easy as well, both Easy now caught now.
Some good poke. It actually forces out a heavy spin, and this will give HomeBois a significant advantage coming into the first turtle. Carlteasy still wants to fight for it, though. Zorn already positioning himself over as a shield unity to try to knock Carlteasy out, and he do actually do it well. Carlteasy zoned away as a turtle secured by Chibi as another realm comes down from Sanji defensively. Sanford taking low, still able to dash one more time into the back. The Shadow Stampede brings Chibi and Sapat back to JP, but there's no follow-up damage. Meanwhile, Sapat finds Sanford in the bush. Barely. Sanford still gets out. Wow.
No casualty from the fight, though the Newts will be secured by HomeBois. And Echo now, they need some compensation here. They need more cross-map plays perhaps, but Zorn is there already with the recalls as well. Again, Echo here, they have a lot of engaged, so let's see here. They have JP, they have Sanford, though with no Petrify, he will definitely tone his game down a bit.
HomeBois trying to get a bit more aggression, especially in the river, according with their name, with their reputation. They're nicking from Lapel, but now 1v1 won't amount to much. But HomeBois is definitely working against the clock. They don't want to deal with a late game Faramis and a late game Ixia.
As a dash, they know Sapat has already used the Bravest Spider. A bit of a miscommunication there, but Zorn gets a good way the dragon. Sanji pops that Purifier instantly. Zorn with a little cheeky little emo there. Pops it in.
And it's an all-even game there again. Going HomeBois, JP looking for an angle perhaps, but is Echo, what is their play here? Do they have enough firepower in the early game to really contest a 5v5 rush? Or 4v4?
They like a bit of damage. They gotta get Sanji some resources first. He needs some items, because unlike previously, right, the Akai has some damage, but it's not nearly as effective or as meta as the Fredrin. So without that, and without extra damage from the Roamer as well, the Ruby has spammable skills, but not a lot of damage. I think if they want to go into a fight too early, it might be damaging for them instead, because by default, Warlord has so much more spammable damage. It will swing the tides in their favor.
Okay, 4 minutes in now, and the turtle has spawned. Baksha and Kai, they're already in the vicinity, but HomeBois now looking for a perhaps a setup here.
Carlteasy getting stunned up, bring the spider used up. Carlteasy down to half HP. GB doing some damage as well. Sanford trying to look for Warlord in the back, but Zorn is still trying to cover for him. That's an eye for an eye used up, and Warlord falls to Sanford. What an assassin in the back, but now we'll get traded back in as HomeBois secure the second turtle of the game. Echo, we're zoned away from the Newt.
1,000 gold already here. Established for HomeBois, and Echo, they're actually behind. HomeBois, they need to keep this proactive plays, and if you take a look at top side, actually, yeah, Benny here on this Ixia will not be able to play as aggressive as Ryzel.
Zorn goes in, a good stop by Benny there with a second skill as JP rotates over. Looking for that I'm offended, finds it. Zorn taken low, still able to evade for now with a full barrage. Goes in with a flicker as well. What? Good play by Benny Cutie to get a trade off of that turret.
You have the flicker, I have the flicker, and Zorn there miscalculates the sequence. And let's check the items here. Nothing too fancy, but of course here, Benedetta here, Fury Hammer in his hand.
JP with the Don't Run Wolf King, now Sanford with the final blow to the back, finds Warlord again. And now Sapat even getting brought back to the team, but it's only just a kill. One trade in for Echo with Sanford holding 2.
Man, HomeBois, maybe they regret not banning the Benedetta out, but then again, Echo picked it up in the first phase, so a very smart pick there from Echo to secure it first, and you can see the impact that Sanford brings to the table.
think we expect nothing less from Sanford himself. But now with the Cho, they're spending so much time trying to take him out. There's a lot of attention taken away, but now Soren. Ooh, dodges from it.
Misses both the Chun-Poo there, but is able to find a way. The Dragon connects over to the back line. JP was stunned up, still able to run away for now, but Razel is just chasing him down. Carl Teasy forced to pop the heavy spin, and even the Nether Realm from Sanji. And look at the timing of these ultimates being burnt out. HomeBois have timed it for the neutral objective. This time the third turtle of the game, and Chibi has found all of the turtles so far. The third one should be going to HomeBois for free. Paltizi has no heavy spin, and in the mid lane as well, they don't even have that mid pressure to control it. HomeBois complete 180 in game number 2.
That was a perfect example of how you want to re-engage Echo, right? Zorn here again, being a constant nuisance.
Annoying.
And yeah, very annoying, and a purple buff invasion.
Paltizi was still able to find it with that retribution as HomeBois are forced back away from the jungle, but Chibi still wants to stay. Shield Unity threatening a dive, but with no minion wave in the mid lane, they'll have to opt out of that position.
Man, Echo now just struggling because of the pressure that Soren is exerting. He's always trying to make plays happen on the opposite side of what his team is contesting, using the Cho as a bit more of a nuisance, right? Recalls, Chun-Pos, but he has shields, he has mobility, and you can't really catch up to him. This is what he's abusing right now to waste the time of Echo, and as a result, you're seeing that every time there's a neutral objective, the setup just ain't as clean.
That's a Bravest Spider, two-man stun by Sepot. Amazing setup, and Zorn gets a good way. The Dragon on the JP, that's an I'm offended, not connecting. And Sanford now does a magic damage, a lot of damage onto the back, but is not able to find most of it. It's still Sepot running away now. Zorn getting out with Warlord with the black shoes. Betty gets a massive full barrage, but HomeBois just walk out of it.
Oh, 3 men taken out, and
Hold up.
HomeBois, they might look for more here, a little bit greedy, but they will disengage. A very good setup there, started by none other than Sepot and Zorn.
I think the ultimate was cancelled right there. It seemed so perfect. He was going to pick up the kill on Zorn, make it a bit more costly for HomeBois. I think he got stopped by like a spell just thrown out before the retreat. Look at the gold difference right here. It's the gold lane where the attention has been put. See a 2k gold lead for Ryzel. He's definitely having a lot more impact right here. But Benny, despite being having 2 kills, still behind, but still having a very real impact. If this goes on in the late game, there's no real way for HomeBois to really shut him down just yet. He's been able to get this full charge, full barrage again and again.
HomeBois, they are controlling this game, the second game of the series, ladies and gentlemen, and they want more.
Don't run Wolf King. Carl Teasy now bringing Sepot all the way back, but he finds the Bravest Spider. Not in time, it's cancelled out. Now he can go for it again. Jumps into the back, Nether Realm to defend. Meanwhile, the Boxia was able to steal away, or secure the Lord rather. Now it's going to be the full barrage onto HomeBois.
Oh my god.
But they just soak it in. Zorn is recalling in the face of a full barrage. Now Sepot is caught in the door on Wolf King. Another Shadow Stampede. HomeBois, my goodness. Win in the battle of attrition in a long, drawn-out team fight. HomeBois got the Lord and the kill.
HomeBois utilizing their third pick to its utmost potential. That Lilia again comes into clutch, and with this Lord, with Echo now just barely regrouping, HomeBois can definitely get more structure.
Man, I think they require a bit more damage right here. I don't think the goal difference is that big, but they can't really out-damage HomeBois at all. But you're seeing that Benny Cutie got a full channel and didn't take a single person down. And in fact, HomeBois is just ignoring it, just standing inside the full barrage. That's not a good sign. Even if you can survive with the Nether Realm, if you can't take down the members of HomeBois, it will be for nothing. They're still holding on right now, but they're going to lose a bunch of turrets in the process.
See here, all 10 spells on the board for both teams. Full offense power and also full defense power here with an additional Lord for HomeBois. Let's see.
Sanji jumps in, brings Zorn back, but he's able to just jump out with the GP go. HomeBois with the Cho pick that we touted there against an Akai, against so much disengage and pick. He's able to make it work, shows you that comfort gets you a whole of a long way.
On the other side, man, I think Carl Teasy on the Akai, not bad, but it's not the same kind of impact. He loses his orange buff right here. This is the problem. It's supposed to actually facilitate the neutral objective take. But Echo, it's almost like they want to try and contest, but they don't want to steal it away. They want to win the fight as well. And if that's the idea, then you can't go for the Akai, man. It doesn't function the same way.
I said Zorn will have a tough time in this game, but man, this guy has proved me wrong. And I want more. Please prove me wrong again by sending this game to a third game. Let's see here. HomeBois already a very healthy lead again, 8,000 gold. They are just screening, waiting. Potentially in 35 seconds, then they will be more proactive in the Lord. Echo looking for plays, but it seems like the bottom side. Okay, they will not tease it out.
They're just trying to slow the game tempo down way down. Because HomeBois have the lead, they're going to look to play it very slow, freezing up the waves to try to deny any kinds of farming from the side of Echo, especially Benny Cutie and Stanford, the two pillars to get them out of a sticky situation in these team fights.
And the issue right here in the team fights is the fact that HomeBois will send one guy, usually Chibi or Sapat or Zorn, and then once he's low, he comes back, and there's no way for Echo to make sure he stays and gets taken out, and they don't have enough damage to melt a single person down, like the carry. Now Stanford tries his best to find some vision, but HomeBois, they have full control here.
Carl Teasy with a headbutt. Warlord gonna be taking low, forced to pop in the black shoes. Meanwhile, Sapat zones in the back. Zorn looking for the play now, pops in away. The Dragon gets Sanji, and Warlord's right there to follow it up. Sanji still able to maneuver around. Rizal picks up the Lord right now as Sanji falls in the back, has the passive to get back up in 5 seconds. But Carl Teasy will be taken down as well, and now HomeBois are going for the base turrets.
Great positioning by Zorn, great timing as well as they look and move onwards.
Electro final blow, Chibi brought back way into the base turrets of Echo. Takes him down at HP bar to half HP, but he's still able to maneuver out with the Puissance.
Unfortunately, the Ammo Bandit wasn't available for JP. It could have been a great pickoff, but let's take a look at the player's gold. Rizal just all the way up there. And second is Warlord. It's facilitating the clear again and again. Benny isn't too far behind, but in the gold lane matchup, dude, what is this, like a 3K gold lead, more or less? That is massive.
It's massive, and this potentially might be the final push here. HomeBois, can they close the gap?
Oh my god, whoa! Sanji just disappeared! The one-shot damage coming from Rizal, but the combo in the back as well. It's gonna be Rizal pops the Wind of Nature to equalize in game number 2, bringing the series all the way to 3 games.
Woo. HomeBois, they were able to rise above their opponent, and that is Echo in this match, and force this series on towards a game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole Malaysia stand up. And my goodness, this is going to be the first game 3 in the playoffs.
For sure. We expected more matches to go, all 3 games. Our first match of the day, RSGPH and AP BREN as well, but we have been given other outcomes. A 2-0 start, but nonetheless, it's 1-1 now. We'll get to see, back in a best-of-1, Arashi Gani, who has the mentality to take all 3 of the games here.
Best-of-1 where it's a speed race. Let's see who come out on top as the Speed Lord. But for now, we're gonna talk a bit about the game right here, because there's a lot of things happening right there. Echo looked so different. And I can't help but feel like the Ixia pick, I don't really see why it was so important. They didn't require that kind of AoE, that kind of big team fight. The lane, maybe they wanted a strong laner against a Bruno, but he wasn't facilitated to try and snowball there as well. I felt like in those fights, if Benny Cutie was on the carry, they would have done better instead.
Yeah, I think they were low-key, they miscalculated the damage here, right? Warlord, again, a very great pick there. Lilia, 3rd pick, and the response, unfortunately, didn't really fit the system for Side of Echo. The Akai and the Ixia. The Akai was practically a non-factor in that game. The heavy spins were popped prematurely, forced by HomeBois as well, which, of course, will not be able to contest the neutral objectives in that early game. And the Ixia was also underwhelming in that game.
I'd say for me personally, it has to be the Ruby pick that just
also
really
Ruby.
we didn't really see the impact of the Ruby pick earlier in that game, right? Honestly, I can understand. There's going to be a lot of short-range heroes that can be targeted down by the Ruby. A lot of moments could happen for the Ruby, but it just simply did not that game, right? Maybe it's just because the Ruby got poked down a bit too much by the Lilia. The Lilia was a bit too much of a problem for them that they can definitely look to adapt to again. Remember, in game number 1, Echo respected that Lilia and that mid-control to give HomeBois a hard time in the river. Remember, they're known as the king of the river in Malaysia. And I think in this game, that's what they showed. They controlled the river. In every single neutral objective battle, getting there first means that you have better setup.
A very well-deserved MVP as well here. Arashi Mirko 402 for Rizel, the Indo import here. Malefic Roar, Wood of Nature, Berserker, Hasclaws, and DHS. Full item Bruno. Add position, add cover. And that is just such an impactful marksman.
I mean, we were saying that with so many frontliners, so much crowd control thrown around, whoever comes out on top in the gold, I believe we said this, whoever comes out on top in the gold lane decides the outcome of the team fights. And I think that is exactly what's going on. In game number 1, Rizel was the one shut down. Benny was just shredding everyone out of it. But in game number 2, it's the opposite, right? They can stand in the full duration of the full barrage. And even Sorn has time to recall, showing his dominance. And Rizel is the one just knocking everyone out. I feel like Echo also, like I said, were a bit split on whether or not they wanted to go and commit for the objective or for the fight. And Sorn was just taking away so much time that the farming patterns of the members of Echo just weren't as smooth as game number 1.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Unfortunately for the side of Echo, and I can see the theme of game 1 and 2. It's just coordinations, reinforcements, right? Game 1, Echo, they were moving like a pod, and in this game, it was actually HomeBois' side who has the setup, who has the information, always in check and always on point, which, again, it manages to dismantle the rotations from the side of Echo. Now, let's see the highlights here to see that again and reminisce what happened in game 2.
So that was one of the bigger plays there, the flicker in the middle of the full barrage. But again, it's only for Sorn. Afterwards, look at this. They're diving turrets right here, guys, but there's no one was, dangerously low. Chibi, of course, went all in right here. But considering how they were diving that, how messy they went in there, they should really get punished more. But look at this. Sapat, Chibi, they're just moving up with like 200 HP, and they're not concerned at all of being taken away. On the other side, look at Carl Tizzy taking a few hits from Rizel, just gets completely destroyed. And in the late game, if you want to play a messy team fight, Lilia and Bruno, that's a deadly combination. The Worldy and the Angry Brooms just completely destroyed. And even in the crowd control department, now that HomeBois have more to play around with, that last fight, Sanji did not get to use the Netherrealm. That's how crazy, how aggressive, how unexpected they can be. And you're seeing Echo just falter with all that pressure mounted onto them.
The Malaysian rep here in this series will not go down without a fight. And boy, are we in for a treat. It's 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed it, it was Echo getting the first point, but in the second game, it was actually HomeBois who manages to find the equalizer. Now let's focus down on the item builds here and let's dive in what they build, what happened as well in that second game. Rizel, we saw a glimpse of his itemization already, full builds. Let's see to compare what Echo or Benny has in his arsenal. Also full items, almost.
Oh, well, 2 items down technically from a full inventory slot for Benny Cutie. Not enough, especially in that late game. And when you're an Ixia, I mean, Mirko can shed some more light on the gold lane matchup after this, but it just feels like in a full-on long-duration fight, maybe in a short burst, the full barrage is fancy. You have a lot more crowd control to output as well. But in a full-on just fist fight, a slugfest, I think the Bruno just comes out on top. His skills technically have no cooldown, right? You can pick up the balls again and again, and they're just deadly the longer the game goes. Warlord as well went with the Divine Glaive immediately, and still going for the Necklace of Durance. I think it's a bit of a requirement here going up against a composition like this. And for Sanford, I think we had a lot more hopes of him actually having more impact in the game, but shows again that it's not about, oh, Sanford carried game number 1. It's a team effort. And when one member falters, everyone else feels that impact.
You can see both even Sanji as well not having a fun game, even though those two members are given the same hero, right? And again, it's shown on the structures. There are 0 structures for Echo, 0 neutral objectives from the Turtle, from the Lord as well for their side.
I think in both game number 1 and game number 2, the main similarity is it's dominant, right? Game number 1 was a dominant showing, a statement from Echo, 10 minutes. And then game number 2, HomeBois claps back with another dominant win, though not as short of a duration compared to game number 1, but arguably even more dominant. Didn't give a single neutral objective, a single turret, not even a hit to the turret. Heck, we're talking about turrets, it's 0 damage to turrets here. So it basically shows you that into game number 3, it's back to not just score-wise equal, but even mentally, both of these teams have to reset, have to get back to that form. Echo need to channel in that game 1 Echo, and for HomeBois, stay with this game 2 HomeBois.
I feel like Echo also needs to be a bit more respectful of HomeBois as a team fight prowess here, because the Lilia, right, slipped past the banning phase, and look at that, 100% teamfight participation, and I dare say...
That's why he's the warlord. He likes just going to war. He's
just
a lord
in it, bro.
with 2 Ds.
I feel like Ryzel, of course, did a lot of damage, but in the middle of a big chaotic fight in the jungle to boot, in the middle of all these choke points, you already know that Warlord is the one doing insane amounts of damage, and that needs to be respected here if Echo still wants to go with this Faramis group together, huddled together teamfight playstyle.
Oh man, what a series indeed. Both teams not wanting to go to the lower brackets. Both teams, they want to stay in the upper brackets. Remember, the only Malaysian rep in HomeBois, of course, they have the drive, they have the motivation, they have the whole country supporting them. But before we move and witness game 3, let's take it to the host. Rose, Clara, what's going on?
Thank you very much to our wonderful casters. Hello everybody, my name is Rose.
And di sini tentu Bude Clara Mongstar, tapi kita nggak cuma berdua aja karena lihat siapa di tengah-tengah kita, ada dari Dewa United. Happy banget di sini, Wat, kamu bisa datang ke babak playoff. Ada apa gerangan nih? Ingin balas dendam?
Balas dendam sih.
Wow, gimana caranya?
Main di GH tapi.
Okay, wants to get a very revenge but playing in gaming house.
Gaming
You
house.
cannot play
All
here.
right, so what? You came to support which team?
HomeBois.
Wait, why HomeBois? Sorry.
Apa karena serumpun atau
Malaysia
karena
rep.
ada apa nih?
Ya karena bahasa Pontianak mirip kayak Malay. Karena ada Ryzel juga, ada Warlord.
Because of the friendship of the players and also the languages is almost the same between Indonesian and also Malaysian.
I see. Okay, since you came to support HomeBois, right? And I know that you are a veteran player as well. You've been playing since season 1. I want to ask you, from the side of Malaysia, we also have a veteran player in HomeBois, which is Zorn. He's been playing since season 1 until season 13 and he just became champion. Do you think that his performance is still good, or what do you have to say about Zorn?
Ya kalau aku lihat sih Zorn tetap dengan performa biasanya sih ya. Ya kalau dilihat dari pas dia juara juga udah masuk top perform dia sih.
You see that Zorn is on the top perform, like he play as usual and he's great. It's like that. Tapi one Malaysian teams, one Indonesian teams, what's wrong? Ada apa ini? Kenapa tim Indonesia cuma satu, Wat? Tuan rumah ini.
Nggak tahu ya, mungkin pada coba-coba roster kali ya. Kayak RRQ kan coba-coba roster, kayak Esports juga nggak tahu sih ya, yang lain. Kalau dari tim kita
Dewa?
pribadi ya.
Dewa kenapa?
Dewa kan mainin apa ya? Main Magic Chess kayaknya.
Malah main-main yang lain ya. Oh, jadi kurang nih ya untuk kalian sendiri. Gimana sih ngelihat sekarang, you say that maybe the Indonesian team is not prepared yet because they try to change the roster and then for the team, they play Magic Chess.
Yeah, I understood that. Okay, what? I want to ask you, since right now you came to watch MPLI, right? Who do you think will be the champion?
Maybe AP BREN.
AP BREN, top contender.
Gak tahu, lihat aja ntar.
Lihat aja ntar ya. Dari AP BREN, gimana? Oh, what's maybe you can share, kamu bisa nge-share sesuatu gak sih? Gimana mungkin di group stage ini kamu melalui perjalanan yang panjang juga dan melihat tim-tim dari berbagai region jadi satu di MPLI?
Ya kalau bisa semua negara sih.
Oh, malah, he needs more countries. Tapi bagaimana ngelihat semua tim-tim yang bertanding di MPLI?
Ya pasti ada punya gameplay masing-masing, jadi ya seru sih ngeliat.
So exciting because their gameplay is so different with each other.
Yes, I agree. Okay, one final question. If you can pick your grand finalist, you already said AP BREN. Who is the other opponent of AP BREN in your grand final?
I think AP BREN and HomeBois.
HomeBois and AP BREN? Wow, so our HomeBois gonna stay in the upper bracket? Mereka bakal stay nih di sini? Stay upper bracket?
Harusnya.
Harusnya. Dia ngelihat HomeBois punya kesempatan yang besar. Bros, you're so happy, right?
Very happy. AP BREN and HomeBois, both are my teams.
Ya, tapi kita akan mendengar juga lebih banyak dari Awad, bukan di sini, namun di fan meet-nya Awad. Kalian mau tanya-tanya tentang apapun itu bisa, gimana jadi god laner, gimana jadi pro player yang seperti dia, atau ingin hanya bertegur sapa dan berfoto-foto ria, temui Awad di MPLI. That's right, Awad, betul?
Gak usah ketemu sih, udah tua soalnya.
Harus ketemu, justru ngeliat langsung Awad Super Supriyadi seperti apa. So thank you, izinkan semuanya bertemu denganmu, and I think we have to continue this battle, bros.
Yes, I agree. I think we should get onto the third game in our best of 3 series to find out who will be dropping to the lower bracket and who will be meeting AP BREN tomorrow. So I think the casters are now ready. So casters, take it away.
An entertaining interview with Watt. Thank you so much, Budi Clara and Rose, for that interview. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the caster's desk here to witness Game 3. What's going on? Echo 1-0 HB, and that is HomeBois equalizing in the second game. And we are about to see HomeBois and Echo going all out to stay in the upper brackets. Any expectations here from the drafts, execution? I want to hear first from Mr. Mirko. What do you think?
I think I'm looking at the Echo supporters in the building. I'm seeing more of Echo supporters compared to HomeBois supporter. Heck, I personally know the #1 Echo fan in the world, Donnie.
IT Dubs?
What? In the world. You guys know who it is? Who? He's a restreamer. He's also a caster.
Okay.
Every time I watch his stream, he's always wearing the Echo varsity. Whether it's even for the AP BREN versus RSGPH match earlier, he was wearing the Echo varsity.
Give him or her a shout out.
He comes from NA. His main color is purple because he always wears that varsity. He's a dinosaur.
Oh.
T-Rex. We
Roar.
call him Mr. Trex.
Mr. Tarek,
Or,
shout out.
what's his name? Do you remember the name that we called him in M4? Oh my god. What name?
Colin?
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 What? Who's
Wait a
Colin?
minute. Just throwing out random guys around the phone book.
Mr. Wagner.
Mr. Wagner. Yes.
All right.
Shout out. But Arashi, now moving on to you. Well, what do you have to say about the third game here in the best of 1?
Well, the same way HomeBois were able to actually win by technically getting a bit more damage in, right? And in Game 2, they have more damage in the mid game. They also have more damage technically in the jungle as well, with the Baxia having a spammable amount of skills damaging I feel like Echo will do the exact same thing. Okay, earlier we were fighting our butts off and we're still unable to actually even get 1 or 2 members every team fight. We need more. And I think they're gonna get more. The question is, how can they weave the composition to accommodate it? Because earlier, I think a big factor is the lack of the Fredrin. The Fredrin is tanky, but it also does damage. Part of why Warlord was having such a hard time dealing damage is because Fredrin kept jumping on him, and he couldn't do anything when that happens. So they need something with damage. If they can't get it, I don't think they'll go for the Akai. If they can't get the Fredrin, they go for something that can be just that much more damaging.
This is some tweaks here, right? Needed here in the draft as well to have a better execution. But we can see here already, yeah, you're right, Miracle. A lot of Echo fans in the building. No Sheffin though, no CITB.
He's a Geek Fam fan.
He is a Geek Fam fan. And with that, I also want to mention that, I forgot what I was, okay. Echo, HomeBois, Mirko earlier mentioned before the break that, yeah, the team is one team always dominating the game and winning. Expect
a close one.
Teams. Yeah, exactly. Expect a close one in the third game here because both teams will bring their A++ game, if not their S game, in this series, in this game. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will jump straight into the draft and see and witness who will stay in the upper brackets and who will go down to the lower brackets.
That's the pattern, folks. Usually when game 1 is dominant to Team A, game 2 dominant to Team B, we get a very close 50-minute game number 3. Hopefully we get something close to that. It doesn't really have to be 50 minutes as long as it's action-packed. We know both these teams like to play it fast. And Echo decide, you know what? We've had enough of your Bruno Rizel. We'll pick it up from Mr. Benny QD.
Well, I think it's a bit too idealistic almost to hope for an action-packed game with both these teams and also a 15-minute game. I think you gotta pick one, either or. We'll see what approach they go for with, because now for Echo, they do have the Bruno. And in game 1, they didn't have it, but they supplemented it with a carry. Now it's a bit switched. They take the Bruno, but then they lose the Faramis, and now
GB pick.
They lose the Martis.
Single worthy foe.
Remember what he did on the Martis in the group stages? I believe that was against Geek Fam, or was it against Blacklist? The Martis, Maniac, yeah. I forgot who it was up against, but it was in the group stages.
Okay.
And now it seems like they're going back all the way to Comfort and Echo. They'll say, you know what? If you want to play the Martis, we'll keep our distance with the Novaria. We do not want to get close, especially now with an Akai. We'll stick to just shoving you back.
And a disengage tool, perhaps a pin down tool as well. Echo, though, you're right. They have range here with the Novaria.
Look at that smirk.
Bruno and Rizel, man. The Indo is confident here, it seems like, from his face. Relax as well. Let's see here. What will HomeBois close out before we enter the second phase?
A bit concerned about the Akai pick, honestly. Against the Martis in particular, it's not exactly as effective. Not with the Cho as well.
In the world.
I feel like Echo are going to be strung along by Soren yet again, unless they find a way to punish him, some strong crowd control to really punish him, or find ways to just ignore him and force him to come to them instead. It's almost like a split-pushing roamer, the way Soren has been playing this Cho.
Oh, you're right. Now that you mention it, now HomeBois, what will they go for here in the second phase here? What are they going to try to limit? Is it the question here of roamer potentially here? Because again, Echo, it seems like JP struggled in that second game with the Ruby. Maybe HomeBois will try to force JP on that Ruby again. And there you go, the Minotaur fan comes through. The hero that was a constant nuisance in the first game. And Echo will respond with a hero that is very, very popular as well in the ranked games and also competitively, and that is the 1-1.
The Eden's available if they want a roamer. They can stave off aggression, stay in the front, tank damage, be multifunctional. Although HomeBois, they can ban it away, and if they do, I wonder what the idea is for Echo. It's still the same idea. Do they need more crowd control, more sustain, or more aggression to try and get HomeBois before HomeBois gets them?
Okay, that's a huge question, right? But I
Garage
mean,
is my
composition-wise,
crafty
HomeBois, they really are short-ranged comp. They have a short range comp, right? Martis, Feramis,
It's
even
my
the
way
Cho.
or the highway.
So
Team
it's a very, very opposite on the Echo side, who has a Bruno and Ovaria, and Echo understands that, and they ban the Ixia that has range as well with the full barrage. And let's see here, HomeBois, what hero will they pick to balance out that short range composition, or will they go all in to really close the gap? Pick up like the Yuzong here can be an answer toward the back line.
That's right. Going for something like a Yuzong to dive deep into the back line would be a solid choice to go for here for HomeBois. Or they can actually just look to disrupt the front to back. A hero that can do that, Arlet. Instantly with a final slash, you disrupt the entire composition. If you're clumping up against or together a lot of the team, Arlet has been an option to go for, but this is a new option that we have seen actually only once
yesterday.
against also a Bruno. I forgot who it was up against, but it was also a Clint pick that was utilized. I don't believe it was HomeBois who used it. Rizel making his Clint debut. It's Sheriff Rizel in town.
Howdy, partner.
It's high noon. Time
No,
for a
it's
duel in the gold
5:26.
lane right here. And okay, Mirko. The Clint will be great in the early game. I think it soaks out a bit in the mid game, but in the late game, it's gonna be a bit more difficult. But yes, the Yuzong and the Arlet, man.
It hurt us.
They're trying to make a mess out of the whole back line.
They know what their backliners are weak against, and they pick it up.
That's such a good way to
They
round a
nine.
draft for Echo, man. They need a frontliner, they need an initiator. Hey, you know what's super good? A Yuzong and an Arlet, the two picks that actually can also
dismantle their formation.
Dismantle our formation, give us a whole lot of problems. And that's why I was thinking, I like the Clint, but why pick it up now when there's so many other contestable picks? Now what is left? In the XP, a Benedetta, a Lapu Lapu. I mean, it's a comfort pick for Sapat, but man, the Yuzong and the Arlet look scary. And it's not a random Yuzong, it's Mr. 40.
40
on the Yuzong.
Let's see. I mean, I doubted Zorn's hero, Cho, and also HomeBois' composition in the second game, but they proved me wrong. CITB. Shout out Chef and yes, Chef. What's it?
Wrong guy.
Yes, Arashi. Looking at the compositions, I gotta ask you here. This time, it's a best of one. Who do you got?
I like Echoes, honestly, because I've always been very vocal about the lack of damage since game 1 and 2. I think the damage is important. They have an abundance of it this time. So now, even if Sorn is on the Cho, he has to be a lot more careful. There's a lot more damage, and there's a chance that when he's out, he thinks he's home free. Astral Sphere hits him right in the back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn. It's a best of one. Full series, 1-1 now. Echo and HomeBois, who will stay in the upper and who will go down to the lower brackets. Echo, HomeBois, spam in the chat as well. Who do you think? Who do you support between these two teams?
Go and support your team. Hashtag HP win or hashtag Echo win. Early on, Zorn and JP both doing the best they can at annoying the enemy junglers. But looking at, again, the drafts here for Echo. Still, man, that Yuzong and Arlet pick.
Yeah.
JP, all right, will be utilizing the Arlet as a roamer up against Zorn on this show.
The two heroes that we mentioned on the draft as well. And then HomeBois now.
Whoa, a flicker out. JP not going to be able to flicker out of that one. The Mortal Coil here used up by Chibi. One last hit, but JP gets out just almost. One last skill one from Chibi. Just to scissor and take him down. Carl Teasy with a good retreat to secure it. Zorn might follow next. Carl Teasy just a short way away from level 4, but he doesn't even need it. Just headbutt Zorn to another dimension.
Whacks him into oblivion.
Boink.
And this is the problem though for Echo. If Chibi gets snowballing on this Martis, then it's a whole different story. Now they have damage, but they can't really take on the Martis before the Martis takes them out. So they have to be very careful overextending here, lest they give Chibi that snowball that he so desperately requires to carry his team. Look at that. Dude, violence.
It almost seems like Chibi has already a Hunter Strike built in his kit earlier. But yes, we expect an action-packed game, and we already got it, right? 2 minutes almost. It's very action-packed. You can see here, it's 1-1. Both teams just looking for more skirmishes here. Not even in the turtle vicinity just yet.
Not yet, but Chibi's already looking towards kills. He knows on the Martis up against the Akai, it's going to be a tough job for him to go for the neutral objective, but 40 pops into Black Dragon form. Zorn jumps in forward, trying to buy some time right now. Sabat jumps in with the Raven Spider, and that's going to be a retry win from Chibi with a Mortal Coil. Carl Teasy as well, unable to find a pin down. Zorn gets out with 1 HP. And now it's Echo who are looking for scraps, looking for a kill, but it might be JP who falls here, and that's going to be the Decimate. GB gets out with 1 HP. It's another Stampede to bring Sanford back, but it's only just a disengaged tool for HomeBois in the 2nd minute of the game.
Scrappy fights and scrappy wins and L's. HomeBois, though, they got the better end of it, and outside.
Benny Cutie. This is a very, very dangerous spot. The way the Dragon, a big kick from Zorn. And to add salt to the wound, it's some Tas gaming from Mr. Tauntman himself.
Add that kill to the drawing board, and HomeBois, they are really stepping to the gas in their gas here.
This is the aggression that we have expected, but for Echo, that just did not go as planned. The heavy spin didn't come out fast enough. He gets crowd-controlled Cartesi, unable to secure it, and Sanji just wasn't landing the Astral Spheres. They had all the tools, but if the first 2 games mean anything, then the guy, the team who gets the early advantage really starts getting traction at 5 to 6 minutes. Now, it seems like HomeBois, they're trying to make that happen.
Final smash on the Zorn. Shunpu gets him out just barely. Oh, 1 last hit. Benny Cutie gets a fadeaway. Chibi up top just bunching on this turret gold. Sanji trying to zone HomeBois away, and they have done that. Only taking Zorn down.
Okay, again, a very fast-paced early tempo here. And we can see here, both teams now out of breaths, seems like they're just taking things down. Oh, I'm wrong. Top side action.
Ooh. Go for more to final slash, trying to bait out the final part of the Mortal Coil, and that's the headbutt. Another goal for Benny Cutie on the Bruno.
And some Bruno damage, and Chibi was not ready for it. No backup available there too. A bit too over-aggressive. He is working against the clock. A lot of pressure is on him to really make this early game work for his team. That's not it. Now with the turtle up, with HomeBois losing the initiative for now. We'll see if Echo can finally get some momentum going for them.
Good delay. Oh,
with the Dragon. That's JP locked down. Raven Spider used up as well. JP with a brilliant flicker timing to get out of a sticky situation. Carl Teasy brought back to the team as the headbutt. Warlord walking them down again. JP recalling, and HomeBois should have a bit more pressure until JP comes back. Sanford getting the stacks in. Zorn, no wave the Dragon this time around. They need to try to bait out a heavy spin somehow, some way. If they want to pick it up, never mind. Carl Teasy just jumps onto Warlord. He's still saving that Purify, even another realm. That's a final slash coming back again. Black Dragon form as well by Sanford to the back line. That's another realm, and my goodness, Chibi just doesn't miss, but Sanford doesn't miss either. It's a furious dive. Meanwhile, Zorn jumps in, gets away the Dragon, now chained down by Sanji and JP. On the other side, it's Sanford versus the team. Decimate and a Mortal Coil. Not enough to take 40 down.
JP, though, with that conceal, was able to secure the kill. Oh, Zorn does not catch 40.
Oof. Chaotic fights right here, but Sanji now with a lightning truncheon. That's a huge power spike. You can see that damage coming through. It's rushed, by the way. He didn't build anything before that. He knows that his goal is to help with the pickoffs, help with the damage right here, not to provide utility. They already have the Arlet, the Yuzong, and the Akai. Utility is the last thing he needs. Going for the lightning truncheon right now. This means that HomeBois, unless they want to get some magical defense, they gotta be a lot more careful in these fights.
The mid? Take a look at the mid.
There's a fight. Warlord gonna be taken down. Oh, a great save by Zorn. Even a lockdown with a Wave of the Dragon. Warlord actually re-engages with the help of the Nether Realm, and now Chibi might get another kill. He does. 3 kills. Super action-heavy game.
Very sharp as well. And you can see now, both teams just going at it. 5-4, 6 minutes in, and Home side though, HomeBois managed to grab the first structure in the game here. So Echo, they're at a little disadvantage here. Long-term wise, that's a good investment from HomeBois. They will definitely limit their rotations, but let's see here, Echo, will they find a trade soon enough? 20 seconds. The last turtle will be up here.
That's a lot of damage for Rashi. Yeah, that's the Novaria power spike. And for Echo, man, they just have to be a bit more coordinated. It looked so good earlier, but somehow, some way, Chibi is just able to secure all these neutral objectives. Echo has to find a way, maybe a different force to the hand of HomeBois before they go first.
Warlord with a splash of damage. Oh, now pinned down into the wall. Not even given the chance to pop into another realm, and now Suppot is going in. Onto Benecutie, dealing some damage. Benecutie with a Purify as well. The Flicker dodged away from it. Chibi still wins out the retrieve battle, even with the heavy spin. Echo get a kill, but they lose out on the turtle now, and Suppot wants to go for more. That sword, locking Sanford down. That's the damage right now, as Suppot is going to be collapsed on by 4 members of Echo. So winning in the skirmish, but just losing in the neutral objective department. Zorn wants to go for a re-engage. Rizal, but hitting in the back. Sheriff Rizal's in town, called TZ, gets a good headbutt, and the final slash takes him down. It's Sanju, picks up the kill. Now the realm, as Warlord is respawned back into the fight, but now is caught amongst 2 members. That's a good spear, and Warlord will fall to Carl TZ, the Dragon Warrior, marching forward again, zoning Zorn and Chibi.
It's just recall. It's just respawn, fight. Respawn, fight. Recall, fight. Man, that was the theme in the past few minutes. Now they finally are out of breath and they reset. Now let's see here. HomeBois slight lead economy, but is that significant?
I feel like here's the main problem. Rizal has 0 kills, 1 death. He wasn't really participating for a long time in that fight. But on the other hand, Benecutie, on that Bruno, he was so low for so long, yet he is willing to stay there and output damage. That's part of the reason why Echo were so successful in just grinding those kills down. Looking at the items though, with the Cast Claws, Berserker's Fury is ready on his power spike, but Rizal has burst damage to work with.
Okay. Now HomeBois, they are looking for more ground. They have gained another turret here. Top and bot tier 1 taken out. Meanwhile, Echo, they have yet to claim a turret, but item check.
Exactly. If you look at the fighters here, I think Sanford, his choice to go for the Hunter Strike is still very, very good. I don't think going full tank on the Yutsung will ever be good. But for JP, he has the anti-Cuirass, so he's weak to magic, but this physical damage, he can just heal it up like this.
I actually looked instantly at the gold laners here. It's an endless battle and a BOD done for Rizal. Meanwhile, for Benecutie, only a little bit ahead, just like by 100 gold. Already has the 3-item power spike as well. So both these gold laners should be online in the mid-game. An Astral Echo to reveal 3 members of HomeBois in that mid lane. Still Suppot and Chibi staying hidden. Trying to use this position to get a good setup on the Lord. Rizal zoned away to the other side of the map completely. This might be an opening for Echo.
Oof, look at Benny just walking up. This man is fearless.
Not here.
Gotta be careful though. Sanji pops into Astro. Recall and instantly flickers out. Does some damage back to Warlord. Forces that regen on Warlord and Chibi to reset as well.
Look at the patience from 40. He was in the mid bush for, I think, 1.5 minutes. They're waiting for the right moment. But take a look at Suppot here. Peculiar angle. Oh, with the flicker as well.
What a cancel by Benecutie.
Nice.
They might have won them the fight. Now it's a Black Dragon phone to the back. Suppot joining in with the Bravest Fighter. Not enough damage, and that's Benny kiting him, outplaying him. Meanwhile, Sanford, oh wait, the Dragon from Zord! Bringing Sanford back. That's a decimate for Carl TZ. Finds a good pin. The Netherrealm helping him survive for a little bit as Chibi pops in Immortal Coil. Warlord loses the Netherrealm and gets poked down. Both teams losing their XP laners.
Zorn is just styling against Sanford, man. What the heck was that way of Dragon play? Both teams now, they lost a member, but okay,
Final
JP again.
splash.
Moving.
Flicker. Not enough for now. Zorn marching forward, jumps in with a Jigu. No way, the Dragon! He finds Benecutie! Again, it's Sheriff Rizal with a follow-up and a double, but Zorn, the playmaker for HomeBois.
Chivalry is not dead with Rizal.
That's a
here.
gentleman. Zorn.
HomeBois now claiming the team fight, and also the Lord. Can Echo bounce back from this?
I think they definitely can. It's still as close as ever, but we have to see what can HomeBois do with the Lord. They lost a tower on the bot side because Echo unintentionally set it up when the wave bounced off their tower. And now when they're trying to recover like this, they have to wait, man. Especially when Benny Cutie does not have the Purify. There's just too much danger. And I think Echo right now need to consider saving some of the card control to ensure that Benny Cutie gets the protection he needs, because he is just all the way in the front line.
Gotta be careful here. The orange buff actually taken by Chibi with a retribution. So it's not just the turtle contest, even the buff contest. It's been Chibi who's winning it against the GOAT.
And it is very close here. Take a look at the total kills here. 10-9. Sure, 4,000 already established here. But according to Arashi, Echo still has a lot of opportunities to bounce back. Let's see.
Good poke down onto Rizal. HomeBois aren't really going to be able to utilize this first Lord. Karl'Tezi is actually walking up, trying to give some damage, and maybe an initiation Warlord. That might have been a mistake there with the Shadow Stampede. He's saving another round right now. Oh! He doesn't even pop it. He gets slain before that even happens. Now Suppan in the back, trying to deal some damage, trying to sustain from Benny Cutie's damage. Does a lot in the back. Benny Cutie still kiting. Suppan against Benny Cutie. Still kited away. Sanji picks up the kill with an Astral Meteor. Buys him with nature as well. Good immobilization from Rizal. It's called. Easy pops in the heavy spin, but Sheriff Rizal just guns him down. Looking for more on the map. That's a concealed play. Zorn jumping in. A final slash from JP, but Sanford again as well. Just like Karl'Tezi falls to the gun of Rizal.
This is not looking good for Echo. That was a good recovery here from HomeBois. It looked somehow awkward in the early fights, but they recovered, and Rizal claimed yet another double here.
He's just doing a lot of damage, especially in this point of the game. The fact that his damage comes out a lot quicker than Benny Cutie, and the fact that he has a lot more options to self-heal, self-protect, and maintain distance. I think that's the main advantage he has right here. So for Echo, earlier, once they kind of sort of got a small win in that fight, the fact that they kept going to try and get some more, that was very, very greedy. Looking at the damage dealt right here, though, Sanji is matching the damage output, and he is not as ahead as Warlord, but he is getting up there. He just finished a Holy Crystal, and with that wave clear, there's a chance that Echo can just stall this game as long as possible.
Okay, here, again, as we expected, an action-packed game, and we got it, right? Just what we want, and we can see here the Lord now enhance a crucial Lord, especially if you're Echo here, who is at a disadvantage. You can see here the setup. JP, oh, take a look at Zorn there. Setting up from the far bottom bush.
That's super ambitious by Zorn. Let's see if he can mount an actual crazy flank on the Benny Cutie. Remember, Benny has the Purify, so HomeBois has to somehow, some way look for a way to bait that out. Or maybe it's Zorn's task to give Suppan the opportunity to look for that stun and then engage. The Astral Echo reveals two. It's only Warlord and Suppan who is revealed. Karl'Tezi taking control of the bush. GB still holding on to the Lord, now resetting it. As Rizal is still in a bad spot for the team to look for a team fight.
However, for Echo right here, the top side of the map, I think is actually, no, it's actually pushing towards them. So HomeBois now, they're the ones who have the time, all the time in the world to just wait it out. Look at the wave, it's pushing up ever so slightly, but it's gonna keep building up to a point where Echo can't ignore it. And with the Lord trying to halve HP, this might be the make or break moment.
Oh, they spotted Zorn, but Zorn spotted them as well. 4 members in the bottom side of the map. Karl'Tezi now going to be engaged on, by the likes of the team, and even Zorn right now jumps into the back. It's with Suppan, but with the nature saves Benny Cutie's life just for a win. Final slash, saving him. Way the Dragon connecting. Now it's a retreat battle. Who's going to win it? Still Chibi! Against all odds, HomeBois once again win out in the retreat battle. A good Astral Sphere to take Rizal low. But it's not enough. It's a jungler for an XP laner traded in for HomeBois.
Suppan's sacrifice was not for nothing. He managed to just, again, distract bought enough time in that bottom side of the map. And Carl Teasy, of course, alone, isolated in the front, looking for that contest. And HomeBois, they managed to find Carl and the Lord. Let's see here. It's a 4v4 offense and defense.
The wave isn't that good for HomeBois to look for it, but it's still a good charge with an enhanced Lord. Ryzel now joining in the team, gets a good shot to take that turret down, dodging away from the Astral Sphere as well. HomeBois decide to disengage, so holding on to that 5.5k gold lead.
All right. HomeBois taking it slow. They are already satisfied, seems like, with taking one baser in the top side, but they might siege at the bottom side, but no. They will prio the jungles instead and let Echo regroup and recalibrate here.
Well, without the actual Lord, I think it's a bit too dangerous. Even then, the whole idea is that HomeBois is using the Lord to push a sense of urgency. Because in a proper normal 5v5 back and forth maneuver, I do think that, like Game Number 2, Echo on the Bruno has a lot more chances to make something happen. The problem is, during that moment, the critical moment where they need to be next to the Lord, Sapat is just the big problem here. Going with all the physical defense he can get, Dreadnought armor, Blade armor, as well as the Dominance Eyes, he is just hell-bent on making sure that he stays in the front and he zones everybody away.
It's just a waiting game again. Echo, they need to be careful on not overextending themselves here. It's very important because it's a minute left to the next Lord. And of course, the next Lord will be an evolved Lord, ladies and gentlemen. So keep that in mind. Meanwhile, HomeBois, likewise, they do not want to overextend themselves. Zorn here needs to be careful. He has Zorn here has immortality though, so he can again just showboat in front of the Echo members, but needs to stay calculated.
Both. It's not just Zorn, it's Zorn and Chibi for recalling and feeling the confidence here in the 18th minute of the game. Arashi, that goal difference says quite a bit. The Clint has actually gone a significant lead. From the last time we saw it, it was actually quite even. Now it's a 1,500 gold difference.
Well, it's always a lot easier when you don't have to be all the way up close and personal, and there's no one. There's no crazy bravest fighters running at you, trying to get you out of the fight. Benny Cutie now finishing the C Halberd here. 12% HP damage? I don't know if it necessarily means he can take down Sapat faster though. With the Lord in contest yet again, now it's back to the same situation. Can Echo try and do something crazy? Just subvert the expectations of HomeBois, or is it going to be the same setup? Wait for the Lord to get low, wait for the waves to push, and then use Sapat to zone everybody away.
Another far setup here. Peculiar angle perhaps is what Zorn is looking for, but no, he shows here, I believe.
Oh!
Take a look at the snipe there. Good precision by Sanjay.
Final Slash dodged away from as well. Warlord needs to recall. I don't think he can regen from that. A lot of damage, and I guess that's what Echo have been waiting for Sanji to finally hit this ultimate power spike in the later stage of the game where he can actually start to almost one-shot people.
And 20-minute mark, we have hit it officially, ladies and gentlemen, in this game. 3-0, he committed the Way of Dragon.
They're trying to collapse, but Carl TZ knows better than to use the heavy spin, but Black Dragon 4 is going to be used up. Taipei finds a massive Final Slash on the Ryzel, and now it's going to be the Petrify and the Furious Dive, a full collapse and a pin down from Carl TZ. He didn't get the retry, but he got Ryzel and TB on the wall. Now it's Benny Cutie still surviving! Benny Cutie survives. It's the Echo Express, the House of Highlights, that wins them the team fight.
What the heck happened? Echo with the angles, finding the right plays, and you can see 1, 2, 3 members taken out. Thankfully though, Paramis has the passive, but this is just a free Lord for Echo. Is this the turnaround?
That was the moment they've been waiting for. The catch onto Ryzel, the follow-up from Sanford in a split-second decision. That is so good, and Cartesi tries to get some more, but with the Lord right here, now the turntables. With all the siege power, with the range that Sanji can bring on this Novaria, it's going to be a tough defense for HomeBois, but they have the option of using the Netherrealm as a last ditch, all in against the Lord push.
I am concerned with the wave clear that HomeBois has in their composition. This is Echo in full offense. Well, not full because a lot of spells from their side is actually on cooldown. So let's see here again. Echo, will they be able to pull off this comeback?
It's an evolved Lord that's marching in the bottom lane. They won't use 2 waves, just 1. Charging into the base. Now final slash, he gets a pop back, but he still is able to dash out forward now. Warlord trying to zone, but he gets zoned instead by the worldie of Benny Cutie. The evolved Lord pulled back. GB still has the immortality intact, and that's going to be a dive from Sanford onto the back. Rizel using it with nature, still kiting back. Not enough. He buys the immortality, buys some time, and now Kaltizi is the one with his immortality pot. He's going to be taken down, and it's another outplay, this time from HomeBois. GB marching forward, step out with the bravest fighter. Sanford with the fierce step, canceling out the stun. Oh, it's a final slash. To the back. Now it's Benny free hitting. Sabai gets the stun down, and Benny Cutie picks up a killing spree. It's 1-1.
HomeBois, they overextend a bit, and you can see Echo is ready to punish this. Potentially might be the final push.
Don't think it is going to be the final push just yet. They are lacking a few members, no Lord to push down as well, but they might be able to crack all 3 base turrets. A beautiful Astral Echo revealing 3. Warlord walking forward, getting a Ghost Burster. Down sword! Oh, 2 massive outplays. One from Sanji, the other from Sanford with that Black Dragon form to cancel out that Way of the Dragon. And just like that, both teams disengage. 22 minutes in. What a game!
6 minutes ago, it was Echo just losing 2 turrets left standing, but now 23rd minutes, it's official. Structure-wise, HomeBois, they're behind. And now it's an even game, Arashi.
Well, technically it's not quite even. The Lord is on the top side, and the middle and bottom side of HomeBois has no base turrets. Now Echo can play the long game. They can poke down the members of HomeBois before going for a big fight.
They're going in onto Zorn, not too sure about this. Zorn, beautiful shampoo. The dodge away from the final slash, but he's still going to be followed in, stalked all the way to the back. Sapat trying to retaliate, jumps in with the bravest fighter, and Betty Cutie just pops that with a nature and deals more damage. GB pinned down to the wall, that's a shutdown. Zorn able to find one, but Sanford, it's just him with immortality. Look at the Astral Meteor from Sanjay! And that's an Astral Echo. That is Warlord with no Nether Realm. Against all odds, Echo against the TP recalls. They have turned the game around. 2-1, knocking HomeBois to the lower brackets.
Composure, discipline, and organized. That was the theme of Echo, and it was displayed again in this 3rd game. HomeBois, they need to fall to the lower brackets as Echo. They will advance and meet AP BREN in the next stage. What a series! I have no word.
What a mid laner. Sanji, 0
deaths.
0 deaths.
That is crazy. It's insane to see how evenly matched they were in that game. Plays happening left and right. But in the end, there can only be one. And the Echo Express has reached first. Unfortunately for the Hyper HomeBois, they're gonna have to face a little setback, but it's not over for them yet.
That was really a fun match, a fun game. And Echo moves forward. Donnie, I think we have a lot of questions to ask for Echo.
Unfortunately, we cannot ask the question, so let's just throw it to Rose and Clara. So, Rose, Clara, what's going on?
The Echo takes the win against HomeBois in a 2-1 best of 3. So actually, they just ended HomeBois' win streak from the group stage, dropping HomeBois to the lower bracket.
Yap, kemenangan untuk mereka dengan 2-1 memecahkan pula win streak dari HomeBois. Bertahan di upper bracket, inilah dia Team Echo. Hello guys, does it feel like home playing in Indonesia? Because you guys got a lot of supporter here and back here. How does it feel like to play in here?
Ano po?
Para lang pa daw kayo naglalaro sa Philippines kasi madaming supporters ang Echo dito sa Indonesia. So parang namomotivate pa daw kayo kasi may nag-cheer din sa inyo dito?
Opo, syempre po. Tsaka nakakatuwa po sobra na kahit nasa Indo na kami, ang dami pa din naming supporters.
He said, yes, it feels like they're playing at home and they love it how the Indonesian fans are also super welcoming to Echo and is supporting their journey here.
Ya, mereka begitu bahagia tentunya bermain di sini seperti main di rumah sendiri. Soalnya supporternya juga supporting dan juga turut untuk bahagia untuk mereka juga di sini.
Alright, since you guys won the game against HomeBois, meaning ang imi-meet nyo next is AP BREN, diba? You guys did not manage to meet up in the MPL Philippines playoffs, pero it's one of the most awaited matchup. So, ready na ba kayo mamit ang AP BREN bukas?
Ready na. Ready na.
All right, so for those who don't know, actually, they did not meet, Echo and AP BREN did not meet in the playoffs of MPL Season 12. However, it is one of the most awaited matchup if it were to happen. So I asked them, are they ready for it? And they said they are very ready for tomorrow's game.
Ya, mereka siap tentunya untuk bertemu. Sebelumnya belum sempat, namun di MPL ini mereka akan bertemu dan mereka siap. But previously when we interviewing with AP BREN, they said they want to meet HomeBois. And did you guys motivated with that statement?
Mas na-motivate ba daw kayo nung sinabi kanina ni Ogwen na ang gusto nila makita sa upper bracket is HomeBois instead of Echo?
Hindi naman po. Bahala na po sila sa sabihin nila. Basta focus lang muna po kami sa kalaban namin.
Alright, he said it didn't really, motivate them that much because to them, they were just focusing on who they were gonna meet up, which was HomeBois. So whatever happens, it just happens.
Apapun yang terjadi nggak terlalu motivasi karena mereka benar-benar berfokus dengan apa yang ada di depan mereka. But talking about HomeBois, what is so hard fighting against HomeBois in this match because it was so close, especially on the third game.
Gaano ba daw kahirap kalaban ng HomeBois? Kasi kitang-kita naman sa pangatlong game especially that it was super close and the Lord fight was the one that flipped the table, diba? So, mahirap ba kalaban ng HomeBois? And if so, anong pinakamahirap?
Mahirap din po sila kalaban kasi matapang din po sila maglaro tapos parang go lang din po sila ng go pag lamang sila sa early. Kaya mahirap din talaga sila kalaban.
So he said that meeting up HomeBois is actually really tough as well because HomeBois has a playstyle where they just go, especially if they are at the advantage. So yes, it was hard against HomeBois.
Cukup sulit melawan HomeBois karena mereka ngelihat apapun mereka langsung ngegas gitu. Dan memang kedua tim ini terkenal dengan permainan cepat mereka. We cannot forget Echo Express.
We cannot forget Echo Express. So we're gonna let them go and rest because I'm pretty sure that was a tiring best of 3 series. However, we are going to be throwing it back to our casters to dissect what happened in this full best of 3 series. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much for the interview, Rose and Clara. And wow, Echo, again, such an entertaining interview as well. And also entertaining performance. But let's just jump into the MVP and see who grabbed the MVP. And there you go, San G.
Is there a space there, San G?
Yes.
Well, 5-0 and 15. One of the reasons why Echo technically, quote-unquote, came back at the end of the game. Look at this build, man. This is some insane damage. Already, the Lightning Truncheon, the Blood Feather as well, and the Holy Crystal. That combo is insane because the Blood Feather gives you 175 magic power, and the Holy Crystal increases that percentage-wise. That is just a huge amount of damage that can be used not only to just clear the waves, but also to try and get those pickoffs, facilitate the peel efforts as well. And he was the one, we're going to see later in the highlights, who actually secured the kill onto Rizel in the final critical moments. Here we go. This is an earlier fight, and you see that it's just very difficult for everyone involved here to get a dominant, solid fight that can just give them that lead they require to take full control of the game.
What a game overall it was. I mean, everything that we asked happened in this game. everything, right? Even HomeBois here. Oh my goodness, such a close game. Sapat early on, he has the damage, he has the sustainability, but after minute 20, you can see Sapat when he jumps in towards the back. Sure, there's always wind of nature from that Bruno, but the damage is always there. And Sapat just bursted down in the backside.
There was a group effort as well for Echo though, because you saw earlier, everyone was trying their best to pin down Rizal, and the initial Astral Sphere didn't connect because he was still immune, right, from the Nether Realm.
And that's the disadvantage of going full tank on the Lapu, right? We saw that for Sanford, they actually went for the Hunter Strike early. For Sapat, it was only the Fury Hammer, and that's why, with just the Wind of Nature, it was all good. In the back, even without the Wind of Nature, I really doubt that Sapat could actually like assassinate Bruno. All he could do was probably just buy time, right? Zone him for a while, but then it's inevitable that he will be a sacrifice in these team fights.
So without the full Hunter Strike build, is basically no kill pressure that Lapu Lapu can bring. And Benny understands that, and take a look at the full item build here.
Look at
24 minutes in, 24 minutes game time, rather.
Yeah, only
24-02.
Yes. Only the Bloodlust Axe, like you mentioned, Mirko, he can't assassinate, but I think that's the idea. He's always been sacrificed in order to get the next Lord, but unfortunately, towards the end, it just wasn't enough. And that's also partially due to the item switching that Benny Cutie was doing, man. I think I saw him with a Windtalker at one point as well. He was trying everything to ensure that when Sapat jumps on him, he has enough damage to trade it back and shut him down before he is rendered useless in the middle of that fight, before the rest of his team gets taken out. Get the stats. Towards the end, there wasn't a lot of objectives that Echo got, but the one that they got was that turning point. They're not even 10k gold ahead, like the pattern we've seen since the first match of today. But overall, man, like you said, Mirko, game number 1 and 2, dominant. The last one was an attrition battle.
Pattern, man.
Pattern recognition on the caster desk right now. PR.
Pattern recognition.
PR.
Or public relations.
That could work too.
Well, that was it. I think it all comes into this. It's great when the games really come down to that one single moment.
Yes.
Because I think the turning point really was Rizal with all the self-peel, the self-crowd control, the mobility, and the long-distance AoE late-game damage. When he got caught right there, that was just the end of it. There was no way for HomeBois to turn that around because they were using all their other resources. They were just forced to use it by Echo. You take a look at the post-game stats right here. Sanji has a 91% kill participation, man. He was actively trying. And of course, some people will say, well, he kept missing his Astral Spheres. Yeah, but it's a 24-minute game, bro. Do you know how many Astral Spheres are thrown out?
324.
Wow, that's an exact number from Gani. But it's not only about the damage. It's also about the scouting, the spotting out. And look at this goal difference over time, man. You see the exact moment everything went south for HomeBois. It just takes that one moment.
Yes, again, for the first time in MPLI 2023, we see the gold difference finally shifts towards the other side of the early game. So again, it was, oh my god, it was so entertaining. But unfortunately for HomeBois, they will have to fight from the lower. Don't worry. HomeBois' journey in MPLI will still
have a chance.
To
climb back up, but it's a long road, Gani.
It is.
Lower brackets, I don't think any team wants to be sent down there. And that's why Echo went through hell and even more to get that Game 3 win.
Back.
No, hell and even more, not just back.
Whoa.
It's a hell, and then maybe the deeper parts of hell, and then
The different layers and
yeah, because
floors.
in different mythologies there are different layers, right?
Exactly.
There you go, there you go. But at the end, it is set that AP BREN will take on Echo in the upper brackets. But now
12.5.
We're done with the upper brackets, Mirko.
What do we have next?
Arashi.
Well, I'm done in general.
Lower brackets.
POB.
Don't give up, Arashi. Lower brackets is the next match. TOB. I sniff, I smell TOB.
Versus
smell
see you
TOB.
soon. I see you soon.
So, NA, Cambodia, going at
We
it.
know there's a deep history between the two, NA and Cambodia, but it's not this team, right? I don't think anybody knows the guy. He said in an interview or in a stream, Cambodia, forget about it. That was really long ago, though.
Okay. Let's sit that one in. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break. Donnie, Berko, and Arashi will see you soon. Take care.
Watch out.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di pikiran kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mama papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My shot is kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mama papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts are kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My strike is My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
Welcome back to MPLI 2023, where we rise above. You're still with me, Rose, and now we are about to enter our third match of the day, where we will witness the lower bracket matchup against See You Soon, who will be facing the Ohio Brothers. So the team that loses will be eliminated and will end their journey in MPLI. Now I'm pretty sure you guys are wondering, why am I alone on stage? Well, that's because Bude Clara is somewhere else, all right? So in MPLI, we don't only have the inside arena, we also have the outside arena. So let's throw it over to Bude Clara to see what's going on at the outside arena. Hi, Clara!
Yeah. Here, Bude Clara Monks are so happy that, oh my God, Bruce, in the outside area, it's so crowded, it's so packed. There is what here, and there is a wishing wall that supporters can give their message to the teams, to the 16 teams that play in MPLI. So we have lots of them here. We got a lot of fans. They're trying to give the support for the team that they are rooting for. But here, the supporter is here. Kita bakal ngobrol-ngobrol sedikit ya. This is Indonesian supporter. Dan halo, ngedukung siapa nih ke sini?
Saya dukung Rebellion Zion.
Rebellion Zion, Indo Pride ya?
Betul.
Betul, gimana nih keseruannya di stage MPLI? Ini yang kanan kok diem-diem baik. Ini tadi namanya siapa?
Guntur.
Guntur ngedukung Indo Pride. Kalau kamu?
Eko.
Eko, kenapa Eko?
Ya karena dia jago, saya idola Sanford.
Idola in Sanford. He idolized Sanford and he rooting for Eko. It's like a home in Indonesia for Eko because lots of fans here screaming for him. Gimana? Kalian habis tulis apa? Gimana sih keseruan acara ini?
Sangat seru banget. Karena acaranya makin menarik dan sangat dinantikan.
Sangat dinantikan. Match up. Berarti kamu bakal nungguin sampai nanti dong. Sampai match terakhir ini kan baru match ketiga nih.
Betul. Houston versus TheOhioBrothers.
Coba, kamu bisa kasih prediksi nggak sih untuk match ketiga ini?
Bagi saya, yang akan dinantikan untuk kemenangan hari ini adalah See You Soon. Karena tim berasal dari Kamboja yang sangat kuat banget.
Oh jadi memang kuat ya dari Kambodia, berarti See You Soon bakal ketemu Rebellion. Kalau kamu nyemangatin Rebellion, itu yang bakal menjadi lawan Rebellion nextnya ya kalau nanti menang. Tapi kamu kan katanya ngefans banget sama Sanford kan? Coba kasih tunjuk ke kita semua, seberapa ngefans kamu sih sama Sanford dan tunjukin.
Saya bermain XP-Land dan memakai Sanford seperti lapu-lapu, Yuzong, dan lain-lainnya.
Oh, jadi kamu belajar hero-nya dari dia?
Ya betul.
Apa signature move atau mungkin dari Sanford yang paling kamu suka?
Ulti flicker ke depan, inisiator, dah.
Ulti flicker ke depan. Sanford ulti and flicker to the front is his favorite move. Dan dia belajar, he learns a lot from Sanford. And he wants to be something to your Indonesian team. Mau ngomong sesuatu nggak sih untuk tim Indonesia? Satu-satunya nih.
Untuk tim yang mewakili Indonesia di playoff MPLI tahun ini, semoga bisa juara terus dan mencatatkan sejarah untuk pertama kalinya secara offline.
Secara offline, betul, ini adalah acara offline pertama dari MPLI. This is the first offline event for MPLI. Usually we got the trophy for Indonesian, but right now only Rebellion that last for the last match. Tapi itu nanti ya untuk last match. Jadi silakan tulis-tulis lagi. Mau nulis di mana aja silakan boleh, dan it's so full in the wishing wall. We got the third match here is See You Soon from Cambodia and also the Ohio Brother from North America. Let's see what they're writing for these teams because KH Pride, yay, Rocket. See you too. Oh, that's so sweet. Here, Boxy to Sexy. Naughty message. But for the Ohio Brother, we also have Semangat. No NA, no party. Ini bukan Nona no party ya. No NA, no party. USA, smile. Hun X Mara. Mara, you've been called. So ya, di sini memang ramai banget. Kalian bisa datang aja langsung ke Basketball Arena di GBK untuk melihat keseruan di acara ini. Lagi ada meet and greet juga di sana. Tadi sekarang dari tim pemenang ada tim Eko yang sudah hadir pula di sini dan semuanya begitu ramai pastinya untuk match ketiga Best of 3 Series. Namun akan ada satu tim yang melaju untuk berjuang lagi esok hari dan ada satu tim yang harus terhenti. Akan seperti apa perjuangan dari mereka dan pastinya kita sepertinya akan langsung melempar ke arah caster karena caster sudah siapkah di sana? Apakah caster sudah siap? Namun kita akan langsung saja untuk menyaksikan See You Soon dan juga TheOhioBrothers untuk bertempur. So, caster, apakah kalian siap untuk melihat match ini dan apakah yang akan terjadi untuk nasib kedua tim ini?
The Ohio brothers from North America take on See You Soon, the champions of Cambodia. Only one region shall move forward to the next stage or round of the knockout stage here at MPLI 2023. Welcome to match number 3 of day number 1 of knockout stage for MPLI 2023. You guys are going to be accompanied by Mirko, Gani, and a lone stranger, Uncle Ulf. How are you doing, Wolf?
I'm doing great. I love Indonesia as I've always been very honest about this. Indonesia is a good place. The food is really good.
Is that the favorite part of Indonesia, the food?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, like nasi padang all day, every day.
I mean, you can't blame them, Gani. We do have very, very good food that they can experience as well if they want to come over here and watch MPLI 2023. We've seen a lot of people who are coming from overseas earlier, just, called us out as well, said, yo, what's up, Mirko? We've been watching you. We've been watching MPLI 2023. Gani, see you soon, TOB, though.
It's so sad to see that we will have to say goodbye to one of this team. But, man, it was a journey, right?
Yeah.
TOB, the Ohio brothers, they come in MPLI 23 with a bang as well, a very good trend. And on the other side as well, See You Soon is showing brilliant performances in their respective group. And let's see, may the best team win in this match.
We'll see them get inspired, motivated by a lot of their previous performances, but also by exclusive mini documentaries that you guys can find on Omni by FWD. Free. It's exclusive on Omni, but it's completely free to download. So if you guys want to get the best mini documentary, like, say, Finn's journey of, the process. Notice how I use pro and I elaborate on the pro? The process of becoming a pro player in Indonesia, starting from RQ to Bigatron out for the struggles he had to deal with personally. And if you want to see a different perspective, maybe, Mirko, pro players are cool, but I want to know the brand ambassadors here. You guys can check out Evos's brand ambassador, Una's mini documentary as well, over on Omni by FWD. Well, obviously, you snack on Hello Panda. Hey, you know what? Wolf, you said the best part about Indonesia is the food. What about the snacks?
Hello Panda, of course. I love the cookies and cream. That's a new taste to my, because I only came here to Jakarta and we didn't have that in the Philippines. It's pretty good.
Well, luckily, we
should try it.
We've had that for a while now, Gani. But your favorite flavor isn't actually cookies and cream.
It's a classic, the red one, the chocolate red one. It brings back memories of my own childhood.
Some emotional attachment as well with Hello Panda. And you guys can, I've seen a lot of people, by the way, start to spam the Hello Panda because of the song that plays in the ad-lib or in the break waiting time. So I'm glad to see that a lot of love is given to Hello Panda. Maybe White Chicken gave me a lot of American snacks back at MSC. I'll bring some Hello Panda over next time, maybe when we meet all the other players at M5. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to get straight in to both the home and away team for match number 3. Lower brackets, it's a knockout match. It's an elimination match.
It is going to be an elimination match. And coming as the underdog, they will transform into a new force in Southeast Asia. See you later. No, it is See You Soon. And please welcome the Cambodia bride, See You Soon.
They've said in an interview, specifically Ra, that the Ohio brothers, they're only strong in Ohio.
Yeah, See You Soon has been improving. And that's definitely what we saw from them, especially during their MPL season where they were able to get into the finals, win the best of 7, and talk about it and then show their prowess here in MPLI.
On the other side, coming from the North America, let's welcome the Ohio Brothers.
Made to win Ohio. Coming in strong after their first match loss in the group stage, then turning everything around, only losing to AP BREN. I think we can count that out, right? I mean, losing to AP BREN is kind of like...
Ohio Brothers is a team that, I guess, you know, I was able to interview them with a podcast. And one thing I learned is that they are the team that had the most sacrifices. Do you know that each and every member of the Ohio Brothers, they're either going to college or they have work. Wow. So they had to... They had to like skip school for a while. No, they didn't literally skip school. It's like they had some leaves or whatnot, and that's also true with their jobs. The Ohio Brothers, they've sacrificed so much just to compete internationally, now in MPLI and eventually to M5. So, I mean, this is the team that you will root for if you knew their story.
And oh my God, now I don't want any of the teams to go home. I wish this is still the upper brackets.
Well, we wish the same, Gani, but unfortunately, that's how the group stages work, right? You get rewarded for being number 1. If you're number 2, you gotta fight in the trenches of the lower brackets, and that's what we're going to have to see. Both the coaches as well, masterminds, and one guy in particular that catches my interest here. I've worked with him before. We've worked with him before.
That's right.
His name there is Dave, but the correct answer, the correct name is Mr. Mao.
Yeah, Coach Mao. Wow. One of the pillars of the NACD scene. That's Milo, best player, Hoon, Super Shark, and Zia for the Ohio Brothers. We would want to put your attention to Zia as well as Hoon, but I personally believe that the best performance that we saw from the entirety of TOB came from Super Shark. I believe that he is one of the top players in the entire world, and you can even like pit him against the top roamers that we know of. Like even in the Philippines, I would say that Super Shark will be successful. Even in Indonesia, that's how good he is, and I think he's definitely the gem for the Ohio Brothers.
I mean, he has the experience as well. He's been in Mobile Legends competitive league for a while, and we already see a lot of improvements coming from Super Shark as well. And shout out Best Player 1.
Yeah. Now this is See You Soon, with a mixture of Cambodian and Filipino players, Felix, Ra, and Boxy from Cambodia, and you have MP, formerly the King, from the Philippines, and of course Kusei. One thing that we saw from them is the way that they are systematically approaching their games, but also being very aggressive in specific conditions. I think that they just wait for their timings. I would say that See You Soon is a team with timed aggression. That when they hit that mark, when hit their critical mass, now they play so aggressively.
I think we've actually seen and actually spoken about See You Soon a little bit in the group stages as well, the way that they play with the Cambodian aggression, like you mentioned, but also the Filipino discipline as we've come to know it, right? And Boxy, I gotta say, who leads the pack of the Cambodian, the Khmer aggression has to be Boxy. On the Cho, on the Franco, on these crazy pick-off and mechanical heroes, you can definitely see that flashiness help the team get to certain places. That power spike that you mentioned.
I love that you pointed it out, because I think that Super Shark versus Boxy is going to be a banger for sure. You can even like look at the heroes, and I do hope that they will get their signature heroes, for example, set up plays. Actually, for both of them, they like to pick up those heroes that will set up and catch people, right? So I think that that's something that we have to look forward to. It's going to be Boxy versus Super Shark. I'm excited to see it.
And this is the first time ever matching up against one another. You can see that there is no previous match history at all. TOB, See You Soon. We haven't seen them go head-to-head. I think the last time we saw a North American team take on a Cambodian team, it was Outplay and Burnex Flash, was it?
It was. Yeah. But that was MSC.
That was MSC.
During the group stages?
Yeah, it was in group stages. It was still with Basic, Outplay, and it was with Ureshi in the XP lane. Now
that's
with
right.
Mielo and Zia, it does seem like they have found a bit more stability compared to the outplayed team at MSC 2023. And they've actually made a lot of outplays, funnily enough, referring to the name at MSC 2023 so far in this tournament, making quite a big splash right after the BREN loss.
But they recovered really. When you look at their draft, I would say it improved a lot. And well, I guess the best thing to describe is like, well, they faced AP BREN anyway, so you kind of understand why why they lost that. But the fact that they recovered, and I think the bigger problem that they had to face there was Dewa United Esports, especially because Milo just recently made some interesting claims about his strength as an XP-laner, particularly here in Indonesia. But overall, the way that they have recovered and won against Dewa United, it was a one-sided affair. They drafted actually really well against Dewa, and then they got into the playoffs. So, funny.
Wait, what did Mr. Mao? Oh, he did it! I thought it was a joke last time around. If you guys remember, during the group stages, I was like, yo, you see that piece of paper that Dave has that he brings to the players? He doesn't have any stats there. He's a mentality god. He only has win written in it. And it's true! Mr. Mao! That's Dave.
That's Dave. That's Dave.
That's the Dave I know.
That's the Dave I know.
That's the Dave we know.
Yeah. I love that guy. He's very controversial. They are saying, you know. A lot of people in Southeast Asia might not agree with him, but he knows what he's saying, right?
I mean, he was an assassin back then as well.
He retired the assassin name. He's just Dave now. Yeah,
he's
you're
just
right.
Dave. You're right. So a comment here. The Ohio brothers, right? You're the only strong in Ohio, but not strong in here. Bayarawi, you touched on it earlier. This is the visuals.
I think the funniest thing is that nobody from the team is actually from Ohio.
Then why
So they're not
Ohio?
even going to be, like, technically, do they live in Ohio?
No, they don't. You know why they named themselves the OhioBrothers?
Why?
Well, you gotta watch it on my podcast.
Oh my god.
Nice one.
You know, some people soft sell, some people, you know, just like hint at their own stuff.
They're not
Wolf here. They're not Wolf. Satan Wolf, if you know what I'm saying, Gotti. I want to call him Yves Satan Wolf for some reason, because his middle name is actually Yves, right?
Yeah, that's true. You're right. But it's spelled differently. It has Z instead of S. So
So
I
how
don't know
do
if you still pronounce it.
Yves.
I mean, Filipinos pronounce it as Ives. So.
Yves.
But I think that the right pronunciation is actually Yves. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably right.
But what's the right prediction? I don't think there's any right prediction,
No.
but it seems like both the Filipinos and the Indonesians, for the very first time, I think, or not very first time, but very rarely do we see...
They agree on something.
agree.
That's
do we
right.
see Indonesians and Filipinos agree on something?
Yeah.
But right now, they both agree. We both agree, Wolf.
Yeah.
At
This
TOB.
is surprising.
Okay, no, wait, the audience, the talent prediction earlier.
We did agree. TOB.
TOB.
We'll
So
see
it's
you soon.
Gani.
Yeah.
You're not
Yes, sir.
Indonesian. You're not Filipino. What are you, Gani?
I am confused.
Are you North American? You're confused. Okay.
Just
We'll leave you to figure out where you're from, Gani. Maybe but, all right, why do we agree?
Why did we agree? I think, you know, it's, well, at least for me, why I voted for them is because of the story that I heard from them. Maybe when I get to interview See You Soon, maybe I'll change my opinion about them.
It's about who has the more of
podcast.
a time for Wolf. It's all about the podcast for
It's all
Wolf,
about
man.
the podcast, man.
Oh,
No, I'm just
man.
kidding. But I think I'm very much impressed about TOB. But then again, See You Soon is a tough challenge, to be honest. I think that my vote for TOB is more of an underdog kind of vote, right? I know for sure that on paper, it should be See You Soon because of their chemistry, because of how they won. I think that they were just put in a group where they weren't able to get to top 1, but I think they're an upper bracket team.
That is also why I voted See You Soon based on their performances yesterday. It was very convincing that they can too play the structure play style. They can too show that they are disciplined. Meanwhile, on the other side is no, See You Soon is just more robust. I feel like compared to TOB.
Yeah, I like that term, robust, because they have made more, like, a bigger splash as well, I would say, right? Because of their flashy maneuvers and play style.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for Best Player 1 and TOB, it just seems like, sure, they have been winning the last 2 matches against Dewa and Nova, The one that I can really reference to as to like a good win has to be the one against Dewa United, because Dewa was actually putting up a pretty good fight until Mr. BP1 right here actually did.
BP1.
Yeah, BP1.
I love it.
Best player one. He lived up to the name. Yeah. He was the best player one in that game.
That's right. And apparently, best player one has been there in the NA scene for a very long time. It's just that because of studies, because of work, that's why he wasn't able to participate in some of the earlier events. And that's why also Mobazane is more prominent, right? Because Mobazane did appear in M3. But apparently, best player one has always been there. His name is always there.
Okay.
It's just that this was the first time, like 2023, maybe the year that he finally found at least some time to kind of sacrifice his studies, sacrifice his work, and actually play in an international stage.
And here he is now, seeing his performance. Hopefully he can stay consistent, because I see a lot of potential in this player.
He's definitely got a lot of potential, and we have definitely seen him prove that he's not only strong in Ohio. I've never seen him play in Ohio before, but let's get into the drafting phase for game number 1. See you soon on the first pick. Already taken away. Is that 2 of Best Player 1's heroes?
Right, it's going to be the Joy as well as the Nolan. Usually, I think that there will be a shift in the metagame where the 1-1 should be the priority for both teams. And I've seen that it will be automatically be banned out, I think, especially if you're on the red side. Because I think that we are back in the 1-1. What season was that when they always... The red side ban is always the 1-1.
It was season
11,
10, 11, and MSC, all the way till MSC, right?
All the way till MSC. But now it's left open. And I think See You Soon is a team that will definitely pick that up. But of course, the Fredrin is also open. And you kind of don't want to miss out on that because MP the King plays it so well. And it's one of those comfort picks for MP the King. So maybe that should be the case. Maybe just 1-1 or the Fredrin.
1-1 or the Fredrin. We've seen that a whole lot of Brunos have been first picked also lately, just to get a little bit more pressure in the early game, snowballing. Late games, pretty good as well with the scaling. It's kind of an all-rounder, the Bruno, right? For 1-1, I would say better than team fights, especially if he gets that item power spike. But that Bruno, the team that picked Bruno almost always wins as well. Rizzo picked Bruno, 1 on it, and then Benny Cutie did the same. Angela, though, it's something that has been strange because we haven't seen a first pick Angela for a lot of teams. Only See You Soon, and I think Geek Fam.
Yeah. But most particularly See You Soon, I think they played it twice. Like they did this twice, like first pick Angela.
Time to take the field.
That is Bruno instead, and the Faramis. So why did we pick up the Faramis? Because it means that they are okay for the 1-1 to be picked up by the other team. And now, the Bruno versus the Faramis is also a very strong combo because then you can close it out with a Fredrin on your third pick.
Ooh, will they go for it, or will that Fredrin be taken away by See You Soon? There's an opportunity, but yeah, TOB here. Okay, a very interesting take here. Will they go for the 1-1 immediately alongside with the Fredrin, or will they go for the Valentina to secure the Nether Realm and copy it in their system as well?
That's also pretty good. I think that they are better off like picking Fredrin now and also like Irithel instead of go for the 1-1 because you're facing up against a Faramis. It's not that ideal because you cannot use your ultimate. But if you get the Irithel, you have a lot of sources of damage. Lancelot.
Either. And a Terizla as well. Interesting choice, by the way. Fun fact for you guys back at home, Kusei has played all of his games on Bruno. So far this tournament, this is the first time that he will not be getting that Bruno. And we'll see if it actually is that big of an impact to the team if he doesn't get his comfort pick. Now we'll see if TOB want to pick up an XP laner. Maybe, like you said, Wolf goes it out with a Fredrin up against a Lancelot and a Terizla. They choose to go Artist. Anti-CC, some aggression in the early game to help Snowball himself, but also to help Zia in the gold lane with that killing pressure. Just utilize the early pressure of the composition right now.
I think that for instead of TOB, they can now focus on Kusei. Maybe ban out Irithel as well as the Claude. Two of the marksmen that really thrives when there's a Faramis because you can have constant amount of damage. And They also don't know if this Angela will be the mid lane or the roamer. So I think it's much better to focus on the marksman when it comes to your bans.
Just to be sure, right? So let's see here. I think a hero that is going to be the Wan first, also a hero that has DPS, same as Wan, same as Claude and Irithel. So TOB, very honest draft, very honest approach as well. See you soon though on the other side. What will they go for here? Will they go for a roam ban here, just limiting Sharks' options? Perhaps the Kufra comes to mind as well if you think about Shark.
I'm thinking more about the XP ban here, right? I mean, they can definitely limit Shark, but I think limiting Mielo might be a better answer here. Siusun already has that Terizla pickup. We still don't know where the Angela's gonna go. If they go for the roamer bans, it also will limit their picks over the roam position.
Yeah, something like Edith and Export. The typical answers to the Terizla. And of course, the Arlot. Also, one of the winners of the patch just recently, I think that right now it's they're way up there compared to like Terizla and also Arlot. And I think that today we saw Khalid also being prioritized. Maybe it's just a team kind of thing where both AP Bread as well as RC puts a lot of emphasis on that. But I think it's also a pretty strong hero.
There it is. That's the Irithel ban. Going up against the Bruno, I think especially with the Faramis here, we mentioned it, right? Constant DPS is definitely something that will give a little bit of a problem towards TOB's composition here. With the Faramis already, they're very okay with going up against a Brody. Even with the help of Angela, no problem. That 1-1 though, to add on to the point that, you know, it's just a solid pick. With an Angela as well, that mobility plus the Angela sustain gives you a lot of problems. And now, TOB with a Hilda and an Arlot ban. Speaking of Mielo, usually he just goes for the Yu's off. This time against a Terizla, that will put him in a pretty...
All the injustice in the world. That's a Shark hero.
That's a Shark Joe. We haven't seen this in a while, man.
That's pretty good. I mean, like when it comes to comfort, but also it's a single target damage. And there's the Claude. Since the Irithel was banned out, that's the answer. So now you're gonna be thinking, would you give this Angela to the roamer, or will it be the mid laner? I believe that maybe a Lilia could be good, or a Farsa for the side of Team See You Soon, and then put your Angela on the roam so that you have additional protection for the squad.
Still like the Valentina here, right? More options. You can steal with the Way of Dragon, NetherRealm as well. Now though, question for this Claude is Purify or Sprint? Now there's a Chao. Purify, is it worth it to just secure themselves? But no, they will not go for the Valentina. It is going to be an Angela mid instead.
Yeah, for some reason, it's always also a pattern with See You Soon. That's going to be a Uranus last pick. Whoa. A pick that I personally haven't seen that much on a Mielo before. But to bring it back to the point of Angela for See You Soon, how weird it is that they always first pick it. And I think in all two of their games that they played in the group stage as well, it was used as a mid laner, not a roamer.
That's right.
After the nerfs in the patch, we thought that maybe the Angela mid thing was about to go away, but Tsusun still wants to utilize it.
Yeah, I think it's mainly because of Boxy being a very good initiator. They don't want to lose that strength for the side of Boxy, where he sets up for kills and he initiates for the team. And you kind of don't want to see Boxy on the Angela, right?
True. It's almost like seeing Keyboy on an Angela as well, right? But we have seen that, Gani, funnily enough.
Yeah.
Luckily, just luckily, we haven't seen light on Angela. Or have we, Wolf? Oh, man.
Oh, man.
I can't wait, but I don't want to see You Soon or TOB go home.
Well, we'll have
mixed feelings.
We'll have to, Gani. Wolf, ladies and gentlemen watching back at home, there can only be one who moves on and advances to the next round of the knockout stages. Will it be TOB from North America or See You Soon from Cambodia? Welcome to the land of dawn for game number 1 of match 3 in the lower brackets. See You Soon versus TOB.
Well, you see the answer, the question for Kusei's spell. There you go. He wants security. He opts for that Purify.
And MP actually was still able to secure the purple buff despite a very early invade by Super Shark. Let's take a look at the emblems maybe. Anything interesting here, Wolf?
I think choice for the focusing mark, that probably is the only interesting part because everything else is pretty standard.
What about the Brave Smite?
Oh, wow, I did not see that because of my screen. But yeah, Brave Smite for Kusei. It's all about the sustain for sure. But I think that there's some additional damage that he can get from your HP. And it means that he can at least duel against this Bruno for a little bit more compared to something like a Quantum Charge.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out, the whole emblem change. The Brave Smite was actually a pretty popular choice for the Claude, but then the QC just took over with the basic common emblem. You're able to get movement speed. Since it's nerfed, you know, now maybe the Brave Smite might be a better answer. Shark using that concussive blast already. He's the roamer here. It's supposed to be Hoon that deals that much damage, but base damage Cho is a monster.
Especially the first few minutes of the game. Literally the first 2 minutes, pretty strong. We're looking at some of the other emblems.
Very defensive Claude emblem, man. Tenacity and vitality.
That's a traditional Kusei kind of play where he wants to he's a safety first kind of marksman, but when you hit your items by your critical mass, maybe 3 items, that's when you see Kusei be aggressive. But at the first few minutes, Kusei is like a very defensive and safety first kind of marksman player.
TOB are doing really good with the setup though, man. They're screening MP Mielo.
Let's see here, the best player one will find the newts quite freely. And TOB, they did a perfect job in distracting and also screening. Now Milo in front of it all. Penalty zone on towards you now, looking for a fight engaged. But look at the reinforcements by TOB. They want this. Felix gets taken out as first blood will fall to the North Americans. And now they still fight more as the Netherrealm was popped. But there is a disengage by See You Soon.
The sustain of the Minotaur Angela wasn't enough to keep Felix alive. Maybe a mistap with that hard guard, or maybe it was planned, but Felix did not get that sustain.
Yeah, this is a very annoying Uranus, actually, Kavambilo. Especially because you can get in front of Boxy, you can get in front of the Angela. This is a hero that's DPS is quite in nature, but doesn't get contested by something like a Minotaur, because you can always like literally be in front of the Minotaur and you already nullify that. And you can also see that he is controlling some part of the jungle by clearing out the waves quickly, cutting the waves now, then getting into the jungle of See You Soon. He might not be able to invade totally, or maybe just take out some of the buffs, but the vision that he provides gives TOB more ways to properly look for the best decision on where they needed to go.
You can already see the cut happening. Whoa!
Way of Dragon with the help of Hardguard. MP looking for an escape route. Gets it out top side. Now Zaya is in a 2v1. Kusei though receiving hit as well, but Hoon in the front side pops the Netherrealm all alone. And now Hoon again isolated, taken down. That's a kill, but the Uranus relieves off pressure off 2 lanes. So TOB still looking for the cross map play.
I was about to say, man, Mielo, he just ignored the team. No worries, though, because he was able to alleviate so much pressure. And in turn, that actually will punish See You Soon. The 2 waves, mid and bottom, pushed into the turret, and that's going to be a whole wave that See You Soon will be missing because of the cut, the 2-wave cut by Mielo.
Chunks to half HP, good Way of Dragon onto returns. Oh, take a look at the Blazing Duet, not enough damage as TOB will secure the second neutral objective in this game. As See You Soon, no answer. 2,000 gold in deficit.
That's Super Shark, the show that we were looking for. Set up heroes for the roamer instead of TOB. Able to find the perfect target. It was the Teresa. They didn't target the Lancelot, they didn't target the Claude or anybody else. They wanted to go for the hero that will give them the most problem. And by the way, See You Soon, they didn't have the flicker on Felix during that moment. That's also why they eventually lost control of the turtle area. TOB identifying their strengths now. Is there a kick? There is a kick. We'll use it immediately.
No follow-up though. So now the re-engage perhaps. Oh, Netherrealm, the premature one from Hoon.
It's called a zoning Netherrealm, right? It's to scare See You Soon away. It's classic. If you guys watch Hoon streams, it's the classic, right? But for right now, man, looking at the fact that TOB have a 2.2k goldie, they can actually afford to make those little mistakes, right? Way of the Dragon missing an angle, not the proper angle you'd expect it to come from. But now, it seems like they want to put as much pressure as they can. Whoa!
Oh, good engage now. Zaya looking for a space, but it seems like now Zaya will fall. Oh, Kusei just falls at the last second. Best player looking for another, finds the killing spree. He moves onwards. Felix though, looking for grab space. Best player 1 will not survive as MP finds a shutdown. Super Shark flickers out of the way, but the damage will not come through for now. Super Shark survives.
Very good trade for See You Soon. They found a kill onto the marksman of TOB, and they also got a shutdown kill onto best player by only losing Boxy. It's TOB. They cannot fight when it's a long drawn team fight. They need to burst people down. It's mainly because of the Angela that we're seeing. And the fact that Kusei was able to get a kill level 8 now, I think that he is quite farmed compared to other, quite farmed right now with a DHS that he got 4 minutes in. This is going to be a very comfortable Claude now.
All right, maybe they're not really going to be able to make those mistakes over and over again. Yeah. But as I say that, they lose their 1.7k gold lead, and See You Sooner looking to come back in this game very slowly but surely here with their mid-game power spikes. MP has been doing amazing, just matching best player 1's farm and also dodging away from these big abilities. He used Thorn Rose to dodge away from the Decimate earlier in the previous fight for the second turtle of the game. Now the third turtle, and the gold lead is down only to just 1,000. TOB needs to stay clinical, but MP is looking for an opening.
It's a 5v4 in the turtle pit, and best player 1 finds a retreat. Felix to the front side of the map here. Soaking damage does not survive here as Zaya claims the kill. Meanwhile, top side, it's going to be a trade for that turret.
Definitely still worth it for TOB. They got the turtle. They can look for another turret as well. So it's, in turn, a kill, a turret, and a turtle traded for just 1 turret.
If they do get this orange box, it'll be great.
Good Munir Fury here. All good knock up as well. Zaya in the backside. Low HP. Good cover. But the damage will not come through just yet. Zaya with the flicker. Best player 1. Soaking the damage as MP will fall. And Super Shark. Oh, good catch by Boxy. Best player 1 escapes as another member. And that is Zaya taken out. Zaya, Super Shark out as Hoon will follow as Kusei claims the kill.
Back and forth and back again. See You Soon came out on top in a fight that they looked like they were winning, and then TOB came back because of the first. But then See You Soon prolonged it enough for the rest of the team to come back again.
Absolutely. Kusei was eventually able to get into the fight even after pushing top lane, which means that the biggest winner of that clash was literally Kusei, as he's able to get, what, two lanes of minions up top, he gets a turret, and then it gets a kill on important members of TOB. So yeah, I like the fact that he is standing his ground and knows his limits. It's just that it was far too long for TOB. And now, it's going to be a very even game. I would say, though, that See You Soon would be the team that will have a better late game.
Oh, interesting, right? The fact that usually when we see an Angela mid, looking at the lack of magical damage, we would think that See You Soon will have a weaker late game. But looking at the Claude, getting to that point, especially towards the late game, gives him so much more of an option actually all in with the combo that See You Soon have. TOB needs to start knocking on these turrets, needs to start getting a bigger lead than just a 600 gold lead. Nilo's doing a good job at setting that up, and it's a free turret in the mid lane. Unless...
That's for the two coffee grabs. Wave Dragon, though, will find Boxy, and he falls. Another round committed as well. Now MP in the front side of the map with the help of the hard guard. Felix looking for a flank, but Milo in the front side soaking and all surviving as well. Best player 1 might be the next target as MP claims the kill. Now it's See You Soon with the response. Zaya though finds a good position and free hitting, and this might be TOB finding the re-engage. 1 by 1, the members of See You Soon falls as well.
An unlikely win, a prolonged team fight, but TOB takes the fight.
A wonderful recovery coming out from TOB, especially because they identified that, okay, they don't have the hard guard anymore. Maybe we can run down MP the King, and actually that's what they waited for. When the Angela's ultimate is no longer available for the Lancelot, now you see that he is actually frail, had to commit the ultimate to get out, and they have found an opening for the Lord. Will best player be on time? I think he will.
See You Soon do not stop looking for fights, and right now they're looking to just go all in.
Oh, blazing duet by Kusei. Let's see, Netherrealm triggered as well in the backside. Ra and as well as MP looking for a kill, but MP actually gets bursted down. Now Boxy soaking, healing as well, but the damage will come through. TOB will be able to close the gap and finds a kill on towards the Minotaur. Milo again still holding on as TOB still stands with 5.
Milo is unkillable. He can stand there just like a wall, and there's nothing See You Soon can do.
And though I think that he knows that, and he used that information to kind of make it so difficult for See You Soon to get into position. In fact, he was zoning off 3 members of See You Soon. And something about the Uranus that you have to take note of is the damage stacking, the passive, and as well as the Ionic Hedge. It hurts like a truck when there's 4 stacks, or even the 5th stack. And at See You Soon, they were so focused on getting into the backlines that they didn't notice that Milo is already dealing a lot of damage onto their heroes and has been sustaining a lot. And big props to Hoon. Now, very early activation on the Netherrealm, but it made a lot of sense because after they got suppressed because of the Netherrealm popping off, they still had plenty of HP to work with.
Conceal play, Super Shark finding one. The damage not yet delivered, but good minion for him. Placing the wet. Bra secures a kill. Super Shark now low and will not be taken down. But Felix finds the last mark. See You Soon with the response. Zia and Super Shark taken out. MP looking for a cheeky, aggressive kill, but not just enough yet. Now Milo soaking it all, looking for a delay. Well, that might be it. And they are still able to defend in the middle. Oh, they dive it. Best player 1 taken out. Kusei finds the kill. And See You Soon with the response.
They get a big team fight, Wolf, but they aren't able to get anything else. Hell, they even lose out a lot of HP of the turrets up top.
Well, they had to face against big minions, and they fought against TOB, and the TOB getting the better end of the deal. Fortunately, though, they now have a lot of strength onto Kusei, only 1 death. With the Angela Claw, that's going to be a very strong combination.
Oh, another Way of Dragon cancelled out this time. Hard guard, Minion Fury in the front side, finds 3. Damage not delivered just yet here. Super Shark looking for an angle with the knockup, finds 1. Felix in trouble. But man, TOB, they are just rocks.
They're fighting fire with fire, right? You want to sustain, we can do the same with our Uranus. And Milo, again, this game has been unkillable. Every single time you see him at half HP, he gets back to full, just with 1 fallback.
Yep. I see an understanding coming out from TOB. They just have to prevent Kusei. And I wonder if there is the Wind of Nature available now for Zia. Because that means that he can at least match up against Claw, but it's not a complete way to kind of save yourself because you still have to worry about the Angela. So I think that if Zia eventually gets the Wind of Nature, I think that he will activate it earlier than usual. Because what you want to have is a lot of sustain against the Claude.
But is it enough right now for See You Soon in terms of damage, right? Because the reason Mielo has been absolutely untouchable is the fact that he doesn't really have to build defensively towards the magic damage. It's literally just some Angela dealing the magic damage. The rest of the damage coming in from See You Soon is physical. And maybe that's the reason Mielo's been able to soak in everything. Very curious to see the item builds here for TOB and what Mielo has actually opted to go for against a full physical damage team.
I mean, to add to that, right? No Ember, no hero can really burst this Uranus as well. All DPS, all as well. Milo claiming another structure in the bottom side of the map here. TOB playing the just intelligent game.
Split pushing Uranus, man. It's very rare that you get to see it, but when no one's able to match the Uranus, that's when you see it. It's only an Angela down below. Whoa.
It's going to be difficult because you need to answer that. Well, you can see both of the teams that's looking for an angle, and they saw MP. They want to go for him!
Oh, finds a Way of Dragon and MP with... Oh my god, with the help of Argon, he's actually able to escape. Kusei with the Wind of Nature, blazing the west, another realm found as well. And there you go, See You Soon with the collapse. Zia, the backside will be taken out. Best player 1 next. MP actually recovered. Now, Hoon low in the front side. Milo looking for a kill onto his boxy, but there is cover with Ra healing him back up. Milo finds it. Finally, it's a 2-for-1, but Milo now bursted. DPS gun down, loses his immortality. And now, will he be able to escape? The answer is no. See You Soon in minute 15. What the heck?
One play from MP, it was a bait. With all the healing they had, they knew MP could take that damage. They're going for Morgani.
Boon gets out of the map finally with the pull. Another realm now triggered, and the damage will do is enough Super Shark will provide cover, but no, he will fall. What the heck is this damage from See You Soon?
The outscale, like you mentioned, Wolf, it's happening right before. Oh, best player one wants to go for more.
Oh, he finds the kill, finds the shutdown. Let's see here. See You Soon in 10 seconds. The Lord will be up without Felix.
I understand why they try to go for the play, the dive onto Hoon. But then again, because what they did was to utilize the Angela ultimate, right? And they dove. You understand because it's a mid laner that they were targeting. And if they do get the Lord, they will be able to push. Without the mid laner for the opposing team, there will be not much defense. But that's a fair miss. That spawns very quickly. And I think that's a wasted time, the wasted immortality for Felix. Because he did die, and he also burned the immortality. So they have to wait for 5 more minutes for that one. So I think that's a bad trade, but overall, they get the Lord anyway, so let's see how they will push.
Doesn't look like they're going to be able to manipulate the waves properly, though. The bottom lane is going to be dealt with by Zia and Best Player 1 with relative ease, but See You Soon are not going to make it easy. They're trying to get at least one charge, and they are not successful at that. No charge into the base turret. TOB defend quite well, but they should lose a tier 2.
Excellent defense from TOB indeed. And it's a reset. It's still anybody's game, sure. See You Soon has the ball in their court. Man, TOB, they are no pushovers. Let's see here. What will they cook in the next few minutes?
Well, for right now, both the teams will definitely try to take it slow. See You Soon have the grasp of the gold lead now, and TOB will definitely be a bit more careful when it comes to engaging. We saw that all the proactive movements TOB has been making the last 2 or 3 minutes, it's all been leading to See You Soon's comeback.
That's right. There is only 2 Blade Armor carriers now for TOB. I would expect them to have more since they're facing up against the Cloud, so maybe the Cho will be the next one. A DHS for the Bruno. Also, not that common, but he's quite needed.
Oh, Super Shark face checking, but Minion Fury Flicker as well will trigger the Nether Realm. Shark falls as well. Now Milo in the front side looking for a flank. Ra jumps in the backside. Zia in the back repositions, but Milo now looking for a distraction as he finds Kusei.
That's a W, man. Who's going to be respawning again? They don't have a gold laner. Their main source of DPS has been taken down.
35 seconds for Kusei. Let's see what will See You Soon cook without their physical carry. In the mid lane, it is, yeah, they're just delaying. They will wait for Kusei.
That's a very bad decision from See You Soon. They can afford to take out Kusei, especially when the Lord is respawning round. And will now have the stacks. He will respawn in 11 seconds, but costly mistake for sure for See You Soon.
And Kusei, the death timers aren't getting any shorter. It's actually getting longer as the game continues here. And MP is already getting bullied away.
Oh my goodness, needs the hard card as well to help there. Now Milo just screening him. He knows that he can sustain a bit. It's just for a distraction now. Let's see, Milo loses immortality. This might be a mistake. Shark and Hoon with the Nether Realm as well now. Looking for an angle. Hoon will reposition. Oh, Shark here in the backside. Looking for an angle, but now he will be punished. Milo survived though. Now it's a 5v4. Head count. See You Soon has the man advantage. Good cancellation there by Best Player 1, but now the Lord is in control from See You Soon.
Well played by Milo. He did the best he could with the item swap and everything, but still it's a win for See You Soon.
They already won that trade, in fact. Like if you recall, they already forced the hard guard. The Cloud is still going into that position, and they also burned the Blazing Duet eventually. So they already forced See You Soon to expend a lot. And now the decision was Milo. Yeah, he did survive after the winter transition, but they also had to utilize the Nether Realm. So I think that TOB already were making the right moves. They were forcing out, and they already got the W, but they got baited into trying to take out MP, which is, by the way, that's gonna be the best scenario, right? But the fact that they already forced out the ultimate, I think they should have been content with that. They should have just backed out, and I think Milo and Shark kind of burned that advantage.
Yeah, overcommitted for sure, overextended, and then it happened. The big play by Milo. It happened through a mistake, but he was able to kind of, he was able to survive. But Shark, not that much, right? And losing a Cho late into that game where the position was already really good for your team, that's definitely going to be a big, big mistake that Seosoon can capitalize off. I think we're already in a very late moment in the game. I believe it's already 18 minutes. It's 19:33 to be exact as the pause got initiated. So if Seosoon get this Lord, it's going to be an involved one.
And that is one of the negatives of having Uranus in your composition. You can't really, there's no pure initiator, right? Sure, you can soak in a lot of damage. Sure, you can open vision, screen opponents, but there's no crowd control in Uranus. And without Cho in the composition of TOB, there is no clear initiator, which is a negative because they need someone that can be picked off.
I mean, looking at it, man, Ra has really been going all out, right? Not just to Milo, not just to TOB, but even to Indonesian teams. Indonesian team to win MPLI 2023? Nah, because we came to win, really giving us that Gojo, energy here. From what I've seen, no one can overcome us. We just need to be more comfortable here and play as a team. I love the confidence, man, coming in from Ra. He's had experience in the international stage before. MPLI 2020, I forgot it was 21 or 22.
21, I think.
21. When they actually sent Todak home in the first round. A very interesting, result from, again, a time when Cambodia was still very new to the scene, right? So Ra's been through a lot of different arcs, and this time around he feels really confident with this lineup.
Dave, as well as the coaching staff, taking the notes. I think that we are going to be receiving in 50 seconds or more. But now I'm curious, will the side of Seosoon just commit to the Lord this time? Because they do have a clear path to it. I think if their ultimates are now cooling down, and the window for TOB, it says it has been shut down, unfortunately. But they already did it. I was already about to commend them, but then they overcommitted. And that's the answer. Seosoon gets the Lord.
Oh, and it's a big one, man. It's an Evolved Lord, 19 minutes in, a 4,000 gold lead. This time not as relevant as that early gold lead because everybody has farmed up. But they got to be careful. One mistake, just one, and it should be the end. TOB needs to play this defense perfectly.
It might be the final push, considering that they have the Evolved Lord and their spells are all up, and oh my god, Milo overextends and instantly punished by 4 members of Seosoon. It's a 5v4, and Seosoon has the Lord.
I'm sorry for saying it, man. I'm sorry for saying they need to play perfect. The caster curse strikes and Milo just gets picked off. Wolf, what are the odds on this defense?
They have the Faramis, they have the Bruno. I'd say 40%, especially because of the Evolved Lord up top. And this is a Claude. The Claude, very strong when it comes to team fights, but in the late game also can take out turrets with ease.
They see you soon jumping. Oh! Flicker penalty zone now. Nether Realm triggered. Best player 1 though will lose his immortality. And their base to expose and see you soon. They're here. They're cold-blooded and they strike first.
A battle of attrition in game number 1 of the lower brackets. My goodness. They took their time to get to that power spike. They took their time to build it up, but when it hit, Seosoon hit like a truck, and TOB did not know what hit them randomly. Pickoffs on the side. Their composition that was built for pickoffs with the Cho turned out to be the composition that got picked off by a team fight comp.
This is Team Seosoon. I think the trend is very clear on their side. They know exactly when they needed to team fight. At the early stages, all they needed to do was to farm. They are waiting for their critical mass on their marksman, and then they fight afterwards, relentlessly. And they were getting the better trades, in fact, in the mid-game. You remember that cross-map trade where the bottom lane was pushed out by the side of TOB, and then they traded for top lane. They got more as Usei was able to eliminate Zia, and the punishments, the shutdowns were there. They also forced TOB in spots where it was a 100-0 in favor of them, especially that last Lord fight. But Team Seosoon, calculated aggression, or I'd say timed aggression, is the name of the game.
It truly is timed aggression. They waited for that timer very patiently. like we mentioned, that Filipino discipline.
Yep.
But when it was time to strike, the Kamay in them really came roaring and blazing in that skirmish, in those team fights. The mechanical prowess that this team has, you can really definitely see why Ron's so confident in all his statements. And right now, they've secured match point, folks, 1-0. In a best of 3, that's a lot of momentum to hold. And for TOB, they gotta go for a complete reset. They had that game in their hands for a while.
This is what I'm saying about See You Soon. This is what they're scary. You're right. They have this discipline and Filipino discipline, but again, the structure, right? They are so organized in that team. They know what to do when they're behind, when they're ahead. And to add to that, Milo kind of snoozed there in that last play.
Yeah.
Exploited, of course, and See You Soon got the first game. This is my take. See You Soon, if they keep this up, top 2.
Top 2?
Whoa.
Whoa!
Top 2.
Whoa.
Well, Wolf, that's a contradiction to your prediction. You predicted TOB to be number 1. So
That's
what do you
right.
think?
I still think that they can do it. It's just the best of 1. No, just kidding. But then again, yeah, TOB, they played perfectly, specifically for Milo, right? It's the Uranus. And he knows the strength of his hero. He knows that he is unkillable. And I dare say, at the first 17 minutes of the game, played perfectly. But come the 19-minute mark, where they all already got the advantage, they dove deeper, and because of that, they lost all of the stuff that they tried to earn in the early stages. Every goal that they gathered, it was just thrown in the dirt come the late game.
And the guy who was stable, literally the opposite of what you said, the guy who knew when the power spike would hit, just let the Filipino in him take control for the first, 12 minutes of the game. Farm, and farm. In-game equipment, you can definitely see it from the items here. Complete Claude in the 20th minute of the game. You know how much that, even the Brace Might, by the way, amazing choice to stay sustainable, to be able to just continuously farm up and sustain back up.
The thing is, for Kusei's Claude, right? He started, it was a 4-minute 30 Demon Hunter sword, which in a way is like kind of below average, think about it. But that's the beauty for Kusei as a player. It doesn't matter if he got at that 4 minutes 30 seconds. The thing is, he didn't die along the process. So he wasn't pushed out, he kept his lane, and then afterwards he knew that he didn't need to overly extend, go for double lanes, because that's the reason why you were able to get the 3-minute Demon Hunter sword as the Claude if you go for double lane or if you get kills. He stayed true to the win condition, which is just farm. If you end the game at 17 minutes, it's also the same as ending the game at 19 minutes. You still win it. You just have to be more patient. And I think that Kusei displayed a lot of patience in the squad.
A win is a win, right? And for Kusei, the win happened in the 20th minute mark, but it was all of the setup, the farm that happened in the early game that got him to that point. We're going to see the highlights here. We'll break it down for us. What happened? What was the key moment where TOB threw their lead?
Yeah. Well, it will happen at 17 minutes, but I guess the lead that they were able to get is because of how well they utilized this Uranus. They're going to be doing it once again. Oh, I remember now, there was a time where they found MP the King or MP, and they initiated on him, but they got punished afterwards. A great recovery coming out from TOB, and they now will take over the map control. Mr. Mao, Mr. Raph, they're pretty happy about it. And unfortunately, at 12 minutes, they started to crumble, as the Lord will now be in favor of Team See You Soon. This is a dive which, at least for me, is very questionable, because they dove for a Faramis that will be respawning in, 1 second? And they lost the immortality as well as the life onto Felix. But they will not stop. They will try to invade once again. They always target Zia, and they try to punish him. I think that they will be able to survive in this case, but already See You Soon are controlling the tempo of the match.
It was just so clean at one point, right after this point, they were able to just isolate the members properly, utilize what makes their composition strong, that sustain, to actually bait TOB in that final team fight in the Lord. And we don't even need to mention what happened in the end, right? Because it would have been hard already. The fact that Mielo was picked off turned it from hard to impossible. No frontline. Mielo was the main reason as to why they were able to get a lead in the mid to late game. In the late game, losing him that fast ends up with this result, 19-14. Kill-wise, very close, and even the game, it was close, but if we take a look at the items, Wolf, what can we tell from this game?
Twilight Armor for Felix. very rare sight for Vampire Terizla, but I think that he knew exactly that he just needed to kind of nerf the Bruno because he will be the ones on the front line, because I think he noticed that there was a play that TOB is doing where when Felix jumps, it's actually the Terizla that will now be the target for Zia. Zia thinks that if he gets jumped on, maybe the answer is to take out the Terizla instead of trying to frantically get into the opposite end of the fight and try to take out the squishy members of Team See You Soon. I think this is a very smart choice going for the Twilight Armor.
And to add to that, he has the Blade Armor as well. So, of course, basic attacks will bounce back. Can cause a bit of a trouble. And I like I just like their formation, I like the coordination from See You Soon. I'm very impressed yesterday. I was impressed yesterday. Now, I'm more impressed seeing how they handle things and solve problems in the Land of Dawn.
If you're looking at the comparison of gold between both the XP laners, it's actually Milo having the better time. Well, it's mainly because he's a Uranus, right? So he can just get a roam and split push for the team. But it didn't matter in the end because Felix had a lot of impact when it comes to like team fights. The reason why there's a disparity of goal between the XP laners is mainly because of that fact, but it didn't matter in the end because Felix still did his job, essentially.
Yeah, he did what he was supposed to, right? I mean, in team fights going in, sometimes going in a bit too deep, but same goes. It is the job of the frontliner to just soak in as much damage as possible. 3, 5, and 11. In the end, that final initiation as well into the base of TOB gave the Lord, the rest of the team, so much more space to just end the game clean. 21 minutes though. It's a long game duration, and the fact that TOB had control of the game for quite some time and lost it will certainly play into how they can reset in game number 2. It's a big one here. For some of these players, it's still their first time internationally playing. Maybe not for Shark, Hoon, Zia, and Best Player 1, but Mielo, that final mistake being the most lethal mistake in the game, will definitely, or maybe not, play with his mental.
I do hope not. But that will be a big problem. But I think that Team See You Soon just adjusted accordingly. That's why they were able to take out Mielo. I think if I will have to pinpoint a mistake from Mielo, I think it's more of that aggressive play where they already forced out a hard guard and they try to still go for more plays. It looks very flashy when he switched from Immortality into the Winter Truncheon, right? That specific play, it looks very fancy, but at the same time, in overall the macro level of things, it didn't help TOB win the Lord fight. In fact, even lost them the team fight because of that. So that's not the only thing I can say about Mielo, but I think that he understood the nature of the Uranus matchup in this case. Look at that goal difference.
That big spike after a big team fight. We saw it spike continuously throughout the game, right? It was a big lead for TOB. They were able to stay stabilized for a while, and then one wrong team fight happens again. They build up to a lead, and then like Wolf mentioned, 17 minutes in, there was a big team fight that did not go the TOB's way. So in that department, See You Soon have, I would say, just better calculations overall when it comes to team fights and team fights that they win, because these are really, really thin margins that they were playing with. When they got that first team fight that won them the game, right, it was MP getting the help of the hard guard, but dodging away with that Thorn Rose from a lot of the damage output, skill shot damage output from the side of TOB. That led them to having Kusei free hitting, and once the Claude free hits in towards the later stage of the game with all those items done, it hurts.
It really does, and what we can learn from that game is actually, Angela mid is still a possibility, folks, but you need to compensate it with more DPS, perhaps, right? You need to, just focus down on more of that DPS, and that composition can still work. And you know that Minotaur against Cho always favors the Minotaur with the crowd control that he has, with the big nature of he's such a unit. And of course, Cho can lock one member, but Minotaur can lock multiple members. And with that theory itself, it already heavily favors the Minotaur. You can see the struggles of Shark. Sure, fancy plays were made, but generally speaking, Minotaur had a better time.
And speaking of matchup, I think I want to raise up the Lancer versus the Martis matchup, which I think that it's very I think it's comparable when it comes to their scaling. We know for sure that the early stages, the Martis can snowball easily. But the Lancelot has an easier way out of things where he could just farm up or go to the opposing jungle and just try to get more gold out of that. And I think it's pretty visible in that particular game where all they needed to do was to farm up. And I think that even after best player were able to get many kills, you can see the XP as well as the gold is always the same. In fact, in the end, it was the Lancelot having the better time of his life compared to the Martis.
It's all about following and screening each other, right? And the Lancelot towards the later stages outscales the Martis as well. Martis having a hard time in the late game, not so much in the early game. If you guys want an easy road for everything, early game, late game with guides, or early game, late game in tournaments, if you come into just the mid game and lose out on the group stages, you don't know what's happening here. You don't know what these teams are capable of doing, but you guys can catch up on our social media platforms. Every single one that you want to use, it's probably there, man. Discord, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. It's all available for all you guys to stay updated with all things MLBB.
Wow, again, yeah, stay relevant, stay
relevant, bro.
notified, and yeah, here's a notification, 1-0, see you soon, match point for see you soon.
All right, Donnie is horrible at this wolf, so I'll let you try.
Okay.
Name that hero.
Oh, this silhouette. I think. Oh, it's Balmond with the axe. No, remember, it's part of the lore. When he was still
There
young,
you go.
he looks like this, and that is the shape of his axe.
Who's the joke now?
You both are. You guys are the joke, all right? I will not have this slander. I will not have this joke. But it's fine, because for you guys, you should be happy that both these guys have no eyes to see what that hero is, because there are 4,000 extra diamonds playing and waiting for you guys back at home. Just guess the hero, not as just don't guess Balmond. If you guess Balmond, you're gonna give 4,000 diamonds away to other people, like these nerds over here. Vote the right answer. Here, that's Mia, bro.
How does it feel like to be wrong there?
Yeah, how does it feel like to be wrong?
If the world says I'm wrong, I will still stand by my answer.
Okay.
It's Mia. My eyes are as good as Leslie, so I trust myself.
As good as Leslie.
As good as Leslie.
But not as good as Wolf and Arashi, apparently.
Arashi actually said it was glue.
Oh!
Arashi said it was glue.
Who's glue?
I
He's
said it was
wrong. You're both wrong.
So Arashi's
It's Goni.
wrong. Gani and so you guys have the best eyesight.
Yes.
Well, technically, I was about to say, right, like Gani doesn't wear glasses, but Wolf does.
Yeah.
There you go. What a series.
Name that hero properly, guys. Seriously, get those 4,000 diamonds. Don't listen to Wolf. Don't listen to Gani. Don't listen to Arashi, especially. I mean, Balmond is a far-fetched, but glue. What part of glue was that?
Man, what can we expect here in the second game? See you soon. Well, I want to see them just stay organized. And meanwhile, the HomeBrothers, you can see from their faces, actually relaxed, yet focused. So I don't think it hit them the wrong way. There you go.
I think for TOB, especially because this could be their last game. It's elimination. Their opponents are at match point. This is the time where you bring the best out of the best player. I think the Martis versus the Lancelot is, at least for me, in my own taste, I think it's very Lancelot-sided in a way that the conditions for Lancelot are easier met than the conditions for the Martis, for example. Surely the Martis looks plain and simple, you have to just snowball. But if you get, like you can see that even when best player had a great start, it was far too easy for Lancelot to catch up. So what I'm trying to say here is, if they do give up the Lancelot, don't match it with something like just a Martis, right? Look for heroes for best player that can match that. I guess that means that maybe they should be getting, I don't know. I don't know if they play Fanny. I think he plays Fanny, right?
Yeah, he does.
Fanny.
The thing is, half the battles played in the drafts, and that's exactly what was banned away from him. So it was denied away from him. Maybe for TOB, the answer is now take first pick and leave those open. So there can only be a limited amount of ban slots given over to See You Soon to give best player 1 the best player.
Hero.
The best hero.
BBH.
That's really, okay, I asked Arashi or Gani this question, or Eterna this. Oh yeah, I asked Eterna this question, guys, yesterday. or in day one actually, in the group stages, if best player 1 is so good, why isn't there a best player 2 yet?
What was the answer, or what did you? What?
Eternal didn't get it. Just didn't get it. Just
Oh.
stop. Yeah. So Wolf, why?
Maybe because
nobody wants.
Maybe because nobody guessed the Balmon yet.
Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, Mr. Kaisam.
That's probably why.
Gibez. I don't want to get your.
All right, let's just get into the game, man. You guys are frauds, man. Balmon, what the heck? Let's get into the drafts for game number 2. As expected, it's a swap of sides. COB this time pick up the first pick. And yes, as expected as well, have left open a lot of junglers. Open.
Hopefully, TOB will make the beeline for that Joy as their first pick. If not, maybe just get the Fredrin. I do like the fact that they ban out get the Faramis. They ban out the Nolan. Surprising. Maybe they were thinking that maybe Siyusun will trade Joy for Nolan. That means that Siyusun can just ban out the Joy.
Always on the way.
That's Matilda. Now the Joy is open.
The Joy is definitely open, and I like
Time
the
to drop
adjustment
the
here
beat
from
of the
TOB.
flow.
They banned the Angela out this time.
I think you go Valentina, right? For if you're Team Siyusun, but I think that I will not be surprised if it's like something like Franco plus Angela or Kaja plus Angela. They allow
Angela
that.
banned out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just taken
that's
away.
right. So yeah, so you just go Valentina plus maybe the Fredrin.
The falling
I'm thinking
stars
Bruno
brought
as well.
us
Maybe
here.
pick it up for themselves. It's
Novaria.
a very, very comfortable
Your
pick for
team
Kusei. Hey, they say no, Wolf. It's not the hero matchup that was wrong. It was just best player that played it wrong. They want to try to teach best player how to play the Martis, and they pick up the Novaria as well. By the way, Novaria, an interesting choice against something like a Joy.
Exactly.
Typically, you want your Novaria to be safe from assassins, but again, that's Joy. So how do you answer now? If you are, yeah, I think you can still go for
Or dive.
1-1. You want to go for 1-1 this time?
That's a pretty good choice, right? A Martis and a Novaria. The Novaria can outrange you, can burst you down, but with the Joy already here picked up, yeah, it
1-1
could actually
Yuzong.
just serve as Yuzong could be an option as well. If they want to go for it, Yuzong and 1-1, right? Just try to dive to the back as much as you can, or just go for the Edith and the Bruno. Take it away from Kusei, man. He's been playing a lot. Too many Bruno games.
Yeah. Okay. So now if you're Siyusun, especially because you have Boxy, I think that you might consider getting the Franco or the Kaja in this case, because one of those heroes can easily be banned out, but instead, I don't know that's out actually.
I don't think that's a Kaja or a Franco, though.
It's a Hilda.
Hilda.
Oh.
Against
So
the Joy, yeah.
So the idea is you don't need to lock down the Joy if the Joy is not farmed. So just invade constantly against that hero. Oh my goodness, this is such a good pickup coming out from Siyusun, and the fact that they picked it third, they're not that afraid.
TOB's got to be careful now. They got to start banning the Prio XP laners, man. I have been in this position before. I was a Lancelot up against a Martis, Hilda, Paquito. Back when Paquito was so busted, I didn't get any jungle creeps.
Yeah, I can imagine. And see you soon here. Well, they will offer a Faramis ban. So
To live.
you know what?
is
I
to
think see
trick
you
the
soon.
reaper.
They should just ban out the blondes.
Yeah.
The blondes?
Yeah.
I like how you put it, the blondes.
Blondes.
Who exactly are the blondes?
Bruno, Edith,
Bruno is an
Joy.
unnatural blonde, right?
Okay.
That's not his natural hair color.
Is it? Oh yeah,
Is it-
that's right.
Is it not?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so. But anyway, I would like to raise maybe adjustment coming up from TOB, since the Joy might be it might be a problematic choice against the Hilda. What if they just put this Joy in the XP lane instead, or maybe even the mid lane? But the point is dodge it.
Pain
Get something like a
is the
Fredrin,
proof that I'm
so
still
that they
alive.
will secure the jungle, or maybe something like a Baxia even. That's not that doesn't care at all about the Hilda. Maybe that could be the choice here for side of TOB.
They've actually started banning out the matchups in the gold lane instead of what I actually expect, right? The XP lane, they can get a high prio XP lane here, something that clears really fast, something like a Paquito. Still really good. If you just clear and rotate, that mobility plus wave clear can get everything here. See you soon. a domino effect can happen. Hilda, Novaria getting so much prio with the Martis, 4 men into the jungle. Meanwhile, the rest of TOB will still be clearing their waves.
Man, by the way, I have seen this before. In fact, I recommended this combination, this Hilda plus the Novaria, to my friends as they're casting, my caster friends and the botters. The idea here is if you invade, you have a long-range nuke to go with it, even at level 2.
Yep.
If the Novaria clears out the mid lane, you have the Astrosphere. Because of the slows that you get from the Hilda, it's almost a stun if you think about it. You can land the Astrosphere easily. You can either snatch the jungle or poke the hero so much.
That's what happened to me too. I lost my purple buff.
Yep.
An Astrosphere.
And I expected a Benedetta from See You Soon, but now they operate an all-that pick here instead.
I think you go Fredrin plus maybe a Lilia. Something that can easily clear out the mid lane so that you can get into your jungle faster.
How about the jungle? That's about it, right? Whether it's a winning matchup in the XP, winning matchup in the mid lane, preferably both. Just help the Joy get out, or they can pick up something like a Fredrin to flex. Oh man! I mean, I get it, the lane prio, but it's after level 4. It's the meteor shower that you're really waiting for, and Cho as well. I get it, a lot of base damage in the early game to try to help, but then the Edith will be rotated to the XP. Whew. And yeah, man, See You Soon can end the draft strong here. Really, really strong.
Yeah, the 1-1, for example, because there's a lot of ways for them to dodge that. You can, if you want, you can go carry, but or Ixia, in fact. Because there's no legitimate dive from TOB. I mean, Joy is there, but there's
the whole plan is to shut him down.
Exactly. Wow. But yeah, I think the best choice should be the 1-1.
Yeah, agreed.
Let's go.
Very versatile, can go back and forth. Irithel does the same thing. It's a bit safer, to be honest, against the Bruno in lane. So we'll see how this matchup goes. But See You Soon, ultra aggressive. Not just aggressive. This is some ultra mega, explosive, giga, terra aggressive.
Yeah, folks at home, if you've seen this Novaria plus the Hilda, man, expect your jungle to be invaded. And the Joy just will not be enough, unfortunately.
I don't think even with the help of Cho and Chang'e early could be enough.
This is where the forced error comes in. If the Chang'e rotates over without caring about the wave, she's going to be the one losing out, not the Joy, and that will steamroll and become a domino effect to something else. It's tough. They're going to have to play this early game perfectly, and even then, they might still lose out in the early game. If they wait till the late game, though, I believe that's their shot to actually take this game. TOB, 1 game away from being knocked out, and See You Soon 1 game away from getting to the next stage of the knockout round. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Will it be an equalizer from TOB to force a 3rd game in this series, or will it be a pause? Because I think it will be a pause.
Yeah. Calm before the storm.
See how I sent the curveball for the ladies and gentlemen watching? They were getting hyped. They were already jumping up and down, especially the NA fans, right? Let's go! 1-1, and then a pause. I knew that from the very beginning. I just wanted to troll you guys.
Of course
back
you
at
do.
home.
Thank you, Mirgo.
You're welcome.
Like you knew that it was Mia.
Yeah. And it is Mia, not Bauman, you nerds.
Bauman. Big shout-outs to all of the viewers watching, especially the Simpin chat.
The Simpin chat. What's a Simpin chat? Wolf, did you just call me a simp?
Is that your,
You are part of it.
Exactly. No, I'm acting as a viewer, right?
Yeah.
Like the viewers who don't know what a Simpin cast is.
Well, if you're part of Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and NA, you're part of Simpin.
Way to go, man. Way to do the Cambodians dirty. There's a lot of Cambodians watching here, man. There's a Khmer team. You only shouted out the ends, the North Americans. Simpin.
Where do we put them, though?
Simpchin? No.
With a K or with a C?
Actually, what should
the language is called Khmer. The people Khmer, right? But in English, it's Cambodian.
Okay, so it should be C. Okay.
I don't know how you fit that in now. It's really. I'm sorry, Cambodian people. We don't mean to. It just fits the name better.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mao gets it.
Mr. Mao gets it.
Mr. Mao gets it indeed. And
Wagner gets it. Ooh.
It's the Wagner.
Mr. Wagner gets
Wagner.
it.
Mr. Wagner. Shout out to Mr. Wagner.
Shout out to Mr. Wagner, who's still up. By the way, I think he's pulling all-nighter. The NA restreamers are pulling all-nighters.
Oh, that's
What
right.
time is it there?
It's like 8 a.m. They've been watching since
8 a.m.
That's crazy.
Man. Again, sacrifices. That's the main story for the Ohio Brothers and for NA as a region as well. And we'll have a lot of... They still have a long road to go, and Mr. Wagner is there to help them along the way.
Oh,
my
man.
Lord.
Mr. Wagner.
What's he saying?
I don't know what he's saying.
Oh, good
I
now.
like how we're just tuning in to the stream of MPLI 2023. When we're,
Shout out
we're
to a lot of
broadcasting.
our streamers, actually. There's a lot of streamers across all of the regions, all of the nations, and I think this is now the way to go where, I mean, why would you listen to Miracle when you can listen to Mr. Wagner, right?
I just listen to Mr. Mao.
Oh, Mr. Mao, of course.
It's like the TOB boys, right?
Yeah.
You know, Arashi actually called, like, when he was analyzing, he said, the Ohio boys.
Ohio boys?
It's still TOB.
TOB, exactly.
It's
It still
TOB.
fits the name. It's
Oh
just
my
not the right name, right? It's not TOB. It's not the Ohio Brothers. But while he was analyzing, he made that mistake. TOB. He called them the Ohio boys. It's pretty funny.
It's very funny.
I cracked a laugh in front of him, and he actually laughed as well right as he said it. But hey, even Zane was laughing at the Ohio boys, like the name Ohio boys. That'll be a better name. TOB, change your name, please. No, I'm joking.
It's gonna be a. I'm still thinking about the ways on how they can recover, especially because of the nice dance. Okay,
Hey.
Rice
Oh, he's
starting to be one of the
feeling
most
it.
colorful personalities that we know of. But yeah, I'm still thinking of ways for the jungle to recover, like especially if you're Joy. But then again, if you think about it, maybe they should just focus on their side lanes. Edith versus Arlet, still pretty 50-50. You have the Claude going up against Irthel, that's also another 50-50. That means that right now...
The Bruno against the Irithel?
No. I think, although it should be Bruno's sided, maybe
No,
60-40 or 70-30 actually.
70-30 is more accurate,
Yeah.
in this lane.
Bruno versus Irthel. Tough
It's
matchup.
tough.
It's tough.
It's tough everywhere, really. Yeah, the only real winning lane that TOB have should be the gold lane, right?
Yeah,
so
the Bruno.
maybe they play around that. Maybe they play to snowball the
So
gold
just
lane.
sacrifice the jungle, sacrifice Joy's farming pattern.
Nice one, Mr. Mao.
That's-
Mr. Mao.
That is Mr. Mao.
I don't
Always
think that's
believing in his team.
That's not Mr. Mao.
Wasn't?
That's Heist from Rebellion.
Really? I'm sorry. I only saw the win. I only saw the
what?
Man.
I saw the paper with the win.
The paper. Hey, look who's here. It's Lanaya.
Okay.
Didn't play in the final game against TOB, but played the first two games. A win against Nova and a loss against AP BREN. Lanaya.
Young jungler here in Nindo.
The young gun.
Reppin Dewa United. Who failed to...
You really did them dirty there, man. Connie, you're just watching MPLI, man. You don't need to rub the salt in the wound. What the heck was that? Connie's
I'm
unhinged,
just
dude.
stating facts.
Of course you are.
Oh man.
Oh my lord. TOB. Adjustments. Let's see. Man, it can be a tough game for Joy, but let's see if this Hilda is going to be that
And
invasive.
again, it's not just the Hilda, it's Hilda plus Novaria.
Yeah.
Have you ever faced that combo before?
I have.
Yeah.
That's what, again, what I said, right? I got my purple buff stolen.
Yeah.
And then Hilda just took over by clearing. Hey, we also got a special guest here. It's not just... Hi, that's way low, Gani. Oh no, that was just a viewer. My bad, man. Gani doesn't know, so I'm confused. No, it wasn't Swaylo. It wasn't Swaylo. We're getting everything wrong here. I'm sorry, guys.
That's why they're bad at Guess the Hero.
No wonder, yeah. So it may not be me. Maybe he's not Balvin or Mia. Maybe he was Glue. The entire time, maybe
Arashi was right.
He was right.
Arashi dirty.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Why are you laughing, Johnny?
Because I can't see anything.
Well, I can see that right there is BP1.
BP1.
Oh, I have a lot of respect for Moba Zane because he's one of the best junglers in NA and in the world. And sometimes I also feel that both of us are already in the same level. That's best player 1.
So if he's best player 1, does that mean Moba Zane's best player 2?
Or maybe
best player
0.
Player 0, yeah.
Yeah, because
just best player. No ones, no numbers.
Exactly.
The OG,
best player, and then username already used, best player 1.
Yeah.
that's how. Yeah, that's how IGNs work. Yeah, you're right.
It's more. It's a dips culture, right?
Username taken. Put a 1 on that bad boy. Slap a 1 on that bad boy. Get yourself an OG name, but no. Oh man.
So who is Miracle 1?
I wonder, right? Who's Miracle 1? Wolf 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Because we already know who Wolf 1 is.
It's quite, you know.
I've seen Wolf 1 around in Indo a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty common. But my IGN is different though. In game.
I know your IGN.
What is my IGN?
I want to say it right now. Also the name of your podcast. Funnily enough. So it's not that hidden.
That's a smart move.
That's how you would promote your
That
podcast.
is a very smart move.
Oh man. It's also the name of the Shadow Atlas.
It's the name of the jacket. Not the analyst itself. I mean, right? Nobody ever confirmed that. Nobody ever confirmed that.
Nobody. There's a funny confirmation, but I don't think it's more of a meme by the Filipino MPL. the Geek staff and Wolf, the BH caster. They look alike.
I mean, anybody could afford a cap, glasses.
Yeah, Womi looked like the Shadow Analyst too
That's
when he wore the Geek Fan mask.
Exactly.
Maybe you could be the Shadow Analyst too,
Exactly.
Donnie. Or maybe I.
Maybe you are the Shadow
You're the Shadow Analyst. Arashi is actually the Shadow Analyst, guys.
Arashi and Jace, because they can be in the same, the different.
That's right. That's also very true.
They can be in two
Shout out
different
Chris Yo.
places at the same time. Jace. I wonder where Jace is. I just wonder where Jace is. Is he in
Not.
backstage? Is Arashi, right? Not Jace,
That's
right?
At least confirmed. Shout out to Jace.
Shout out to Jace. Shout out to the Shadow Analyst as well. With
Arashi.
a cool name in the back of his jacket.
something.
Yeah. Ocho something, yeah? I'm... Why? That guy's Ocho. A lot of my viewers say I'm Nueve.
Ooh,
Yeah.
we're more than
Sure.
Ocho then.
More than Ocho.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Says,
Sure.
welcome, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, to the English Desk MPLI 2023. Let's go,
got it
Ohio
right.
boys! See, it's not just Arashi.
got it right.
Okay, so it's a thing now.
You know what? Now it's just us. We just call them the Ohio boys.
The Ohio
They're no
Boys.
longer the
DOB.
Ohio brothers. They're the Ohio
Boys.
boys. How? Spelled with an I, not a Y.
Not a Y.
B-O-I-S, the Ohio boys.
So they are
S
the.
or Z?
It should be S because they are literally the rivals of HomeBois.
Ooh. You're right. They're the HomeBois and they are the Ohio boys. Maybe they can change their name to like a state in Malaysia, you know?
Yeah,
Like the
Kuala
KL
Lumpur.
boys,
Yeah,
the
KL
Kuala
boys.
Lumpur boys. We have Selangor Red Giants, so we
That's
can have
true.
something like
Yeah. You're
thinking
thinking
of a
about
state
like
name, but
Malaysian
I'm not Malaysian.
state. So I only know
Mafal, Gideon,
Kuala Lumpur.
Albert. Huh?
Never mind.
Chong Baru, that's Singapore, right?
Oh.
I think that's Singapore.
Now I'm dumbfounded.
Geography, bro. That's not. Hey, Singapore!
there
Perfect
you
timing
go.
there.
That's USA.
Okay,
That was
USA.
also Team Flash, and they strolled over to NA, the Ohio boys. Oh, Singapore and NNA. Oh, he's
Jose
Team
is
Singapore
half.
and Team NA. You want to state a fact? Team Flash.
What?
Team Flash.
Well, Team Flash unfortunately did not make it to the playoffs.
That's what he was saying, right? He's like, I'm a Team Flash fan, but since they were knocked out,
I now support TLB.
now I support the Ohio boys. Maybe he's the curse. They're 1-0 down right now, right? I mean, hopefully they don't go 2-0 because if TLB goes 2-0, you know who to target, guys. Tamir Wolf, that both predicted TLB. No, it's that guy.
That guy.
I can see him. There you go. He's in front, right there. See him?
Oh, you're right.
Oh yeah, that's right. Man, I'm still thinking of ways to survive that lane. Actually.
Yeah, right.
The laning stage.
Survive the. I'm thinking of ways to survive the jungle.
Yeah. Most especially the jungle.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us. We're still trying to troubleshoot the issue here, but don't worry though. We got WMG here in the building for all you guys.
Yep.
It's the WMG podcast. With MPLI 2023 English broadcast.
And yeah,
What's WMG?
we are
It's-
prolonging this game so that Mr. Wagner will spend more time not sleeping.
That's actually the real
reason?
reason, right? We want to make the NA re-streamers pull an all-nighter for a whole day, right? I mean, Mr. Wagner, Mr. Chicken, Mr. Zane.
Mr. Zane, shout out to you guys.
Shout out to you guys.
For those wondering, Mr. Wagner is Trex.
A dinosaur.
A dinosaur.
Roar! With short arms.
Yeah.
Not literally, because in real life he's quite tall.
Very tall.
Very tall.
That's very
He's
true.
taller than Gideon Q.
That's right.
And Gideon Q was quite tall himself.
That's right.
But none of them compared to the building. Nice.
The building.
The building.
Because Arashi's in the building, Gon is in the building, Chef is in the building.
Naisu is the
building.
Naisu is the building. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. They're going to be flying over to Malaysia soon, right? Because they're going to be part of
Are we
wild
going
card.
to the wild card?
Shout outs to the wild card team.
I don't know how they selected the wild card casters.
They just needed a building and they said, okay, let's get Naisu.
That's not what I was thinking of, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. I was
That's a
about to
good
say
one.
right there, they're wild. That's it, right? They gotta be wild if they want to go to the wild card. Can't be tame.
I mean, Rashi's wild.
I don't know what that means.
Wild enough to say that it
Ohio
was
boys.
glue.
It was glue.
Wild enough to say that it was glue, but safe enough to stay Arashi. I don't even know what that means, man. Oh, Rex. Seems like he is barely staying awake right now.
We cannot hear you, Mr. Wagner, but we can hear your chat. We can read your chat.
We can also check in on White Chicken, who just looks like he's tired, man.
Really?
He's just
How
looking at
is
the
he?
ground, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He's waiting.
Look at that, Samangat Ohio boys. I love how there are supporters of the team, but they don't get the name right.
Nobody gets it correct.
They're just guessing at this point.
Yeah.
He's giving
They
support to
can't
the
even
Ohio
hear us,
boys.
right? They cannot hear us right now.
No, they can't hear us. Okay, Samangat Ohio boys. Let's go.
Not even bros.
Not even bros, no. It's the Ohio boys. Oh, we've been noticed by Mr. Chicken.
Okay.
The chat.
Shout outs to Mr. Chicken watching and restreaming right
Oh,
now.
fun fact. The Ohio brothers are not actually blood related. Oh, man.
So boys just makes more sense.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
I love the fun facts here at MPLI, man. Oh, my God.
I think literally the members of
legit
the
crying,
Ohio
yo.
boys are, they're in many different regions of NA actually. Like somebody's from West, somebody's from Canada, somebody's from the East, and they're not related by blood. That means that the Ohio boys is the perfect name for them. It
But
should be.
Yeah.
But now they're brothers.
So you can definitely see it on Hoon. Hoon, do you agree with the name change, man? I mean, did he create the name change? Like he made the Ohio Brothers name or no? Seems like he's confused himself. He's like,
Yeah.
what? I don't know.
I cannot remember. But you know what? Maybe you can watch my podcast for you to know.
Ooh. This guy is on thin ice right now, bro.
on a
Oh, yo,
roll. He's
okay,
on a
so
roll.
Hoon approves.
Okay.
Never mind, you're not on thin ice. You're
okay.
Hoon approves, man. Oh, Bielo. What did he say? Oh, I think he's saying Mobazain.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm trying to read the lips. I think he's saying
yeah.
Mobazain.
What's the context here?
The context is apparently in the post-match interview in the grand finals, he said that his name is Mobazain and Hoon is his oppa. Right? Do you remember that interview, right?
I think so.
Hello, my name is Mobazain. Blah, blah, I forgot entirely what he said, but yeah, it was a diss to Zayn. basically, right? Was it this or no? Maybe it's a friendly, boy moment. The boys, the Ohio boys.
Right.
The chat seems to say that it's the GOAT saying, what was Zayn?
Wow.
Mielo's the GOAT. A lot of people, including Zayn, have mentioned on their
Mielo?
streams that Mielo is the NA GOAT.
NA GOAT?
Yeah.
So it's not Mobazane, it's not Kuan, it's not General.
When a team loses, it's everyone making a mistake. Mielo's the only one carrying, really.
Well, he did perform so well the previous game. Like, he did.
He did.
First 19 minutes of the game. Like, you know.
Yeah, and in the first 19 minutes of the game there, Wolf.
Yeah.
But he was really good, I agree.
Hey, if you
He
make
was,
mistakes,
yeah.
it doesn't mean that you're not playing well anymore. Sometimes people will argue in order for you to become a good player,
Did you make mistakes?
you kind of need to like min-max your hero, basically. I'm not saying that you need to make a mistake, but it's like you're putting yourself in a position where the line is very thin between like doing a great play and a mistake. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Another golden quote from W.
From Mr.
Saint
Wolf.
Yves Wolf.
Yves Saint Wolf. YSW.
Hi, Sam.
You guys should know it if you follow me on Facebook. I can do it too, Wolf. Go and check out the Yves Saint Wolf.
The Miracle Cast's Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Facebook page, right?
First name Miracle, last name Cass. We are the Cass brothers.
Yeah, that's right.
You also have Cass in your name.
That's
Leo
right.
also has Cass in his name.
Oh.
Donnie, you don't have a Cass in your
Is
name.
he, is
You're
he not
part of the same.
Leo Gaming?
Oh no, he is!
He's part of the gaming clan, not the cast.
Oh, what
clan.
a nerd, Leo Gaming. We're just roasting
Oh my
people.
God.
Welcome to the WMG podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Stands for Golf
Wham.
What's a wham?
GWM.
We're having we're having a bit too much fun on the English desk here, but don't worry, guys. It's some good entertainment for you guys back at home while waiting for the troubleshooting.
Troubleshoot, yeah.
And for draft, I don't think so. If you don't know it exactly, yeah.
I like how we just roasted Leo's
Yeah, it's like gaming.
Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. You roasted him.
What clan are you part of?
Ghani.
Just Ghani?
I haven't, just my
Oh,
name.
man.
No cast, no gaming.
Oh, Raji actually recently just joined us, Leo.
Oh,
Leo
yes.
Wolf.
Okay. Leo's gaming there.
Thinking
What
about
boring, like
boring.
nerds.
Gaming, you. We got a cast, bro. Come on. He's not a robot. Wait, some people are part of the official.
The
like,
official, yeah.
What was it, official, right?
Yeah.
And then, is it Trex official? No, Trex is part of the cast.
Cast.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. Mr. Wagner is a
Mr.
caster.
Wagner. How about Gideon?
He didn't Q. He has
he's
his
part of the-
own thing. Q.
Own thing.
You just add a T in there, and it's the cutie clan, right?
Oh.
Right, Benny
nice.
Cutie, Gideon Cutie.
So he's halfway there, but
He's halfway
Q,
cutie, yeah.
Unfortunately,
He was
not.
just Q.
How about Eterna?
He's just Eterna.
Oh,
So you and
wait.
Eterna are part of the clan. It's
Yes,
just it's just a name clan.
Yeah.
I
They don't have their
believe-
surnames.
I want to be part of the chicken
double
clan,
check.
Why not?
right? Wolf chicken, Miracle chicken.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
maybe
if
we
they-
can be. See, we have fried chicken. Maybe we can be roast chicken.
So you're
Someone
roast
can
chicken.
be boiled chicken.
I like the pop though.
Ah, you can be pop chicken.
Yeah.
There you go. Some
Is that a
nasi padang, as you guys
Yeah.
are in Indo.
That's right.
Pop chicken.
Pop chicken.
Hi. If ever you get to Jakarta, it's one of my most recommended food. I am pop. How do you pronounce it? Pop or pop? Anything.
It's pop.
So pop is a bahasa Indo word.
No, it's I don't know.
It's a bumbu. It's what do you call it?
It's
it's from a dialect.
no, that's not what
no,
boo
no.
means. Like a spice.
Yeah, it's like
Oh, it's
yeah,
in
yeah.
the spice. All right. I see.
I was about to ask.
What do they say?
What are you gonna ask?
I forgot.
They're now restarting.
Oh,
It looks like they're playing already, but we don't know exactly.
Usually it's them still trying to play, like see if the ping is all good,
right,
and
right,
then
right.
if the issue still continues, we'll go back to a pause. So we're still waiting, but it does seem like they are fully. See Zia, fully focused, man.
Very focused.
Oh, we're seeing the stage. Do we get? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the decider. Already a big fight happening here. Oh, first blood. It's for TOB, the Ohio boys.
The Chang'e finds the first blood. Boxy now quite low and has space to get out of the way. And that is TOB claiming the first blood.
Wow, good punishment.
Unexpected.
Very unexpected, though. And I think Best Player was able to get 2 of his buffs, so that's also very important. So I think, yeah, TOB survived the first minute.
Boxy now moving. Oh, with the decimation. See you soon equalized.
And I like this play coming out from the Joy. Goes for the camera on the opposite end. But there will be 3 members making the beeline towards him.
Okay, BP1. Boxy now on the other side of the map. Will try to hinder the movement, but reinforcement charge. Zia is there. Boxy. BP1 cashes 200 gold.
Wow, man, early on, it's TOB who are actually winning it against a heavily favored early game composition that See You Soon has drafted for themselves. Again, some damage though onto Mielo, and Felix actually gets more prio for the first turtle of the game.
Yeah, Hoon is still not level 4. I think you want to have that shower available for that Chang'e. And I think this is expected. I think that it's natural for See You Soon to have a distinct advantage in the first turtle of the game, but they reset.
Wow. Yeah, they reset it, the turtle. Edith, Milo almost was picked off in the bot side of the map, but retry battle. MP still finds it. Good stun onto his Best Player 1 now. Best Player 1 looking for an escape, but denies by MP.
That early game that looked so good from TOB, now they're really feeling the clutch pressure from See You Soon, and we're gonna take a look at the in-game emblems as well. Wolf, anything interesting here is Boxy Soul Zia from the wave.
I do hope that this is correct. Like Hoon going for Assassin's emblem.
Way of Dragon connecting on towards Boxy.
Wow.
Not enough to take him down. And See You Soon here, they managed to regather themselves.
So Hoon went for the Mage custom emblem set for the damage, but going for a damage build as he's taken out, goes for the Rapture and the Weakness Finder.
And now that's Hoon also picked off in the mid lane. They're actually pushing all of the waves really well, like we predicted. We didn't expect the first 2 kills to happen. Yellow sacrificing the Primal Rash to get a little bit more gold, but then Felix knows now that there's no ultimate, and MP is already invading.
He knows that the Way of Dragon is in. Super Shark actually finds it. MP pops his retry, but mistimed, and Shark claims the purple.
It still is, I think, mission accomplished for MP. He might not have gotten the gold, but that still is a lot of EXP, a lot of gold. It's taken away from the opposing jungler. It's all about speed now for See You Soon. The main win condition for the Martis is Snowball. They're achieving that. Now they want to invade once again.
Boxy moving onwards. Best Player 1 now is going to be the target. Will not be able to take his orange buff calmly. And Super Shark now, Way of Dragon connecting. Oh, good. Deny there as Shark gets taken out. Milo now might be next. Good passive control as Felix dove under the turret and punished. It's a 1-for-1.
A bit too much there for See You Soon to handle under the turret, but they were able to still steal that orange buff away. Sets up for the turtle perfectly. And also, you could see that MP just got a whole lot of gold from that bottom lane turret shield.
That's right. Get a bit of Snowball from the Martis. You would expect Best Player going in for the Starlium Sat as the first item. Probably one of the... I think this is the first time I'll see it. It's typically the Genius one, right?
Yeah. But now you can see that Boxy wants to keep going in onto BP1. Oh, they're going to go all out.
Meteor Shower pops as well. MP looking for an angle, but it seems like now Boxy will have enough speed to close the gap. Way of Dragon, though, will deny that away. Boxy taken out as now it is Hoon out of position and taken out as well. Gusei, though, taking some heat. Oh, good cover by MP as he finds the double.
What a play from MP, gets it, but now it's Mielo.
Oh, again, looking on towards A kill. MP still low.
Wait.
Oh, decimation is not in hand, and Felix will find the trade. MP taken out. Best player 1 will find the killing spree, but it's all out brawl here. Minute 6.
That's a big shutdown, though, onto the hands of
That's
best
right.
player 1. 5 kills MP had in his name, and now that's a lot of bounty gold that best player 1 has taken. Boxy, though, doesn't want to leave it to him.
Wave Dragon still here tanking, but Zia will have enough damage to take this Hilda down. Ooh, almost there. Taken by Ra.
So TOB, I think that they get the better end of the deal just because of the fact that they were able to shut down MP. However, you still have to think about your Bruno right now. A little bit ahead, maybe because of the shutdown goal that they had. Now they will get more.
Now Kusei in trouble. Of course, the dive potential from BP1 was just massive, and he will fall. 0-2-3 here for Kusei. Not a good start. Let's see, will he be able to recover?
They haven't been able to actually create a big goal lead. The most they got was 1,000, but then it was turned around by BP1, and he's going ham. He's actually the same level as MP. Definitely not the outcome that Seosoon want to get in this heavily early game comp.
Well, Stardom side seems to be the way to go. Then again, they cannot feel very overconfident now. They still need a lot of items. Felix already holding on to the new bush. Pretty good bush to hold on to right now for the vision that they have. And I think that Season will still have the advantage heading into this turtle. I say that though, best player.
To the shark. Conceal, Wave Dragon meter shower as well. Now Felix moving to dive. Milo though in the front side will be deleted. Now MP very low and also will be taken down by Zia. Boxy reposition as TOB. They find the retry holder and will claim the mute.
And that's a trade down below. It's only a turret, but it's the only thing Seosoon can really look for there. A great fight by TOB and a retry from best player 1. Now even another turret up top. It's all in favor of TOB.
Oh, this is the point where TOB are very happy. They have good scaling, for sure.
God, the damage will not be enough there. Felix trying to hold on. It's a 3v1. Wave Dragon to find more spaces. Kusei actually finds a good position now. Felix will reposition. Ra here has enough range. Good opening there with the ult. But now, Seosoon will not find the gap or the range to take any members from TOB.
I think that this is TOB getting their win condition right. They needed us to secure the early stages. They needed to survive the invasion, and they did. Now, when it comes to scaling, we know for sure that the Joy is pretty strong in the latter portions of the game. Bruno still strong in the mid game as well as the late game. And you also have this Chang'e. But come the late game, you're forced to get the Radiant Armor and Seosoon, which means that's gonna be less defenses when it comes to the physical side of things. And he will be tearing apart the members of Seosoon in the late game. But that will come in the late game.
For sure, but again, in the early game, all TOB needs to do is weather the storm. We mentioned this in the draft, right? Seosoon are the ones who are pressured to look for a big lead early, to end the game early. Right now, it doesn't seem like they will be able to do as they please. 2 turtles, but not enough to amount to a big gold lead. It's actually the opposite. TOB are the ones holding the gold lead, though it's only 170. The fact that it's not 2,000 or more is already quite impressive from TOB.
Okay, Seosoon here. They're rotating with 5, means that they are ready and looking for a fight. Oh, there you go. Final slash onto it, Zia. Zia now will fall. Wave Dragon, though, will find Felix cancelled out immediately. Felix now on the front side of the map. Soaking damage. Best player 1 will look for another angle. It's a 5v4 without the marksman. TOB, can they contest?
Can they, Wolf? Is there still a possibility here? They're gonna go for another fight. Best player 1 zoned away.
Good knock up here for Felix to buy time. Milo now. Oh, pops and triggered the ult here. Oh, taking some heat, a lot of heat as Kusei and Felix will secure the kill. Best player 1 will not contest as MP comfortably takes the retry.
It's pretty clear that the answer is no, they cannot contest. And the fact of the matter is, even when they equalize when it comes to the goal, they don't have the advantage. They for TOB, they need to definitely reach critical mass around the 15-minute mark. I can say though that TOB can only team fight around the Lord if they have full items on best player as well as for Zia with the Wind of Nature. That's the only condition that they have. Fortunately, though, they have a lot of wave clear. Looking at the Joy, looking at the Bruno, and of course the Chang'e. They can just prolong the game with that hero.
Yeah, they're doing a good job at it now, but if Felix just stands there with the Radiant Armor, that takes a whole lot of power. That wave clear power that we were just mentioning about Hoon's Meteor Shower on the Chang'e. It's already been used up. The Lord in the bottom lane should be able to charge all the way to that tier 2. And this is where TOB will find himself in a bit of a pickle.
Oh, Milo here, face checking it. Oh my god. Burst it down here practically. He gets taken out. Hussein in the backside. Now looking for survivability. Gets it supercharged. Very low will be punished. Wave Dragon, desperate one. And MP will find the kill. Zia now in trouble. Oh, the snipe hits. But it won't be enough to take Zia down.
Super chaotic, the timed aggression by See You Soon, despite the early game not going to what they expected. They were still able to find the moment, that mid-game, right as the item power spikes hit, they started to go for these big fights, and they won.
No. Very well done coming off from See You Soon, knowing that they can team fight, they get 5v5. And all they need to do is to poke out Hoon. We know for sure that the Chang'e quite nullified whenever the shields are not there anymore. They're making it so difficult for Hoon to find the angle. They're also punishing Super Shark. Fortunately for TOB, it's still Zia surviving in that case.
Okay, See You Soon here. They are similarly to what they did in game 1. They have control now coming to the late game. An item check here. Bruno on his way towards full item. And okay, Irithel, is this a rose gold?
Or for Irithel?
For Irithel?
For Irithel.
I would say it's actually building towards, should be a Windtalker first. And maybe he will go for the Rose Gold Meteor to go up against a lot of the magic damage up against TOB. And now, oh, best player won. Very mobile still with electrifying beats, but has to be really careful up against See You Soon. They've hit their damage item power spikes already, even for the Irithel Wolf.
Yeah. Especially for Irithel that you mentioned, I think that there is some merit to kind of get the shield for Kusei. Because that means that even best player diving into the backlines will not mean that they will get an instant kill. So that could be a reason why, yeah, there was a cloak, but then yeah, it's the Wind Tower. Too easy for Kusei to get. And now look at the wraparound.
Yeah, they are looking for an engage here. Spell check quick. Okay, all actives here. All active. So yeah, they are ready to go hard 5v5. And let's see here, Lord is an enhanced Lord, so it's still defendable. But of course, if TOB gets this Lord, it's a quick momentum shift in this match, in this game, rather.
Just like in the previous one, right? When TOB was the one holding the lead, one team fight can turn everything around. A game of momentum, especially when these mechanical picks from both these teams, they'll be looking to team fight all the way. The end should also be coming down to a big team fight, and this is one of them. An enhanced Lord, like you mentioned, Donnie, a 3.8k gold lead on the hands of See You Soon. And they decide it's a bit too premature to commit to this. They still have so many leads across the map. They can play with it before they start the Lord Dance.
I wonder what the items are now available for Hoon. Went for the Weakness Finder to go with the Rupture. And of course the Mage Emblem. This should be a Chang'e that provides the damage. But again, ever since the Radiant Armor was picked up, you see the Chang'e players just didn't like it.
Final slash onwards to DP1 Milo now, recipient of the damage. Kusei grabbing the shutdown. It's a 5v4, no retry holder for TOB. And See You Soon. They will not get greedy, instead they will look for the objective.
The best possible target to take down for See You Soon. It happened. Best player won. He's been playing phenomenally this game, but his second death will mean that enhanced Lord will go to See You Soon for free.
If I'm not mistaken, he tried to clear the short lane being the lane with the Lord. That is quite weird, because you can see how easily he was punished. He stayed in that lane. Maybe he was able to control the minion wave for sure, but then the punishment was so good for See You Soon that they were able to get the Lord as well as the kill. And now, there's a lot of defense. Again, for TOB, they still have the Chang'e. They still have the Edith. So when it comes to wave clear, they're not going to run out of that. But the question is, when will be the case where TOB now decides that they will be the ones to start the fight?
Well, now it's a 5.5k Goldie with an enhanced Lord. As long as they are able to utilize the Lord to charge in, they should be able to force a fight out.
Okay, good opening from Ra. Misses the spear though. And now CUC moving on to the bot side of the map. Oh! Final slash on towards 4, opening things up. And there you go. The base wide open. See you soon. Will sweep. The only representative from North Africa. And see you soon. They advance.
The Ohio Brothers have been knocked out of MPLI 2023. The last hope, the only hope of North America, taken out by See You Soon.
Felix with the cut.
Wow.
The final slash to end it was surgical, the way that he found the 4 members of the Ohio Brothers and end the game. But it wasn't just that. The fact that they maintained their lanes properly, they recovered in the mid game, they found the best player one, punished him in the short lane, and then eventually just took over. A beautiful final slash to catch 4. And unfortunately, TOB cannot win with this Chang'e draft that they did. My oh my, TOB, or I mean, it was See You Soon on another level in this game.
It was very risky to pick up that Chang'e. But again, See You Soon, same consistent performance from their side. Their quality is just imprinted in their gameplay. We see almost the exact same thing, Game 1 and Game 2.
GG, well played though to both sides. To the Ohio Brothers, an amazing performance, but in the end, See You Soon were able to stay composed and stay disciplined with this composition that relied on that early game. They were able to balance it out. Losing the early game is fine as long as they calculated when the next power spike would hit, and the mid game hit hard. Ladies and gentlemen, give one last round of applause to the Ohio Brothers as they have been knocked out of MPLI 2023. Congratulations to See You Soon, and we're going to be throwing it over to our hosts, Rose and Clara, on stage.
The Ohio Brothers ends their journey in MPLI 2023 after being swept by See You Soon in a clean sweep match.
Yap, dan mereka sudah memberikan perjuangan yang begitu hebat. Namun apa daya 2-0 didapatkan oleh tim See You Soon. And this is gonna be the last moment for the Ohio Brothers in this tournament, in this MPLI 2023. So,
in 3, 2, 1, you may take your final bow.
Semangat terus bergulir, itu adalah persembahan terakhir dari tim Ohio Brothers. So come back stronger guys, we wait for you. And thank you for the fight.
Thank you so much. And now for the team that advances further in MPLI. Give it up for See You Soon.
We gonna see you again tomorrow. One more live again, hidup lagi nih karena nyawa mereka masih ditahan terus. Datang dari lower bracket, mereka berhasil mengalahkan dengan 2-0. Are you guys okay? Are you guys sick or not? Doing well?
I'm not okay because I stay in Ohio.
All right, guys, jokes aside, how are you guys feeling, especially after that long technical pause in the second game?
Can you repeat it?
How are you guys feeling after that long technical pause in the second game?
Normal.
You guys still feel alive?
Yeah, simple.
Simple. Okay, since you said it's simple, tomorrow, See You Soon will be meeting RSG Philippines in another lower bracket game. Are you guys ready?
Yes, I'm ready. We're ready. Yeah, we're ready.
Ready.
Yes, both clear are from Philippines and you're gonna meet another Filipinos team. So how do you see? Maybe especially for Filipinos team that is competing here. They are super strong. 4 teams is still in this playoff. And how you see all of your opponent for your next battle?
I'm excited because I will be facing against RSG, my former teammates. I wish them good luck to us, and to other Filipino team. I'm also looking forward to fight you guys.
Wow, I love the confidence that he's giving, especially since he's going to be meeting against RSG Philippines. Now, for those who don't know, Kusai is a player. He's used to be a player for RSG Philippines. So he will be going up against his former team. How will the rivalry in the lower bracket play out tomorrow?
Ya, dan mereka tentu saja bersemangat karena 2 dari playernya dari Filipina dan 1 mantan dari tim RCPS akan bertemu lagi untuk besok. Mereka begitu bersemangat dan siap untuk melawan siapapun untuk esok hari.
Yeah, I have one last question for See You Soon. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is your first international tournament after MSC 2022. So, how do you guys think you're gonna make a comeback? Will it be a strong comeback from See You Soon?
We just want to come here and create another story for See You Soon and sooner also for Cambodia.
I love that.
Ya, mereka ingin membuat sejarah baru tentunya untuk See You Soon dan juga Cambodia. Do you have any special message to your fans in Cambodia and also here all over the world?
Sacrifice everything for country. We do everything for victory, you know.
Yes, I love that. So they're bringing the Cambodian pride in Indonesia. All right, I'm pretty sure these bunch are tired, but because they need a rest, they have another match tomorrow in the lower bracket, going up against RSG Philippines. So, Clara, what do you say? We throw it over to the caster to find out what happened in this clean sweep before we enter the last match of the day. So, casters, take it away.
Please.
Thank you so much, Rose and Clara, for the interview with See You Soon. We're able to hear some of their thoughts after winning the game. Simple. They say that game was a 2-0. I think it speaks for itself for them. They're very, very confident. Ra as well, super spicy. Hope that stays. But for now, we're going to be taking a look, diving deep and breaking down what exactly happened in game number 2. Who's the MVP, you might ask? It's Ra, the spicy boy himself on the Novaria.
Spicy boy. I've heard that before, but right now, at least in this particular series, and for MPLI, yeah, I do agree. Spicy boy Ra just showing us a lot of good stuff with his Novaria, hitting all of the shots, of course. And we know that he also supplemented the much-needed vision. And also, the Astral Sphere always targets the Chang'e. And I think that I kind of touched upon this during the game, but what's the important part of that is that if you land your Astral Sphere to the Chang'e, or at least their second skill, the slow effect, you kind of diminish the shields from the Chang'e, which means that there will be not enough damage. Chang'e is so dependent on that passive factor on his second skill, if I'm not mistaken. And that means that now, if you are the Novaria, you have a lot of impact, not only on the whole team, but specifically on one player on the side of TOB. And we're going to see through the highlights what really happened in that game. I think that the MVP is the macro of Team See You Soon, and MP the King, or MP himself, played so well in this game. I think that he eventually was punished, but you know for sure that he's doing his job. He was shut down once, but after that, he made sure that the farm is up for Team See You Soon, that they're getting all those important takedowns in this particular game. And eventually, it was TOB who cannot recover when it comes to controlling the map.
Yeah, See You Soon were able to utilize a big mini power spike, I would say, in the mid-game, which is unexpected, right? We expected them to go guns blazing from the start of the game, early game-centric with a Hilda, Martis, and Novaria. Mid-control should be all good, but these team fights that TOB kept on committing to were really, really weird, Wolf. The fact that, you know, they didn't have the early, the mid-game to handle See You Soon, the fact that they kept on going for these fights gave See You Soon such a big opportunity to get back at what they lost at. That opportunity to snowball in the early game.
A very important jump from Felix, as you saw. Felix with the cut, and eventually able to transition into putting a lot of pressure onto Zia, like forcing out the flicker and finding this best player being found by, again, Felix, and then the beautiful final slash to end it.
He made a line, a straight line with the Ohio Brothers' members. My goodness.
Yeah.
Instantly
sequence,
swept
man.
it to one side, and that's why the Arlet's so good right now, right? I mean, the reduced time that you can see, it was
Animation.
instant, and then they made it a bit too long, very readable, and then now I think it's that sweet spot.
Yeah, sweet spot. Yeah, it's like balance or maybe
Balanced.
actually not that balance, but
Oh yeah, well, we did see that. I think for the Ohio Brothers, that was not balanced.
yeah, definitely. Important items that we need to take note of. Definitely the Radiant Armors that was available for See You Soon. In fact, it was the priority for most of them. Both Boxy as well as Felix getting that very early on. And of course, MP eventually getting into that zone, going for the Hunter Strike first and then defensive items for him to be able to be aggressive in the jungle, overtaking TOB in the map control and department. And of course, the Rose Gold Meteor, the Kuse eventually got. He didn't even need it in the end because they were able to shut down the Joy anyways. But the idea was there. It is going to be used against the Joy so that even if he gets dove, he still got a lot of defenses on him.
And on top of that, man, looking at the game that they played here, it feels way closer than it looked, right, towards the later stage, because most of the kills that TOB actually got were in the early stage, where See You Soon were the ones making the blunders, maybe pushing the pace a bit too fast. They know they have the early game, but maybe they just overthought about it. They thought, hey, we need to get the early game as fast as possible, and it happens. When I'm on the Martis, sometimes you just dive deep and you lose track of yourself, man, once you get those first 3 kills.
Yeah, I kind of get the idea why they went for the Chang'e at the end, but it wasn't enough. I guess that we still get to see whether the Chang'e is a good hero or a viable hero at least. But I think that the Radiant Armor just really nullified that hero so much. We know that what the big thing about Radiant Armor is that it doesn't only defend yourself, but it also defends your teammates, and because it neutralizes the damage output. Same as with the Antique Cuirass, which, you know, makes it really just the item that really shut down specifically Chang'e.
That, and also it is good going up against DPS Magic, right? Which, funnily enough, they drafted both Joy and Chang'e.
Exactly.
So it's already killing 2 birds with 1 stone with 1 Radiant, and yeah, that's a very, very interesting approach from a TOB.
And that's the thing about the Chang'e, man. Deal a lot of damage, but once that item is completed, it's so hard to actually land your abilities on the right target, because it's literally a front-to-back hero. There's no other way for you to deal damage except going through the front and then to the back. But then you have to rely on your main DPS, physical damage dealer, to do the same thing. That's right. It becomes a domino effect where they become one-dimensional, right? They only can go for the front, and even best player 1. You have to do the same thing. You can't really dive to the back because he's all alone. The rest of the team was playing the cover.
Yeah. When you play the Joy, surely it's a very strong hero. It's an OP hero in ranked matches, and maybe perhaps in scrims, but in tournaments, you really have to draft for it. I like the idea coming out from See You Soon because normally how do you play against the Joy? You typically get Franco, get their Kaja. But seeing as they don't need it in this case, what they just secured is map control. Going for the Navarra, going for the Joy, going for the Hilda. We wish we could have seen the Invasion in the early stages because it's really nasty. That combo is really nasty. But if you think about it, even in the mid game, it's still pretty strong. Because now you have a lot of vision, courtesy of the Hilda, and then you eventually have the Astral Echo that even gives you more vision in the end. So it's like identifying where your enemies are at. It's a surefire way to nullify assassin type of compositions.
If you are able to know where the assassin is, that's no longer an assassin, right? He's not able to find a flank, not able to go for the ganks, and that's why the Hilda is always the hero to go for when you are playing against heroes like that. The Ling, the Joy, any sort of assassin, except maybe the Lancelot, where there still is some counterplay because you can build utility. You can still go for the tankier items to survive the onslaught of damage coming in from the Hilda. But what we cannot survive is another break. Please just get us to the next game. No, but it's fine. You gotta stay patient and build suspense. Rebellion Zion, the last hope of Indonesia, up against Blacklist International with the new lineup that they have. Let's see if Rebellion can take them down or if Blacklist will shut the Indonesian dream in Indonesia. Live from Jakarta, Indonesia. It's been Mirko, Donnie, and Wolf. We'll be back for match number 2 of the lower brackets. But for you guys, stay tuned and we'll be back after this break.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di pikiran kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My shot is double kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di pikiran kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My shot has been kill. My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts double kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
My aim is impeccable! My darts, there is no one! Kill! My darts bite!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isi
down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
it is now time to witness the last match of the day in our playoffs day 1. Welcome back to MPLI 2023. You're still with me, Rose.
Dan Bude Clara Mongstar di sini, di mana kita akan menyaksikan pertarungan terakhir di hari pertama Day 1 Esports MPLI 2023, di mana tentu saja Indonesia sedang berseru dan menantikan bagaimana nasib satu tim terakhir, yaitu Rebellion Zion yang akan melawan tim Blacklist International. Di mana kita tahu sendiri perjalanan dari Rebellion Zion di group stage bukan dengan mudah mereka mencapai top 2 dan berada di posisi ini. Begitu pula dengan Blacklist. Mereka juga struggling dan pada akhirnya mereka bertemu di lower bracket.
Yes, now for those of you guys who don't know, from the 6 Indonesian representative, they are now down to their final representative, which is Rebellion. They are the last Indonesian team in MPLI and they will be going up against Blacklist International in this lower bracket match. Blacklist International is the only Filipino team in the lower bracket, whereas the other 3 Filipino teams were on the upper bracket earlier today, which means it's going to be a fighting strat against the Ube strat and the Rebellion strat that they have.
Aggressive strat, permainan dari Rebellion sendiri ini akan menjadi pertarungan yang agresif. Kita tahu permainan dari mereka. Namun Blacklist International mereka punya Ube strat, di mana bonding mereka begitu kuat. Namun kita melihat mereka dalam posisi yang tentu saja antara hidup dan mati. Melanjutkan perjalanan tahu akan terhenti di sini.
Yes, the team that loses this lower bracket match will unfortunately have to end their journey in MPLI, whereas the winning team will be going up against HomeBois in tomorrow's match.
Yap, dan mereka tentu saja yang menang akan melawan HomeBois dan siapapun yang kalah harus terhenti. Keduanya punya hal yang ingin dipertahankan, yaitu slot untuk maju ke babak selanjutnya. Namun di sini Bude dan juga Rose akan langsung mengundang 2 key player yang saat lagi akan kita ajak ngobrol bersama-sama. Tentu saja semuanya sudah tahu siapa kunci player dari kedua tim ini.
Yes, I agree. So we're going to be doing a little bit of an interview segment with 2 of the key players from both teams. So how about let us invite Audi, TZ, and Haji up on stage.
Woohoo! Hello guys! Hello.
Hello po.
Hi Haji. Hi Audi, are you guys okay? Ready for
All
this
good.
last match?
Yes.
Nervous?
Yes. Nervous? Nervous?
Enggak
No.
sih.
Haji, nervous?
No.
No. Okay.
Semuanya
Love the
santai.
confidence. Yes, santai saja.
Namun tentu saja ini hope atau harapan tinggal ada di Rebellion Zion untuk Indonesia menjadi satu-satunya tim. The one from Indonesia. Kamu nyangka gak sih Audi? Cuma Rebellion doang nih.
Nggak nyangka sih, mestinya EVOS yang lolos mestinya.
Loh, terus kok kalian?
Nah itu, saya nggak tahu.
Loh.
Kayaknya hoki ngasih slot gitu EVOS buat kami.
Oh, so they don't expect that they are here. They thought it will be EVOS, but they say that maybe we're lucky they give the slot for us.
Yes. Okay, so Haji, in your perspective, kamusta yung performance nyo kahapon in the group stage? Feeling nyo ready na ba kayo para, to continue your journey in MPLI, na ma-maintain natin na 4 yung representative natin?
Feel ko po yung performance namin kahapon is, di pa po kami satisfied doon. Parang di pa po talaga namin nalalabas kung ano po talaga yung identity po talaga namin. So, tingin ko po ngayon mas pinagandaan po namin sila. So, mas paganda po siguro yung mapapakita namin yan.
Alright, so I asked Haji, how does he feel after Blacklist's performance yesterday in the group stage? Do they think with their performance, they will still be able to maintain the 4 representatives of the Philippines in MPLI? And he said actually that their performance in the group stage yesterday, he wasn't that happy about it because he feels like they have not unleashed Blacklist's full potential, which they are about to do so in a bit.
Oh, jadi dari Blacklist sendiri mereka belum mengeluarkan fully potential, belum mengeluarkan segala yang mereka miliki. Jadi agak sedikit ada penyesalan pada saat group stage dan mereka akan melakukan yang terbaik untuk mulai sekarang pada saat playoff. Mereka sudah belajar banyak, Tapi dari Audi sendiri menjadi satu-satunya tim Indonesia, apakah ada beban tersendiri untuk tim Rebellion membawa nama besar Indonesia? Dan kali ini lawanmu adalah tim Blacklist Internasional, Audi.
Mana tadi?
Apakah menjadi satu-satunya Indonesia tim menjadi beban untuk tim Rebellion? Dan bagaimana untuk melawan tim Blacklist Internasional?
Nggak ada beban sih. Main aja, yang penting do the best lah.
Do the best.
Yeah.
Tapi he say he just want to do the best, but how do you see Blacklist Gimana kamu ngelihat Blacklist untuk match kali ini? Ini hidup atau mati, Audi?
Bagus banget, soalnya apalagi line up-nya beda kan sama yang MPL season 12. Jadi kita juga mesti hati-hati ya sih.
So he say he wants to be more careful because the lineup is so different. But who is the key player in this lineup for you, Audi? Siapa key player yang ada di Blacklist menurutmu?
Udah pasti sih sebelah gua.
It's for sure. Who is right beside him? Haji.
Yes. Okay, so Haji, in your opinion, who is Rebellion's star player na feeling mo magiging problema sa inyo sa laban nyo mamaya?
For me po, para sa akin po si Vincent po. Kasi yun po, nanood po kami ng laban nila. So parang siya po talaga yung yung key player po nila.
All right, so I asked him, in his opinion, who does he think will be a threat to Blacklist International from Rebellion? And he said he thinks it's Vincent because they watch the games and they feel like he is really the key player and the key to making Rebellion win.
Wow, jadi satu player yang disebut oleh Haji adalah Vincent. Karena kunci kemenangan dari Rebellion dia merasa Vincent punya andil yang sangat besar untuk itu. Tapi last word, Audi, for the Blacklist for this match. Satu, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan langsung ke Blacklist dan match ini.
Udah pasti kita kalahin sih. Blacklist siap-siap aja.
Oh, be ready because Blacklist gonna be slayed by Rebellions.
Okay, Haji, papatalo ka ba? Come on, last words for Rebellion, the final Indonesian team in MPLI.
Ano po, ingat po sila sa amin.
He said, be careful.
Be careful, hati-hati. Ya juga satu slot terakhir. Indonesia sedang bergetar di sini, hatinya dak-dik-duk, sir. Dan semua tim pun demikian, apalagi untuk lower bracket match. Siapakah yang akan melaju dan siapakah yang akan terhenti perjalanannya?
All right, I'm pretty sure both teams are fired up and ready to start our last final bracket match of the day. With that, casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Clara and Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the caster desk. Once again, accompanied by me, Mirko. On my right, it's Arashi. And on my left, it's Eterna. Welcome back to the final match. And this, my friends, will mark either the only Indonesian team going to the next round or the only Indonesian team knocked out. The last hope of Indonesia lies on Rebellion Zion. A team that has gone through a very, very good arc for the past 2 seasons, Gani.
Gotta be honest with you, convincing performance as well based on their group stage phase. And now this is the real test, right? Going against the MS Series champion, M3 champion. Different lineup, similar but different. Going to be a true test for the Blue Bulls.
You know what? I've been watching a lot of MPL Indonesia because I just like watching MPL Indonesia. I just love it, you know. But then again, people were, after reading all the comments, some people are not that convinced that Indonesia's last hope is pretty strong. But I beg to differ. I think that Rebellion Zion, they might not be able to close out series. Even their last series was 0-3, right? But you know that they can win games. That's one thing that I can know for sure. Because everything is very chaotic here in Indonesia, I dare say. You know, like apart from Onyx, everybody can defeat each other. And that's very true for Rebellion. I think that they're pretty strong and they can take wins off of good teams. But right now on home side, I think that they should have their confidence perhaps from their home team.
Motivation, inspiration from the crowd as well. The home crowd advantage may help them here against very tough opponents. Blacklist International, even though it's not the main lineup, it truly is still a scary lineup. if you guys want to find motivation and inspiration, similarly to how Rebellion Zion got motivation and inspiration with the crowd, you guys can follow the mini documentary series on Omni by FWD. Exclusive content, by the way. Sometimes when you hear exclusive, you get scared, you get intimidated, you think you have to pay a premium.
Yeah.
Whoa. Well, technically you don't. You get premium content by Omni by FWD, but it's completely free. Just download it right now. It's free to download on the Google Play and Apple App Store. Isn't it, Donnie? You've been watching a whole lot of that.
It's so good, and especially if you have Hello Panda by your side. And again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Meiji. Hello Panda, a lot of flavor here, an AOE taste in your mouth.
Wow.
That's a way to describe a Hello Panda.
AOE of excitement on your taste buds, Donnie. I don't know why you're laughing, man. You know why I'm laughing?
Why?
Because you say AOE, but it's so clean. It's so... It literally doesn't leave any residuals that much, right? It's the proper snack for a gamer like Leo, right?
Yeah.
Leo Gaming.
Leo Gaming, exactly. And he probably, you know, I think he grew up eating Hello Panda. I
He
think
grew up
so.
probably, right? He grew up big.
Good. I said good. He grew up good.
I thought you said he grew up probably.
Oh, he grew up probably.
You can say that to Manjin though.
You can. Oh, he grew up probably.
Yeah, he probably grew up, but we didn't see it.
Oh my. We're seeing roast happen. Wolf, you didn't have to do Manjin dirty like that. Man, oh man, now I'm a fan. I'm not even Manjin. I'm not even like a close friend because I'm his best friend.
Well, you are the Manjin of Indonesia, I could say.
Oh, isn't that more like Ranger Amas? I'm more like the Leo Gaming of Indonesia.
That's very true.
Rebellion Zion, if we were to make a comparison to a Filipino team, what would it be? Wolf?
Wow, I haven't thought about that. That's very difficult to answer, actually. Don't think about it. But is Rebellion Zion might be no, he lost it. He doesn't want it anymore. It's so difficult though.
Man,
I don't know. I don't know the answer actually.
Adlibs literally threw me off, Gunny. You're a bit too good at your job, man. Really.
Yeah.
The whole Hello Panda to Leo segment, but really though, for Rebellion Zion, looking at how stable the team has been, that's the thing, right? When I'm asking you to compare MPL ID's Rebellion Zion to an MPL Filipino team, an MPL Malaysia team, you simply can't. It's an arc that they have gone through themselves. It's a unique arc from Rebellion Zion.
For sure.
From being known as a team that can't make it to playoffs to make it a statement, but the way they do it is completely different. The way they do it, Connie, is through.
Something happened, bro.
They're homegrown players and one special last piece of the puzzle, Wolf.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's easy.
Exactly, we were just talking about it, and I like that a lot because for Rebellion Zion, I think they identified that they needed this piece because it's I think they're more geek fam than they are any MPL PH team. Maybe eventually there will be an MPL PH team that will be like Rebellion Zion. I think that TNC is starting to build up their team. I think the likes of Next Play, for example, or now Minana Evos is like that. But I can't see any good comparison. But yeah, I think that they're more geek fam than any other team just because that they relied on their homegrown talents. But then there's a piece that comes in, and that's Baloyski, for example, that really literally changed the game. And I think that they're also like, when it comes to like getting into the playoffs, Rebellion Zion beat Geek Fam to it, right?
You're right. Rebellion Zion came in to MPL Indonesia a bit later, or far later, actually. In Season 8, they made their debut, and in Season 10, they were able to make it to the playoffs. And yeah, that was a season that Geek Fam actually got Baloyski, but weren't able to fully adapt to that new style just yet. Meanwhile, Rebellion, it's almost like they swapped places, right? Because Season 10, Rebellion made it to the playoffs, a shocker. And then next season, Geek Fam made it to the playoffs, and Rebellion didn't. They're always besties in that sense, and in the sense that you can never truly predict the full strength of Rebellion, just like you can't predict the full strength of Geek Fam.
Yeah.
Sometimes you say Geek Fam is amazing, you rate them high, and then MPLI 2023
Exactly,
happens. But then
exactly.
you can say they're going to be knocked out on the first day, and then MPLI Season 12 happens.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's a very it's very hard to read Rebellion Zion's current state.
Yeah.
But as an Indonesian, I do hope for the best for them. May the best team win still. Going up against Blacklist, a very strong organization, very solid performances as well, as we welcome, of course, the away team and not the main team, yet they are still a threat and ready to be seen in the world. Ready to conquer, chasing the championship dream. Please welcome Blacklist International.
It doesn't matter what lineup they deploy. It does not matter who represents the name. It's built in the team. International.
I like what you said, because that's what I felt. Whenever someone gets into Blacklist International, they change their playstyle. The organization's playstyle does not change with the players. It's the players that get into the system. It's the culture in Blacklist International that molds these players. You may have a little bit of different, like maybe approach or maybe a little bit of different tempo, but in the end, you still will play Ube. That's just how it is.
And on the other side, arriving as a newcomer, growing also as a contender. Through the hellish groups, they strive to be the best. The sole rep from Indonesia. Welcome, Rebellion Zion.
The last hope for Indonesia. The Blue Bulls looking to charge through to possibly beat Blacklist International, a feat that they have not been able to achieve, not just yet.
There's a distinct playstyle for Rebellion Zion that sometimes they employ in their games, and they're successful with it, and it's the aggression. And if you look back at MPLI 2022, what was the playstyle that actually defeated Blacklist International, their main team? It was the aggression, the burst that you saw from Geek Fam from 2022. And that is maybe, this is that ingredient that will be able to take down the Titans in Blacklist International.
For Blacklist, the coach, Bonchan, we are no stranger to Bonchan. Maybe for the international viewers out there, Chico comes up as a new name, but he's been in the business for quite a long time. Not since Season 8, but in the heyday of Rebellion Zion and MPL Indonesia. He was still an MDL coach at that time, but through the hard work he put in that MDL lineup, getting an amazing placement in that season, then getting promoted to MPL, we've seen the rise of Rebellion. Not just through the players, but through the coaching staff, mainly by the head coach, led by the head coach. And I actually got to talk to Chico quite a lot. We get to talk to Chico quite a lot. He actually told me, this is why the matchup is really fascinating. There's mutual respect between the two coaches. Coach Chico has told me in private that he thinks that the smartest coach out there is probably Coach Bonchan. They've had a few talks, and he's really impressed with Bonchan, with what Bonchan has to offer.
And let me tell you a story. Back in MPL Season 6, and there was a, we've slowly been developing the strength of the coach, especially when it comes to drafting. I personally believe that Coach Bonchan was the best drafter that season. And back then, they were playing Blacklist International. They were the top team. They were at least the top 4 or 5 in the group stages. And they didn't have the best results. But I think that he is the best drafter in a way that his draft order is pretty unique. And the distinct, I would say one of the Bonchan specials, there's two, right? The first one is never give the comfort pick of the opponent. And second is they first pick their comfort picks so that they use that as a trap. Because you overreact to their best pick, and then they will now draft accordingly.
Oh, that's a very interesting method. And seeing the statistic here, what stands out, of course, HomeBois, 79% team participation. You may say that's natural as a mid, but it's still so impressive. The way he does it effortlessly.
Of course, Haji with the average KDA 8.9. I don't know if this is the highest. No, I think Demon Kite's average KDA is probably the highest, but there was a time where Haji was labeled as the KDA machine.
The Kadam machine.
The Kadam machine. And I think that the only time when it went down was when he decided to be a roamer or a 4/5 position player. For obvious reasons, you will not get the highest KDA. Because you're the roamer, literally.
You want to be the front line, you want to be the first one in, the last one out, and sometimes when you're the last one out, you just get taken out before that even happens. And yeah, I'm a big fan of Haji's. See, a lot of people would say deep hero pools for certain players, but for Haji, deep role pool, right? He's been playing a lot of different roles.
Exactly.
Back when he was in Smart Omega, he was a jungler, moved into Blacklist International as a roamer, technically, swapping with V a couple of times, and then as a mid laner purely by the end of it.
Exactly. And here's something very interesting. In Season 8, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a time where OHEB was suspended. So in the span of what, 4 or 3 games, Haji played
Gold Lane.
Gold Lane and XP.
And XP.
And XP.
So he's played everything.
Literally played everything.
Wow.
Literally played everything.
And he can deliver as well?
They
Most
won.
of the time?
They won.
Oh my god, you're right.
They won. So
it's time to remove the Kadab part of his name. He's just the machine.
I agree. This is my proposal for years ago. Because when he shifted the position 4 and 5, now he's a machine. And it's perfect because the way I see Haji is he's very conservative and systematic as a player. Like when he was a jungler, it's easy to be labeled as an aggressive jungler because he gets kills. But if you really look into his gameplay, he's very calculated. So I think he's more he's more machine, right? There was even a storyline where when he was playing in Omega, because he was so much of a KDA machine, that I said on broadcast, today he needs to be a KDA monster instead, because machine is so much methodical. And the thing is, you're easily read if you're very methodical, and if you're playing very conservatively. Yeah.
Maybe that's been the reason as to why Haji's performance has been kind of dipping just the past year.
Yeah.
He's been phenomenal all the other times, but now we are going to be taking a look at the talent prediction organized by One Esports.
Yep.
I wonder why. No surprise, really. Wolf, the only one on the desk that goes Blacklist International.
Well,
you think with this new lineup they can still make it, Wolf?
I
throughout the MPLI, I think yes, right? It's mainly because of, it's not a lineup thing actually. It's more of how they adapt well to, how they adapt to the metagame. And the thing is, they have Dominic and Owl and Haji. They are winners. They're champions. Dominic and Owl, gold medalists. Haji also a gold medalist, and then eventually
the world champ.
The world runner-up as well.
A lot of accolades, right? You may call it the second team, the third team.
Exactly.
But it's still, like we said in the intro,
pretty stacked.
It's in the name. International. They're always going to have someone there who's a world champ or a gold medalist, something of the sorts. But we are going to be taking a look at the bans here. Already a setup early on for a Nolan pick here with the Phobia's ban and Rebellion. They take the bait. They say, we can play your game. We will leave Nolan open, and it will not be left up. This chance will be taken instantly by Blacklist. No hesitation.
So do you go 1-1 Angela now? If you're RBL. What is that? It's Bruno.
It's going to be Bruno. Okay.
All right.
It was day 1, I believe. Well, Rebellion, Moai, he played Bruno as well, and yeah, he can definitely deliver. So,
how do you answer the Nolan? You look for suppression. Once again, it's like you treat it like a joy. At the same time, you want to overload with damage. That's why you get a Bruno this time. And I wonder if eventually RBL will just take the Angela, because I think that if there's a Nolan or any assassin jungler, you go for that Angela, but they go for Paquito very early.
They're basically saying with this, Rebellion Zion, what are they known for, Gani? They're known for team fighting, and most importantly, in MPL Indonesia, it's how they utilize their picks. It's always unique to them. The Franco, the Kaja, the Edith for Audi TZ, and for the XP, it's only a few heroes. But when he gets those heroes, Paquito, the Arlet, he makes the most out of it. This Paquito is one of the best in Indonesia. So we'll see if he can actually pop off on this, or perhaps Rebellion want to use this as a way to
Time to go.
flex
The
and cheese.
priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
The Edith plus the Lilia. You need a burst, and Edith, of course, is a hero that can be played in the Roman, can also be played in the XP lane, which matches well against a Paquito because Paquito doesn't have a straight up kill potential against the Edith because of how tanky it is. There's a lot of punishment that you can do as well. And if you activate the Primal Wrath, it is a way for you to be able to reach the Bruno after the dash. So if you initiate with this Edith, you can still take out the Bruno.
Another good additional in their kit as well. And I like this balance, right? With Lilia, especially after the adjustments that she receives, it's more of a mid to late mage, not more of an early Lilia that we used to know. And with Nolan, with Edith, you tend to play aggressively in that early game. And Rebellion, they will close out the first phase with the Novaria. Okay, they are saying that they want range here. With the Paquito, who is in melee, perhaps they want more space with the Bruno, with the Novaria.
Fight.
Okay.
Fight for the ultimate.
So it's the Hilda because obviously they don't wanna lose her jungle. RPL might also ban out Ixia here, although there's a Paquito. I don't think that the Paquito will be enough to eventually take out the Ixia. So there is a chance that RPL also bans it out, especially because it's Bruno that they're facing. There's a lot of range that you can get out of that. And if RPL wants to overthink things, maybe they can ban the Clint as well. One of the few heroes that can actually contest the Bruno in that gold lane.
We just saw that earlier. Ryzel was able to utilize the Clint, even though it didn't end up with them winning in the final game. It was still a big problem for Echo to deal with. But Rebellion take away the 1-1 and the Brody. Just those two away from Blacklist International. They want to have, funnily enough, right, even though the Clint does a lot of damage, it's a good matchup, they want to try as much as possible to put Blacklist International on a hero that is immobile. Very easy for the Paquito to catch, to utilize that mobility to punish.
Yeah. I wonder if Rebellion ever considered something like a Karina or a Hayabusa go deep into that jungler role. I mean, obviously the Lancelot can still be played here by instead of RBL. Maybe that will be their last pick, or any kind of assassin jungler that can be faster than a Nolan when it comes to eliminating heroes. A good ban coming up from Blacklist, going for the Kaja. The problem, again, the suppress to control this Nolan.
And the thing is, why Blacklist opted for the Kaja instead of the Franco is because Lilia can rock the Purify, right? With the Franco, it's easier to press the Purify if you compare it to with the Kaja, with the Divine Judgment. So that is why Blacklist leave the Franco wide open now. The ball is on Rebellion's court. Roamer, or will they open their jungler here?
Yeah.
Fun fact, did you know that there are 5 TZs in MPLI and one of them isn't a Filipino?
Yeah, Audi TZ.
Audi TZ. He was known as Audi CS back in the Bigatron beta days. So he changed it when he joined Rebellion Zion, obviously taking inspiration from the TZ name, from the obvious world champion, even the BREN boy, Kyle TZ. But Franco will still be the choice, the comfort pick. And speaking of, right, the Lilia, very hard to hook. Edith and Minotaur would love to get hooked.
Ixia just looks so good now for Blacklist. That's it. So you go for dive for your RBL. Like I said, maybe they can consider something like a Hayabusa or a Lancelot, perhaps. But you can just go to the backlines and just eliminate all these heroes. At the same time, you're tempted to go for a front hero that can play the vision with a burst, right?
I'm thinking Ling. But in this current meta, perhaps Vince. Oh, yeah, Vincent. I forgot. Vincent with Ling. Not that.
Could be good actually. But yeah, I'm thinking Lancelot should be perfect. I think Hayabusa still is a good choice.
Not something we've seen Vincent play for the longest time. For Rebellion, it should be usually a fighter, utility in the jungle. Or Fanny. But Fanny's banned out very early on, so they'll go for the Martis. Still sticking to the identity of Vincent, known for his red trees, not really for his assassins aside from the Fanny. That's a composition that wants to go front to back, but do you really want to give the Ixia a chance to properly front to back? That's my question.
Of all of the possible assassins/fighters that I could think about in the jungle, Martis is probably like a the least that I would think of in this particular game, especially because there's already a Lilia, right?
Yeah,
that can chunk you down. There's a lot of poke in there. You have the Minotaur, although you can tactically dodge the ultimate, right, or the knockups, and you can just get into the backlines. Your damage will not be enough against Ixia. Ixia is, the lifesteal is there.
Yep.
He can kind of sustain himself, and the flicker also. You don't have enough dive with the Martis, that's what I'm saying.
Ooh, that flicker will come in handy. And of course, yeah, you're right. I think after 3 items especially, that Ixia will become a monster Ixia. So it's going to be interesting to see how this Martis will pan out in this game.
Let's see how it plays out, ladies and gentlemen. Rebellion Zion, the last hope of Indonesia, can be shut down and knocked out of the tournament, leaving MPLI open for the taking, no longer an Indonesian champ, or Rebellion can prove to the world that they can perform in an international tournament. It's game number 1 of the final match of the day. Haji already forced a flicker early.
Speaking of Suelo, also Chunks here, still though holding on to his flicker. Yeah, it's a flicker party here from both sides. 4 flickers for both respective teams, and it's, I want to see here Rebellion already. Oh, in the mid side, Haji with no flicker taken out there. Vincent already looking for a flank, but that was first blood for the Blue Bulls.
And I want to say that we're tunneling into that assassin pickup, the jungle pickup. But if you think about it, Rebellion's roam with this Franco, it's pretty good against the heroes of Blacklist International. And obviously, if you get the hook, you don't need the reach anymore. And we know for sure that the Ixia is a static hero, right? So if we activate the ultimate, you can easily land the hook with that. And there's a lot of like big bursts to combo with it. This is Novaria plus the Franco. This is Bruno plus the Franco. I mean, we were talking so much about the jungler pickup that we forget that overall RBL's composition on its own, it's actually pretty good around the Franco.
Which was also why I was surprised after a Franco, they picked up an Ixia, a hero that will not or is not able to bring a Purify in his kit or in her kits. Yeah. Yes, let's see here the first turtle setup. KimBoy and Vincent already in the vicinity. KimBoy trying to provide vision as well. Suelo popping. Good hook onto Haji now. Haji not level 4 yet, and he will be taken out. Rebellion, a man advantage as KimBoy flickers out of Cars. Good knockup though. Cars also rock and pop his flicker, but Rebellion will have space to find the first nuke.
We've been really talking about big Franco games in MPLI 2023. Oh my god. Super close there as the recall actually still gets channeled in. Yep. We were seeing Maro the other day making some crazy hook plays, but we completely forgot there's another Franco god in Indo. Yep. Aside from Vin, it's Audi TZ on the Franco.
Right. It's popping off. Was able to talk to Maro after their game, and Maro essentially said that he cannot explain how he was able to land the hooks. It's just all about momentum. And then I further talked to Waloyski, and he confirmed that, yeah, Franco is not about that. Franco's about momentum.
Oh, again, the hook and the hunt this time. To top it off, Vincent pops a decimation as well. Yep. KimBoy taken out.
It's always this skin too. It's always this guy. The same legend guy. Yeah. My god, the purple Franco skin, man.
Exactly. And also, you have the ultimate, the Astral Echo, which kind of increases the hitbox.
That's a cheat. Yeah.
It's one of those combos, right?
True.
I also want to say, like, I want to bring you back to last year MPLI when it was, again, Blacklist International losing 0-2 to Geek Fam.
Oh,
like I said, it was the burst. The lethal burst meta that we saw there. Lethal burst. And this is what we are seeing right now for the side of Rebellion. They have a lot of big bursts. Like, you have the Paquito, obviously that's a one-hit knockout kind of hero. And you also have the Bruno as well as the Novaria, big chunks of damage in combination with the stuns. And then if those burst damage will not be enough, there's the decimation to finish it off. So I think that, yeah, we focus so much on the lane-to-lane matchup that we forget the entirety, the composition of Rebellion. As a whole, it makes a lot of sense against the nature of Blacklist International.
General idea, right? Because exactly. I thought Haji was going to bring up Purify, but no. He went for a risky option, bringing the flicker, perhaps looking to close the gap or even find some space. And I thought they would bring a composition, or Blacklist would bring a composition where the marksman can also bring a purify, but that also is off the board. So a very interesting approach here from Blacklist. But yes, general idea, Rebellion has, I think, a better composition if you really compare it.
There is you can say that like if they do land their skill shots. I think the main weakness of their composition is that it's
precise.
Yeah, it needs to be precise.
Hard to execute.
Hard to execute. It's basically a skill shot composition, right?
So it's a skill issue if they lose.
Exactly.
But it's also a skill issue if they win.
Exactly. But if you're looking at the composition of Blacklist International, well, they are timing dependent, which is they will have to wait for the Flask of the Oasis, maybe 3 items of the Iksha. If they group up together, they're pretty strong. Like Edith is almost difficult to take out, and if you have the Flask of the Oasis on the Minotaur to go with that, they can really last the fight. But if they get picked apart one after the other, that's when the Blacklist International comp will struggle.
That's where the front to back doesn't work, right? If they get poked down, if they get hooked, something of the sorts. And remember, usually when we see a Franco, we see a combo together with a hero that can deal a lot of single target damage, melt the guy down. With the Bruno, the Novaria, the Paquito even, there's already enough amount of damage, plus the execute from the Decimate. That's all the Martis wants to do, execute in these team fights. If he just finds 1, 2, and so far in the game, he's actually been able to find 1 big Decimate. Remember the snowballing prowess, man. Once he gets that snowballing rolling, it'll be very, very hard to fight it. You might as well avoid it.
There was a particular niche hero that was silently a very impactful hero in MPL ID playoffs. And this is actually the Paquito. Remember, it was banned out so many times by teams. And when I was able to ask some of the coaches, especially Coach Yeb, they said that Raja Yeba himself said, Paquito is not the strongest hero in the metagame, but why does it have a high ban rate? It's because of the annoying playstyle that you can split push. Which is again a problem for a 5v5 composition. This Paquito, now, you know, we were surprised that it was the priority pickup, but now it makes sense. Against a team like Blacklist International who likes to control the map and group up as 5, the Paquito might work when it comes to split push.
Just as you say it, Wolf, it happens instantly. It's almost like you're blessing them. Rebellion Zion find a turret up top. Going to try to set up again for the next newt, as Garni likes to put it. Blacklist International still struggling even with mid control as Haji's been picked off twice so far.
Not a good start for Haji. Oh, good flicker. Shatter as well. Now connecting. Audi will not survive that one, surely. And Blacklist knows without Audi, they have increased their odds in taking this turtle. Vincent, though, will jump in here, perhaps looking for a kill. Not the turtle. Yes, Dominic now in trouble. Oh, good minion for your flicker. And there you go. The team collapses on towards Vincent, grabbing the kill.
What a great read by Blacklist. They know if they continue to let Audi TZ posture up, look for these positions, it will not be good for them. So Dominic just takes the proactive route, flicker forward, no problem.
Very questionable jump coming out from Vincent. Knowing full well that there are 4 members of Blacklist International, he has the same level as Rindo. There's very low chance that he is able to steal that turtle. And Blacklist International are very smart to deal with that. They just did not damage a turtle. They baited Vincent into trying to find the vision onto the turtle itself, look at the HP of the turtle and try to steal that objective. And then they punished. And RBL already, they've lost a lot of steam with that play.
It's all about momentum, right? When you're playing the Franco. So that play earlier where Audi TZ was picked off might actually have a lot of impact. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Owl still able to maneuver around. Does get poked though, Gani. It's a lot of HP down. And for Blacklist, they just need to weather the storm so far,
For sure.
Low in the mid lane. Cars low. Goodness. The Nolan, man, the damage was a little bit too much for Cars to handle. Yeah, Rebellion, they regroup in the center.
See that up top, Rindo already able to push it. This means that he will have more levels compared to Vincent. Heading to level 11 after that. Just this enough? Nah. Gonna be enough.
Definitely not, man. Blacklist International out-macroing Rebellion very early on in the game already. With the Nolan, they know that they have so much kill pressure, whether you set up for the Nolan or whether he's alone, independent, roaming around the map, going for kills, and hey, if you get an XP lane kill, you automatically translate that to an XP lane turret. Now, the lead that Rebellion had in the early stage, literally every single one of those leads have been answered by Blacklist International.
Martis is just this hero. It's just like the previous game where we said that Lancelot versus Martis, Lancelot will win that matchup. It's the same with Nolan. Once you take and stop the steamrolling from the Martis, it's very difficult to recover.
Okay, Rebellion now will look for a contest in this last turtle. Dominic again, whistling the flicker here, trying to find a kill, and Audi instead deleted. Kimpoi with the secure kill. Vincent in the backside, soaking damage, taking some heat. Haji with the aggressive flicker, and Black Shoes!
Whoa!
It pulls Vincent back to his team.
The machine! It's no longer the Kada machine, it's just the machine!
Wow! Haji with the big brain plays.
Oh
baiting
my
out.
goodness.
And then he knows full well that the decimation will eventually just attract and lure that hero. He pulled him back, and it's like he had guiding wind against the opponent. It's like he had a divine judgment. Haji, what a machine.
He just reacted to that. He had to react to that, right? The decimation, right as he pulls back the sword, he pops the Black Shoes, gets the animation, and pulls him all the way back to Blacklist International. My lord.
Ooh.
And just like that, you mentioned it, Wolf, once you lose out on that snowball on a Martis, you lose hard. And that 1,000 gold lead that Rebellion got in the early game, now it's turned to a 3,000 for Blacklist.
I think that it was just a mistake. Literally just Vincent deciding to contest turtle number 2, and eventually they've lost so much because of that. All of the investments that RBL did with this draft, it's now down in the drain. It's so difficult now. Maybe the only hero that they can pick off probably is Rindo, because Rindo is away from the team, but even then it's a Nolan with a lot of dashes.
That's why the Phobius was banned out. The respect instantly by Blacklist to set up for it. Now it's a 1v1 down below, Gani.
I don't think Kaya hers has enough firepower, and there you go. Resource also burnt
What a
for
strong
cards.
hero. This Nolan as a hero, I mean, ever since its inception, it had always been banned or first picked.
Yeah, the nerfs were a buff, a hidden buff. Why? Because now you get to see more Nolan games.
Yep.
And it's broken. Still, I would say, the 2 times that we saw Nolan picked up, it was 2 wins, right? It was once by AP BREN, and it was earlier picked up by...
So that's a 100% win rate.
100% win rate, still though, yeah.
Yep. That's the prestige of the Nolan.
So fast at bursting down neutral objectives as well. Rebellion, oh!
Flicker this time does not connect. Perhaps that is going to be the green light for Rebellion to re-engage in the backside. Cars looking for an angle. Good suppression towards Kingboy. Cars finds Owl. Owl flickering out, and Lord will be taken by Rindo as Kingboy secures the kill for Cars. It's a 1-for-1. Rebellion this time will catch Kingboy though, so that's a 2-for-1. But Blacklist, they got the Lord.
They can get a few turrets off of this, Wolf, but who's that worth for now?
I guess because of the 2 kills, Rebellion are very happy with that. Still, they will be trailing, and they were able to push the mid lane. I guess that is more value for RBL just because of the situation that they're in. But overall, Blacklist International, they're like Santayaja, bro.
Santayaja, what does that mean, Wolf? It seems like you're a professional right now in Indonesian already. After 2 weeks there? Around 1 week?
Yeah, that's right. Santayaja, bro.
Santayaja, bro. Just like the Geek Fam emote, funnily enough. Rebellion, though, now on full defense mode. That means chill, guys. Santai.
Yep. The inner now is in trouble, and it seems like Rebellion will not be able to do it. But the hook and the hunt now connects. Dominic loses his immortality. Now Vincent finds and secure the kill with the decimation. That is going to be the signal for Blacklist to let's back off.
That was a weird retribution, but at the same time, it kind of achieved something because it slowed down Dominic. And of course, there's a little bit of damage in there. He still lost the buff though, so that's quite painful. And they also lost a tower. And I think Blacklist International are a team like, if they're fine with one death if it resolves to an objective, which is in that case a turret up top. So, like I said, there's something.
There's Santay Talaga, is that it? Yeah,
Santay
there you
Bangat.
go. The combination, right? Rebellion versus Blacklist is Indo versus Philippines. We're also trying to out-language each other here. Tagalog and Bahasa Indonesia. But anything interesting here in the in-game equipment? Oh, 2,680 gold lead between the two junglers. My God.
That's a full item. And that's a big problem. I'm curious that they decided to go for triple radiant armor, respecting, of course, the damage output of Haji as well as Dominic. But I would think that there should be... Oh, did they have a picture? Okay, so I think they're prepared when it comes to the items. So there's nothing really that stands out. It's just that the lead for Rindo is just immaculate. 3-0 and 3, a full item above his opposition. That's a problem for Rebellion for sure.
Definitely, man. As long as Rebellion and Zion do not get to the back, they practically have almost zero chance to win these team fights. Owl, that's the main key here. If they want to win, they must target Owl. But the Owl's positioning has been absolutely phenomenal. Even with Cars flanking earlier, bringing him back to the Lord, he was still able to find a window to flicker out to safety, getting the healing and surviving.
Both teams, they really want to know the whereabouts of each other here. Cars and Owl showing up. Good ultimate, but Dominic and Keep Point now shows. And Rebellion, they will not pull the trigger.
For now, both teams still want to play it passively. They look for a pick happily, but I think committing there is a completely different issue. Owl, though, getting poked down quite a bit.
Wow.
Two Novaria Astral Spheres, one down below and another in the mid lane. Forces Owl back, and this will definitely delay any sorts of maneuvers from Blacklist into the Newt.
Yeah, I wonder, is Cars usually that careful, you know, that disciplined?
On the Paquito he is. It's strange. Not on other heroes, just the Paquito.
The way that he managed to deal the damage onto Owl, normally every other XP laner using the Paquito will just go for the second combo to take out Owl. But he was disciplined enough to get out.
He was holding it, making sure. Blacklist, though, it's the Lord here, Rebellion. If they snooze here, it might be a free Lord. Let's see, Blacklist with the setup. It might be a reset. Concealed play here. Oh, Cars! A little slight disconnect, but they got Owl. Cancelled by Kimpoy. Moai, the backside, will not survive alongside Ori. That's a full barrage. The barrage of bullets will find the bodies. And Rebellion, 3 members taken out.
A perfectly executed team fight by Blacklist International controlled the aggression of Rebellion. Cars came in too early, Blacklist punished, capitalized, and took everything. Literally, the base turret is wide open. They don't even need minions.
They can end the game. Let's see, 5 seconds for Cars to jump back up. But yeah, Blacklist, they will not force that one. They know that Rebellion will have time to defend. Instead, they go for the jungles.
Right idea, very wrong timing coming out from Rebellion. I think that their idea was to collapse and pinch the backlines. It will be first Cars to kind of force out maybe the ultimate coming out from Kimpoy or maybe the flicker coming out from Owl. The idea is you use Cars so that the Blacklist International will commit some resources and then you can go for the flicker play on ODTC with Moai. But the timing was so off coming out from Rebellion. They had the right idea, but because they went in too early and they probably did not think that through, Blacklist International got away with everything.
They got away with everything and much more. Oh!
Whoa! That's a full barrage. Well calculated. Even Suelo burned his flicker now. Good hook on towards Minotaur here. He has immortality at Blacklist. And as well as Rebellion, they collapse under the base. Kimboy retreat. Vincent as well. Blacklist, do they have enough minions? Do they can pull and close the game out? The answer is not yet. It seems like they have enough resources here to go and end the game. Blacklist International strikes first in this best of 3.
16 minutes. It took them 16 minutes to do it against Rebellion Zion in the early game, just falling to a few hooks, but then stabilizing. And from then on, it was a full stomp nothing Rebellion could do. They tried their best, trying to go for Owl around the Lord Pit first time, and then another attempt at an assassination towards Owl in the second Lord take. Both failed. Second one a bit more of a failure, as Blacklist was able to completely take control.
During the banning phase, we did prescribe that they ban out Ixia because they don't have the best hero for it. Maybe a few patches ago, you can argue that the Paquito could be good, but they need to supplement. This is the last two picks coming up from Blacklist International was perfect because you have the Minotaur to protect the Ixia and to force out so much from Rebellion. And then the Ixia, you see the mastery coming out from Owl. He sees a Novaria that doesn't have the ultimate, just recently used the Astral Sphere and the recall. He pumps the ultimate, he knows that he has the reach, and you have the damage over time afterwards that eventually took out that Novaria. It was perfect. They knew. You can see that Owl played Ixia so much.
That final, snipe? It's very rare that you get to see a random full barrage get one pick off, but you're right, man. You need to know the limits of how much damage you can do at that item point, and Owl, he knew it to a T. That was a fadeaway as well. And final shot, he didn't even need that full barrage, right? He left it. Right as Suelo got out, he's like, it's enough. I did enough. He's dead.
Again, he knows the ceiling of this hero.
Pretty high ceiling.
And that is how you pull it off with style as well. Suelo, he panicked, flicker out, and yeah, again, with the calculations perfectly timed, taken out. But with that, one more game. Match point here for Blacklist. One more game to it be official that no more Indo teams in MPLI 2020.
Yeah. Which is, again, going to break the trend, the pattern. Ever since MPLI started,
it's
always been Indonesia as a champion. So for the first time, we might see a new champion.
That's right. I mean, we're going to be looking at that game. You understand why they picked it up. Eventually, we made a lot of sense about the lineup of Rebellion. But at the same time, you know that Marty's last pick is not as strong. I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you tick all the check boxes, but they weren't able to do so.
Nope. Despite losing his life 3 times at the start of the game, he's played it perfectly since that. It's almost like, you're right, he's like the machine. He just downloads a lot of the things that Rebellion does in the early game, and then once he's done downloading, he's like, all right, I got it.
He's a computing machine.
He's a computing machine. He's AI, bro.
He's AI. He's not Mo AI.
You can't spell Haji without AI.
That's right.
Artificial, not in the bad kind, right? Because a lot of people use AI.
Exactly. Yeah, of course. You get what we're trying to say? But I can never forget what he did in this game, utilizing the ultimate of the Lilia to have a divine judgment / guiding wind kind of gameplay against the Martis and all heroes. And I think he really outplayed Vincent in that case, where the decimation was probably something that Vincent did not calculate that Haji can do. And obviously, Haji probably did not plan that to happen, but the moment that he saw the opportunity to pull off that kind of play, he did. Was taken out earlier on with the first blood. Then now the TZ looks to be looking for the momentum, and they did find the opening. But after this play, you see Audit TZ. It will be Vincent trying to go for the cheeky play, but we know for sure that there's a lot of control already. You saw Blacklist International did not damage a turtle afterwards because they know that they can bait Vincent in. They will find more. And obviously, the full barrage hurts a lot. The play.
The Lilia play.
You see, he will go for... the flicker in the decimation.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, man. You see, Haji intended to take out Mo AI back then, but he got something bigger.
He did. He did, and after this, after Blacklist has a grasp of a lead, it's just so hard for Rebellion to neutralize or equalize.
Yeah. So, again, the right idea. This was the winning play, I would say, for Blacklist. Or I guess the problem that you saw, because you understand the idea why Cars did that. And I'm going to say, he should have done that, but imagine from the mid lane, he didn't even hide. Suelo, damage over time is there. But yes, Cars, completely seen by the entirety of Blacklist. He wasn't able to force out any flicker, any defensive play. So that meant that when ODTZ went for his own flicker play, he was completely shut down by Kimpoy, who had the flicker back then. So again, right idea, but wrong timing.
Definitely. It feels like the pattern has been that way, right? A lot of good plays happening, but the timing was just really off for the side of Rebellion. Zion, meanwhile, it's always perfect for Blacklist International. They knew exactly when to go in, when to pull back. Yeah, I mean, even though this composition isn't an Ube comp, you can still definitely see the Ube unity between the players of Blacklist International. Still move as a unit.
Yeah. It's so organized, like you say, Blacklist International. And they didn't even panic from the Franco. What they did was to just look for the Franco, right? And they gave some kills to Rebellion, but it wasn't enough, as you've seen from Blacklist International, and they're happy to give it. And the fact that they were able to protect Owl the entirety of this game, and then Owl just took over in the late game, Rebellion didn't stand a chance. They don't have much farm on Vincent. There was even a time where Vincent or Rindo had an item of a full item lead over Vincent, and then of course Owl just destroying Rebellion. There is a way for them to access the backlines, but then again, it wasn't enough. It's really as simple as that. Blacklist International won the game with just one clash, but it's so many things compiled together. That's why they won.
It's, again, Blacklist saying to the world that it does not matter where you start or how you start.
About how you finish.
About how you finish, and there
That's
you
right.
go, 14-7. It was a negative stat from their side, but they turned it around. Haji, 0-2, now 1-3-12. That's a huge recovery. Rebellion, though, they got a little bit too overzealous after that early win.
Yeah, especially after the pause, right? We definitely saw the impact of that, and I do want to talk a little bit about the Martis pick, right? Because we did doubt the Martis pick coming into MPLI's final match of the day for knockout stage, day number 1. And Martis pick, it just felt really forced.
Last
They
pick as
needed
well.
someone to go up against the Ixia. They needed someone to dive. The Martis, maybe they were thinking, you know what? At this point, our heroes are banned. We might as well make the Martis work by going front to back and winning the fights early game, or we lose out. No answer to the Ixia. And that's, surprisingly, not Ixia as the carry. It's Sway Low on the Novaria. 75,214 damage dealt despite the Ixia free hitting for the most part.
But it's because of the poke. But then again, you know that triangle that poke is destroyed by disengage. Engage wins against poke or something like that. You know that triangle, right? The rock paper scissors, right? And Blacklist International, they're a sustained kind of team, and that qualifies as engage, right? If you think about it, like, because they want to engage. And the thing is, Rebellion just only had this poke coming out from Suelo. That's why he dealt so much damage, because he's actually landing the shots. But then again, you have the Minotaur that we talk about. Once you get the Flash of the Oasis, it's a big power spike already for Blacklist International.
That sustained battle, man, when you're able to have sustain and engage at the same time, the RPS doesn't work as it's supposed to, right? Because both are answered. Whether you want to try to look for poke, there's always going to be sustainable healing coming in from the Minotaur, and also for those initiations. Try to play far back, and then Dominic flickers at you with an Edith, getting an onward and saying goodbye. See you next time. Nice try on that pickoff strat. Unlucky. I think that's the #1 thing that we have to say there, because they were up against Dominic's Edith. Or at this point, Edith's Dominic.
Well, at this point, I think what you guys need to do is also just follow our social media to get the latest updates. Latest score, 1-0 for Blacklist. Last chance for Rebellion. Follow our social media to stay relevant.
There's a meme right now in one esports page.
Which one?
The last hope of Indonesia. They're the bat signal, or the the bull signal is now being.
I actually saw the one with the AOT reference.
Oh, that's right.
It was with Rebellion, right? The final team, final
that
Indonesian team. So many crazy stuff, and there's more to come, Gani, on social media. Wolf here has been risen up. Every single caster with some Hello Panda pickup lines. Can't wait to see that edited later on. But while you're waiting, you guys can name that hero. These guys are horrible at it. They predicted. They said Bauman. How was this Bauman?
You see the axe.
The
And you
hair
see-
gave it away.
And again,
That's Mia's hair, and that's a bow, and it's
there's no bow
there's
in
no
here.
bow.
There's
What
no
do you
bow.
mean?
There's an elbow, but no bow.
this
Wow,
guy.
That's a good one.
My God. Wolf, you know what? Just register for updates. Don't.
4,000 diamonds.
I hope. I'm very sorry for what Wolf said earlier. Register for updates. Go ahead and win 4,000 diamonds. This is actually one esports way of apologizing for Wolf's joke earlier.
How does it? Wait. There's an elbow. But there's no
No,
bow.
there's no bow. Just an elbow.
But it's not a joke. It's a fact, Miracle.
It is a fact.
Also true.
You know what else is a fact?
What
You
else?
can only download the One Esports app on a Samsung because you guys can find it on the Google Play Store or the Samsung Galaxy Store as well. Why do I need the app? Well, the app gives you instant access to dive deep into the meta, builds, you know, a lot of guides as well, and breaking news, exclusive interviews with the athletes right now participating and fighting on the MPLI stage for that throne. And if you don't want to get into all the hardships of registering for a random tournament, right? Finding friends randomly who may not have the same interests as you. Just join the One Esports community, right?
That's
Well,
right.
he's part of it. So you
That's
guys can actually meet Mr. Saw Wolf.
Mr. What?
Yi Saw Wolf.
The One Esports community welcomes you.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. And by the way, yeah, there's a lot of like mini tournaments that's happening in there, the Discord community. And if you have good plays, you actually get featured in the content. Exactly. So do join the One Esports community in Discord.
Me personally, I'm not a tournament guy, I'm a quiz guy. And there are a lot of quizzes there that you guys can participate in as well. Try to beat your opponents. But Wolf.
What? Are you about to ask me what our Bills should do so that they can at least force game number 3?
No. I'm about to do what you did earlier.
What?
What? What is that?
A joke.
What did he do?
What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie?
I know the answer, but I'm only gonna give it to
Answer
Mr.
me,
Alex.
Wolf.
I don't know. What do you call it?
Sophisticated.
That's a good one.
We need to give away some diamonds after that. I am very sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes when a factory makes okay products, you know what they're called?
What are they called?
A satisfactory. All right, we're done with the jokes. We're going back. I'm sorry, folks.
God.
If Wolf had to go low, I had to go lower. I'm petty like that, man. I can't let him have the
Oh my
throne
God.
of the lowest possible joke. Okay? You want to try, Gani? No?
I can't.
Oh man.
Let me.
Yeah.
need
I have a lot of jokes in my head right now, but producer says we get.
They actually just said stop.
He actually just said stop.
You know, so, when you know it's bad when the producer says stop. But okay, we're gonna get into the draft very, very soon for Rebellion Zion. It seems like a crowd is formed in the basketball hall of GBK Arena here for Rebellion Zion, the last hope of Indonesia. They need this.
This is what I always love about being in Indonesia, watching an MPL game in Indonesia. The fans are so passionate, and you can feel it. Like it actually pales in comparison to any other region that I've been to. But it was crazy in Cambodia, though. Remember that?
Yeah.
You know, MSC, it was crazy. But like when in a very consistent level, here in MPL, here in Indonesia, MLBB fans are so passionate. It's crazy.
Almost everyone's an MLB fan. You go, if you come to Indonesia, you go and hang out in the cafe, a random one, you'll see people playing MLBB together, whether it's two, duoing, even a solo queue player.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's when you know
You
there's
go
something
to-
wrong with them, man. You don't solo queue in ranked and epic, bro.
And everywhere I go, they know that they know of Miracle. Actually,
No.
That is
That's
also
actually
true.
not true.
No.
If it's
Hey.
Indo. That's actually not true if it's
That
Indo.
is true because every corner I go to,
yeah.
someone is playing MLBB. Hey, do you know Miracle? Said,
Yeah.
of course. And
Yeah.
also, here's a fun fact. I only know 25 alphabets.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Oh my god.
Producer already said stop. Okay, gone. Wow.
Mr. North Africa himself. Oh man. Enough with the jokes. Enough with the time. Buying from us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get straight into the drafts of game number 2. A possible win here for Blacklist International. A possible clean sweep to knock the last hope of Indonesia, Rebellion Zion. This time they've swapped sides. Rebellion Zion on the blue side, or first pick, and Blacklist on second.
And they just literally ban out the Nolan. They let it go the first time, will not let it go this time. And what else will they ban out here? So they did ban out, I think that they should be banned, considering banning out the Edith, because it's such a strong hero, unless they want to first pick that hero too. But I can't remember what else they banned apart from the, so it's a totally different ban set from RBL, banning out both Nolan and Bruno.
Huh. They are fully respecting it, despite the fact that they are the ones who can go for the first pick Nolan. They've actually banned it out. It's very interesting, right? Usually teams would actually just force the red side or second pick.
Yep.
That probably means that Vincent isn't comfortable on the Nolan.
That's right. They know.
Signifies that, yeah, you're right. Vincent.
But Vincent is a player that can actually, I mean, knowing, I've watched Vincent, it kind of feels like a player that plays many heroes, right? And he's also a very mechanically gifted
Always
player.
on the way.
He should
there's
be,
a
but now
there's the Matilda.
Matilda first pick. A strange pick for both Suelo or Audi. I'm not used to seeing this on any one of those players. Seems like they're stepping out of their comfort zone for this game.
Hey, 1-1.
1-1 Angela, let's go.
That was...
Take it away.
Oh, because they don't want to give it to Rebellion.
To live
Smart.
is to trick.
Yuna banned out as well, so Netherrealm will be just on their side.
I wonder if Rebellion are interested in picking up the Iksha very earlier on.
Ooh.
Because it is a hero that is, that will not struggle against the Faramis. It's almost like a Claude / Irithel. And at the same time, you have the 1-1. So you already know that your enemies will not go for a dive comp. They need to go for a protect kind of composition, right?
Yep.
So maybe that is our front to back. So because they also have the Matilda anyways, they go for Claude. It's almost the same.
Yeah.
Almost the same.
They go for the Claude, a bit more DPS to try to deal with the Netherrealm as well as the 1-1 in the lane. No Earth pick up here, but the Fredrin. Still, as usual for Vincent, we're not going to see anything too crazy from him this time around. We expect, I think in Indo as well, a lot of crazy picks from this team. Rizla mid, Leomore jungle out of nowhere, but right now they're staying safe, and that might be the end of their run. By staying safe, Blacklist completely capitalized. There's no team that's better than playing safe than possibly this team.
This is such a good pickup. I mean, there's not a lot that RBL can do against this Baksha. And I'm actually still scared of the Angela. I think Rebellion should consider banning that out because there's a lot of vehicles for that Angela. It's great for the Baksha, it's great for the 1-1. And I think, there it is. Farsa should be the ban here from Blacklist. It still is good versus the 1-1, decent versus the Faramis kinds of composition. And knowing that they ban out Eve as well, I think that they're also considering banning out the Farsa.
What if they let go of the Farsa? Because they're still Lapu, they're still Yuzong. So there you go. They will go for a Lilia instead of the Farsa. Farsa is more vulnerable, as we all know.
Oh, they should also ban the Minotaur. I think the Minotaur is still pretty good for Blacklist International.
Oh, that is, 1-1 Minotaur in one composition is one scary lineup.
Yeah, it's also great against the Claude and even the Matilda dive, right? Even the Fredrin's going to struggle real hard to get into these neutral objective vicinities. If they don't ban it out, Blacklist can pick it up, and that'll be a scary path for Rebellion to tread.
You have the Baksha, you have the Minotaur, but no, they will go for the Terizla. The same approach, right? They have that penalty. Let them get Thamus first.
It's all about the protection. They want to peel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
They're playing a real front-to-back comp, and a front-to-back comp here with the Thamus against the Claude, that'll be very painful.
Yeah, that's right.
Claude hits on this guy with a vengeance on. Say goodbye to your HP bar, man.
But then again, RBL can now pick up the Farsa. Like, the only dive here is the Baksha for sure. And they definitely need that burst damage. And it goes well. I guess it's a way for them to take out the 1-1. So what do you watch with Tams? Maybe a maybe a Dira for Rebellion?
Genuine question, does Savior work?
Savior? Because it's not an anti front to back in a way. It deals damage in the front, but
They will only make my blade sharp.
Benedetta, it's
Shall be mine.
yeah, it's almost like a Savior.
Yeah, basically a Xavier, right? With a Mystic Gush
man.
instead, a bit more of DPS compared to Burst, but this is Sway Low's signature. This was he did actually play this first time in MPL Indonesia, and it was Rebellion's MPL team that played it first.
Yeah,
in MPL.
Oh, Minotaur just looks so good for Blacklist. Maybe the next best thing is maybe a Kufra.
Sweet adventure starts here.
Whoa, or a Florin. A bit more healing, a bit more Ube.
That's right.
Blacklist International wrapping up their draft with a healer for Kim Poi and Rebellion Zion. They have a weird mix of different heroes. There's front to back, there's dive, there's a bit of everything.
Yeah. And I guess I will leave this up to you, Indonesian casters, to tell me how good Kars is with Benedetta, because I think that he needs to play a perfect game here.
Cars on the Benedetta sample-wise, not enough. Similar to Banana.
Similar? But that's Banana's signature pick, right?
I wouldn't say it's similar to Banana. I would say we've only seen it once, and it was in his debut for Rebellion Zion as an XP laner, and he made the game-changing play. But it did not end with a win. He dove a bit too deep with the Benedetta, and
It was a while.
It was a while ago.
That
It was
game
season
was
10.
a while ago.
Oh, it was season 11 actually in his debut. But we'll see if he's improved with that Benedetta. A strange pick, but to go safe against Blacklist International would be the biggest risk. You need to try to gamble it on a Benedetta, on a weird pick, and that's what they do. Ladies and gentlemen, possibly the last game today. But for Rebellion, for the fans, the Indonesian fans in the stadium, definitely what they don't want.
Again, both junglers here starting in the same side of the buff. So yeah, with this Florin, right, it adds just more oomph in their composition here.
It makes Dominic even more
tankier.
Very confident for sure.
Lito will be secured calmly from the side, for the side of Blacklist. And yeah, Rebellion here. Let's see how will they handle here. The Gourd pick has true damage, right? So perhaps that is one distinction if you compare it to Savior. But again, he needs to position himself well to really deal maximum damage.
Yeah. The thing with the Claude is when you jump to the back lines, with your Blazing Duet, you want to eliminate everyone, right? But because of the Florin, as well as the Fairness, what this does is you kind of ensure that the 1-1 will be able to just utilize the ultimate. Because you have the sustain. It's like a pseudo Angela. It allows you to just be there and pop the ultimate. And with the composition of Rebellion, you have to remember, Fredrin is a tanky hero, but the HP is not that high, so that's gonna hurt. That Gospel attack, that's gonna hurt, even against this Fredrin.
So far, they're doing quite good, though. Rebellion Zion. On this Fredrin, Vincent is able to actually rotate up top and get a pretty good lane prio gank. Meanwhile, Rindo gets Chunk forced to use the Poisons early and up top. Wow.
Okay.
1 HP, and he has no vengeance. First blood will fall to the Blue Bulls as Blacklist a little bit late to the party there, reinforcements-wise, and that's a free turtle for Rebellion.
Yep. Very well done, and that was very curious. But again, the fact that Kars was able to put Dominic very low, that's actually a big win, and you can say that he is laning so well, and that's probably why they pick up the Benedetta. Tams is a hero that's quite, I guess, passive in a way.
Okay.
He used to be very active though. He used to win all of the laning stage because it's a very strong hero. But right now, because of after all of the nerfs, it's quite a reactive hero that kind of depend on your enemy messing up before you actually win.
And for Rebellion, right? I mean, you did mention on the clock, if you want to get the DHS very early in the game, it has to come through 2 ways. Audi, whoa, very aggressive, has to force.
And pull back as well. Now, with the help of the Mystic Gush, it won't be enough to cover Audi as he is down. But yes, seeing a Rebellion's composition is so fast-paced, right? You got the Mathilda, you got the Benedetta, Klon, very high mobile heroes. Let's see if that translates in this game.
Yeah, back to my point, right? Klon has to get 2 waves to get that DHS fast, like 2 waves mid and a bot. And that's what he's been able to do actually so far. He's gone bottom and then went straight to mid lane, but this time the gold minion will actually be stolen a bit, but they'll go for a setup for a fight.
Circling Eagle will not land. Brindle though, with the shield unity now looking for Moai. Stationary here, who pops the sprint. Blacklist though will not have enough resources to close the gap.
Slowly but surely, Rebellion are trying to take this game, but Blacklist International do not want to play slow. Every time they make a move, Blacklist can retaliate very fast because of that shield unity, and it almost creates a bubble where Rebellion can't really make any big proactive plays on the map.
Speaking of proactive, Rebellion needs to really act quickly now. Maybe if they get the first item on Vincent, maybe in the second turtle, if they take over this one, it will be really good for their squad because it means that you have more time for Moai to fight. There's a DHS complete. Will they call onto the Claude?
Okay, Rebellion with the setup here as a defense. Cars, final blow, Petrify connects, but no clear follow-up. Netherrealm triggered. Rebellion though, they will shift their focus to the neutral objective. Top lane, 1-1 quite free here. They will though make it in time to the top side.
A second turtle to their name though. Rebellion Zion playing it quite well. Though Blacklist have given Owl so much space to farm up. They're waiting. They're weathering the storm.
And this is I think this is what I can call the Blacklist International anti-disaster protocol. When they lose the first turtle, what they normally do is just to relax and take care of their jungle. Just santay aja. You see them, they're not trying to team fight. And when they get petrified by Cars, what they decided is to, we're not gonna try and win the turtle fight. Let's just get out. It's the anti-disaster protocol. The thing is, you're not leading, but at the same time, they're not losing on the farm.
True. This is a risky play. Rebellion commits the circling eagle. And Blacklist, again, like you just mentioned, calmly retreats. They do know that they have, it's in their control to control fights. And now, Rebellion, though, they will engage again. Howl here just looking for a possibility of a crossbow attack, but no, he will not commit that just yet.
By the way, Cars has been very, very good on this Benedetta. We'll see if it continues towards the later stage.
It's a
this time.
It's a 5v3. Kimpoi, Owl looking. Cars with the Petrify towards the backside. Finds Kimpoi. And now Haji in trouble. The Mystic Gush popped as well. He still has a flicker in the backside. Only no mana here. Needs to be very careful. But yes, that's a dub for Rebellion.
And for the first time in MPLI 2023 knockout stage, we get to hear the fans roar in the arena. Rebellion Zion really giving hope to the Indonesian crowd.
The mid structure falls. Rindo with the Brisance wasn't able to really defend and give pressure for Rebellion. Yes, 1.3 gold here already, and they do not stop. They got another neutral objective, which might set another gap for that EXP.
Love the play coming up from RBL though. Get up top. Owl does have the Demon Hunter sword. He prioritized that DHS. Typically not the second item that you see for the 1-1. But because of some of the changes, maybe he felt that he needed to do so. And I think it makes sense because he will be up against Vincent as well as Cars. Eventually he builds up some tanky items as well as Audi TZ. It gives him kill potential right now. But Rebellion, the fact that they were able to push the mid lane after winning top lane clash, that's gonna be super duper good for their team. It's a lot of rewards that they get.
Let's take a look at the goal difference earlier. Rebellion Zion holding a lead in every single role, though some of them very, very small. It's only 100 gold lead between a few of the lanes here. Owl's farming really well. But Rebellion, they've just been maneuvering around the map a bit faster, I would say, right? Getting these rotations faster than Blacklist, creating a bit of a curveball, as Blacklist didn't expect that. Dominic again getting engaged on.
Isolated, and the Nether Realm here, will it help Dominic? It seems like no. Dominic will fall here as Blacklist. They wasted the Nether Realm, and now Rebellion, they look for a siege potentially in the bottom side of the map here. The next wave is coming soon, and let's see Kimboy, Hanji, and Rindo. Can they defend this one? Take a look at the mid side as well in your mini-map here. 2v1. Can 1-1 win that match? Seems like no. Now focus back again on the bottom side of the map. Rindo almost takes Suelo's life. Audi looking for an angle here. The Blacklist will calmly clear the way.
What a defense by Blacklist, though. That tier 1 defense was spectacular. The fact that Rindo just ignored Moai completely, went for Suelo, forced Moai to come back, and in turn, they actually won out in the macro battle. They got a turret for nothing, aside from a kill, obviously.
Oh, they're coming off the Blacklist, but they are still struggling. 1.4K. There's 1-1. They just delayed the teleportation. Now this is the Lord fight. 11 for Rindo, 12 for Vincent. Obviously, RBL more poised to win this Lord fight. Blacklist International, again, it's the anti-disaster protocol for now. They will not try to fight this. They will just farm. Unless Rindo gets level 12, which he is right now. Are they considering a team fight now? The Tams is too far away.
More active XP laner for Rebellion. Cars, though, getting locked down.
Shield Unity. Cars looking for a retreat. That's it. And Rebellion, with that distraction, they have secured the first Lord of the game.
They're playing it so slow. It's almost like they're just replicating Blacklist's slow maneuvers around the map, right? Rebellion don't need to make anything happen that is unnecessary. They don't need to look for any flashy plays. With the lead, they can simply just go for objectives, slowly but surely, pick it up, and now with a 3,000 gold lead building up, they're looking for even more turrets on the board. Join One Esports' community if you guys want to try to play this way as well in the tournaments.
Now for Rebellion, I think that they can literally systematically take over this game. Between 1-1 and God, I think it's 50-50 in the late game right now. I still feel though the 1-1 is the strongest hero in the gold lane. But if you find the opening, maybe you can find a kill.
Okay, Owl now though, in the front side of the area. Crossbow attack pops as well. Now Cars taking heat. Moai in the front side of the map there. Will be able to escape Blacklist. They reposition. They now focus down on the Lord. Lord will not charge. This is the first one. As Blacklist, they will be able to take care of this first Lord. And now they move on towards the mid. Rebellion, though, they keep pressure in that mid. And again, the passive for that mid base turret will be triggered.
And again, slowly but surely for Rebellion Zion, they do not want to give Blacklist an opportunity to come back at all. They're looking for the wave slowly. And in that mid lane, a splash of damage for the turret has already been used up.
The Petrified connects, and you can see a Rindo. Oh my goodness! Nether Realm pops as well. Dominic in the front side, distracting, buying time for Blacklist to clear the wave.
Well played, good defense by Blacklist, and a good siege as well for Rebellion. They're able to use the first Lord to get all tier 2s, and even poke a bit of that base turret for half of its HP in the mid lane.
Good job to take out all of the outer turrets. That means that they will have more map control. The next step for Rebellion is to take out the jungle of Blacklist International. Now make sure that the next cycle of the jungle, they take it out, they farm it for their own, and that will mean that they can increase their lead. And of course, do not die in the process. They are in a very comfortable spot now, especially with the Cloud having a better time.
Blacklist looking for the glass to pull as well. Moai now blazing the wet, but the sick gush is there. Vincent now with the distraction. Window now chunked by 2 members, but let's focus down on the mid as well. Owl still okay. Crossbow attack is still in the hands of Owl as well. But now both teams will retreat without any casualties.
Blacklist doing really well, man. Despite the 5,000 gold lead, that fight looked like Blacklist were the ones who was holding the lead. They were the ones proactive, looking for that initiation. And they certainly have waited long enough. Now, the damage for Blacklist is present. Owl is starting to shred even the tankiest of frontliners. For the side of Rebellion, though, my God, they still got to be careful of Sway Low.
His shot is quite difficult to dodge, actually, because you don't have the vision for it. But the damage, of course, it's there for the side of Rebellion.
Definitely. You can see Benedetta still in the bottom side of the map. Blacklist, they force a fight. Moai now in trouble, still able to escape that one. And Blacklist, yes, they will need to take care of the bottom side here. Cars, good position. Team Boy, he will commit. But no, he will rejoin and he will regroup with his teammates here as they focus as the Lord is now half HP. Tamwas rotates from the bottom side of the map. Cars now, 2 in front perhaps. Oh my God, this might be a mistake. Owl! Practically solo kills, and now the Lord with the Mystic Gush will not find the mark. Rebellion, they whipped it. And Blacklist will find Cars and the Lord.
A level below, it doesn't matter. Rindo pulls the hero play off. What a steal and what a chase from Owl. Blacklist International, there's a reason it's built in their name.
Amazing.
Wow.
It's literally them diverting the attention, particularly of Vincent, attracting them to get into their box. The black box. And that was Vincent just... The thing is, he committed the dash already as well as the knockup. It seems like, obviously, it's not a big ticket ultimate, or it's not an ultimate, it's not a long cooldown spell. But in that moment, there was a slight advantage from Blacklist because there's still a shield unity, while Vincent was a little bit far away from the Lord, or at least when in the zone of the Lord. And then when the fight did happen, Rindo managed to steal that Lord. Amazing play coming up from Rindo.
One level down.
Exactly.
And
we gotta see that. What happened?
Would love to see a replay on how that happened again. Yeah, I think he just lost out on a full retry battle. Vincent.
Jitters, perhaps.
Well, he is suffering jitters. Rindo is an MPL player who's now stepped up into the international scene. So I think Rindo has more of a excuse.
Yeah. Obviously, we know that there's a lot of pressure on Rebellion players right now because they're the home crowd. They're the last hope. Maybe that got into their mind, but man, Blacklist International played them so much in that game, in that skirmish.
Owl chasing, making it chaotic. Everyone else following it up, and Blacklist, when they see a mistake like that, they go at it full force, no hesitation, no doubt.
They're like sharks, man. They know if you can have a little bit of an opening, a little bit of a weak point. They're predators like that. They can punish you.
Man, Rindo is the downfall of Indo potentially here. 1.7 thousand gold. Still though for Rebellion, I mean, it's still anybody's game, but with that Lord taken away, Blacklist, they neutralize the situation. Again, Rindo moving. And with just Rindo, 4 members of Rebellion, they back off.
It literally just was a missed retribution. It's just a whiff. Yeah, from Vincent, literally.
Skill 1 and the retry didn't calculate it enough. And Blacklist just went at it. Rindo with the... I don't think he even calculated it as well. He was just like, you know what? I'm going to just throw this retry out there. And he won. Well played, man.
Well played indeed. By the way, yeah, players are starting to utilize the skill 1 instead of the ultimate, instead of the Appraiser's Wrath to combo with the retribution nowadays. Because when we use the ultimate, your enemy can use that to their advantage because they know the animation.
Most definitely, right? I mean, you can technically retry right after the skill 1, right? So you can try to predict that damage, that calculation, and maybe that is what happened. But Blacklist now, they've completely turned the game around, 180 on its head. Now Owl's dealing a lot of damage. Audi can definitely feel it here. Only 1,400 gold lead left for Rebellion to play with, and Blacklist want all the smoke now.
Okay.
The retry battle once again.
Let's say it's Rindo and Vincent Audi now. Committed his circling eagle. Owl though, a quarter of HP left. But he does not care. He has lifesteal now. So let's see. Again, the Lord Dan top side. You can see here both XP laners clearing and managing their respective lanes.
Yeah, the long lane, as we call it the
far lane.
Far lane. Yeah,
long far.
It's far.
It is pretty far, right? I mean, for Cars, it's super far. He's actually clearing it out in the base. Moai dealing a good amount of damage onto Rindo, taking him to half HP, actually. As Rebellion will just decide to pull back reset on the Lord. And they actually want to go on to Dominic.
Good play. This could be a good play.
Let's see, 3-4-1. Dominic now.
But the Lord!
The Vengeance now with a Mystic Touch as well committed. Dominic will finally fall.
Lord.
Let's see the Lord now. Cars looking for an angle from the backside. Finds a Petrify. The Lord, though, let's see the final blow committed. Placing duet, but Rindo is there to find the retry. Rebellion, they collapse. Al is in trouble. Al falls! And this is it. This big window for Rebellion. Rindo in the backside will not escape as Rebellion, they go for more.
A big brain play in the end by Rebellion Zion to save this game. It was a big blunder earlier. Now it's a big win for them. Blacklist International went for the right thing. They went for the Lord, but they lost out in the team fight. It's an evolved one, though. Hard to clear. Let's see if Rebellion can get it done by the time.
But there's something very nerdy that I'm going to say. The minions weren't managed for Rebellion well. That's why they were able to snowball even after wiping out Blacklist. And in fact, the members of Blacklist will respawn in time.
Hey.
You see the minions in the middle, it was far too deep.
Uh-oh. See.
Wow.
Jungles, though. Now, okay, top side, done. First wave. Mid as well. Rebellion now focus themselves on the jungles, and then they will focus on the waves again. Oh, it's already, okay.
Yeah. You can imagine the call from Blacklist when Rebellion went for the gamble and take on Dominic with 2 heroes. Blacklist immediately just tried to burst the Lord. But they didn't have the best Lord bursters, you know, because the 1-1 is not it's not that kind of hero, right?
Yeah.
You don't have the stacks, you don't have the passive stacks.
You can't.
You don't have a weakness points, you know, under the Lord. That's why it's not as fast as something like a Carry, perhaps, or a Bruno.
Or even a Claude.
So they weren't able to burst down the Lord in time. That's why they still lost. But the idea was there. They also zoned out Vincent with the Faramis just, you know, diving deep. But I think the biggest thing that Blacklist International did in that particular particular skirmish of Lord Dance is they cleared out the mid lane wave. And it was a slow push into the bottom lane. I think that, you know, I probably make a video out of this, but there was a slow push in the short lane. You know, see, I'm so nerdy about this. They did a short lane, the
wave
Lord
clear.
lane, the wave. It's a slow push,
Yeah,
or
well,
they
it's slow
don't take
push.
out
the
cannon of the enemy.
cannon, yeah.
It's a long-term effect. Think about it.
Yeah.
Builds up the wave.
Exactly.
You invest on that wave.
And in the middle,
And
they
the
just
lane.
cleared it out as soon as possible. And then in the long lane, they have the Thams trying to mirror what the Benedetta does. So if you combine that all together, if you get the Lord and you lose the fight, you're still on time when you respawn, as you saw in the push. I'm sorry, I became a nerd.
It's okay.
No, it's okay. We want to see that nerdy side of you as an analyst.
Yes.
At least your last name isn't gaming.
Yeah, that's right.
But again, yes, in addition, it was the Evolved Lord as well, right?
Yeah.
So it, again, adds more HP to deal. But I love what Rebellion is doing.
Yeah.
They do not, you know, fall. They do not crumble.
They're at pushovers. And I think that you would rather, if you're supporting Rebellion, for example, you would rather see them trying to make a play than be passive and fight Blacklist International in a situation where Blacklist flourishes. Like Lord Dances, they practically invented that the organization, right? So the idea was actually really good from the side of Rebellion, I gotta say. It's just that the only missing piece, I would say, was the mid lane push.
Yeah.
If they cleared out the mid lane before they went on to Dominic, it's a totally
would be
different
different.
story. Yeah.
Would have been an end maybe, right? I mean, with the waves pushing in, that was till 20 seconds on the clock actually when they got to the base. They only had minions there, would have been a different outcome, but I think Blacklist knows better as well than to leave these waves up for grabs for no reason. They've cleared it out beforehand, and in turn, they've set up for a possible proactive movement from Rebellion for the Lord, right? I mean, they were rotating up top, Rebellion Zion. Blacklist knew there was something fishy going on, and if it wasn't an instant decision to the Lord as well, it would have been over. They would have just lost Dominic for nothing. Rebellion would have gone to the lead, the Lord, and maybe possibly the end.
Yeah, that was a very good way to put it. But yeah, I mean, hey, we doubted Benedetta's Cars' Benedetta.
So far, so good.
Wrong. So far, I don't mean to curse the guy.
Well, you just did, Johnny.
But
to curse the guy?
Oh my God. You know what, Wolf? If Cars wins this, we're definitely going to see Cars 2.
That's right. Ka-chow.
Ka-chow indeed. You know what happens in Cars 2?
Yeah, I do.
The queen becomes the goat.
Yeah. And he's also goated in 3, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but we don't want to get to 3 yet.
Yeah.
You know, he's still young.
Yeah, that's right.
In-game equipment here. Wolf, let's take a look at it. It's the 20th minute item check.
Yep. No magic defense from Owl, because it does not need it. Apparently, he can dodge the Swalo burst, but that means that's an opening. Again, if he gets hit by the ball from Swalo as well as the ultimate, might be done for. But of course, he has the needles and flowers anyways. But what I'm trying to say here is that that is a threat. But you understand why Owl didn't go for any magic defense.
Okay. Perhaps here, they will try to bait out information. Both teams are playing it rather slow, of course. But see, I feel like it's just dead even between these two teams.
For sure. God. We're heading to a stalemate at this minute. We've seen a lot of these games in the Philippines, actually, Wolf, where the two teams... And this feels like a very Filipino game anyways, right? I mean, 22 minutes, 8 kills in total. Definitely not what we're accustomed to in MPL ID as well. We usually get a little bit more action than this, and Blacklist are holding on to the Lord. Heck, they're bursting it down. They're actually committing. They're forcing Rebellion to respond. Wait!
Dino to the Benedetta up top.
Let's see here. Vincent now a little bit late to the party. Rindo with the Shield Unity delaying the Lord take, looking for an opening to fight. Vincent low, escapes now. Now they shift their focus on towards the Lord. Cards a little bit too late perhaps as Rindo will secure the Lord. Now Owl moves on towards Cards, who has the immortality. Blacklist again. They will not force an unnecessary fight. They will take the dub, and that is a huge one.
The perfect Lord dance. The way that they fought in there, and the Lord was in prime position to not be reset. It just walked back to the players. It was so masterfully calculated by Blacklist International. My goodness.
Yep. So again, slow push up top and slow push down bottom. If you're looking at the Blacklist minion wave up top and bottom lane, there are 2 carts or 2 catapults out there. And then in the middle, they cleared it out quickly. RBL reacted to that. When they saw Vincent check, because they were using the Lord as a trap.
He's holding it in, Gani.
Oh, Karma. They did this to Dominic, and now Cars in a 2v1 situation, and Dominic will claim the life of Cars. He will go down for 60.
It did stagger the waves quite a bit, though. It did give the rest of Rebellion a chance to defend this, but Blacklist still have a man advantage.
Rindo with the Shield Unity. Now looking for an opening. Finds Vincent, crashing him down. Followed up by Dominic, and damage will come through. Swalo with the Mystic Gush, looking for the clear, but the Owl, but crossbow will Tang with the Winner's Lunge encounter. Oh, another round pops. Blacklist and Rebellion there. Engaging! Oh my goodness, Audi loses immortality. Rindo holding on. Audi, though, will lose his life. It's a 3v5 battle now.
Swalo!
Blacklist now looking for a fight. This is it. Blacklist in trouble for the side of Rebellion now. And Vincent falls as well. And Blacklist, the base is to expose as Rebellion. They will not be in this tournament again, as it is official. No more Indo teams. I repeat, no more Indo teams.
The last Indonesian team has been knocked out, and you were right, Gani. Rindo has done it. He's knocked the last Indo team out. With this, we are left with a lot of other teams competing in Indonesia, but no longer the home country having a representative. Wolf, we've got a heck of a lot more of matches here and a heck of a lot more competitions to see.
And Ringo just saved this game. Remember, it was already Rebellion getting the advantage. A casual steal in the middle. What was Lord number 2? It was the Evolved Lord, right? Or Lord number 3. But yeah, the point is, they were just able to steal the advantage Rebellion already built.
I mean, it's in his name, Rindo. Rumbling for Indo. And 2-0. And we will officially crown a new champion region-wise in MPLI 2023.
For the first time in MPLI history, Indonesia will not be able to become champions, as we have seen from the first MPLI. Philippines still reigns supreme with all top 4. All of the 4 teams who made it in the top 4 of MPLPH still in the tournament, moving past day number 1 to day number 2. AP BREN, RSGPH, Blacklist International, and Echo. We're gonna throw it over to our hosts, Rose and Clara, for an interview with the winners and a send-off, a final one for Rebellion Zion.
Dan inilah dia pertarungan terakhir yang bisa kita saksikan dari perwakilan Indonesia, Rebellion Zion. Mereka sudah memberikan yang terbaik sampai titik ini.
Rebellion, the final Indonesia representative in MPLI 2023, are going home.
Yap, dan mari kita saksikan bersama-sama, inilah dia last moment mereka di panggung MPLI 2023. Sekali lagi mari kita beri tepuk tangan untuk tim Rebellion Zion Final Bow. Terima kasih sudah berjuang untuk Indonesia, Rebellion Zion, dan come back stronger.
Yes, we shall see them maybe next year. However, on to the winning moment. Blacklist International secures this lower bracket match, which means that the Philippines still has all 4 representatives in the game.
Dengan pulangnya Indonesia di match kali ini, Philippines team masih dengan 4 timnya di babak playoff ini, babak knockout, dan mereka tidak begitu kuat dan begitu solid. Bahkan untuk match kali ini, Blacklist International, I wanna ask you guys, what do you guys have for this match that Rebellion Zion don't have? What do you guys prepare for this match?
Anong meron ng Blacklist International na wala ang Rebellion sa laban na to? And anong prepare nyo actually? Because just now Haji said like, during the group stage, Blacklist was not going all out yet, diba? So, anong nangyari? Anong discussion or like, how did you guys manage to reset after group stages?
Siguro siguro yung yung nagdala sa amin yung draft, kasi buong gabi talaga pinaghandaan talaga ng mga coaches namin yung draft. Sobrang nakita namin yung effort nila na i-hot drop yung kalaban. Tapos yung disiplina na rin namin mga kampi ko.
I see. So you asked, right, what does Blacklist have that Rebellion don't? He said he don't know what happened to Rebellion's side. However, for the side of Blacklist, he has to give props to the coaching staff because they saw that the coaching staff of Blacklist stayed up all night trying to come up with a draft for this matchup, and then also the team's discipline.
Wow, jadi memang dari Blacklist sendiri mereka nggak tahu kenapa apa yang terjadi dengan Rebellion, tapi untuk Blacklist sendiri mereka punya coaching staff yang hebat. Mereka nggak tidur untuk mempersiapkan match kali ini, dan kedisiplinan mereka tentu menjadi kunci untuk 2 game yang sudah mereka menangkan.
Yes, we can see that hard work does pay off. However, boys, tomorrow you guys will be meeting HomeBois again, diba? Now, in the group stages, in case you guys missed it, Blacklist lost against HomeBois in a best-of-1 series. However, tomorrow makikita ulit kayo. So, ready na ba kayo? Nag-discuss nyo na ba kung anong gagawin nyo in case mag-meet kayo, which is gonna be tomorrow? And are you ready for your revenge match?
Ready na po kami na makatapat sila. So, kanina po sobrang gusto talaga namin manalo kasi gusto po talaga namin sila bawian bukas.
Wow, all right. So,
So, sana pinagandaan nila kami.
oh, wow, okay. Haji woke up and feels spicy today.
Oh, okay. I asked Haji. They met HomeBois in the group stage and lost in a best-of-1 series. Tomorrow, since they won this match, they will be advancing further, meaning they will be meeting HomeBois again tomorrow in a best-of-3 series. So I asked him, how ready is Blacklist? And he said they really wanted to win against Rebellion because they are ready for their revenge match against HomeBois. And dia cakap, guys, I'm gonna say this in Malay. HomeBois, if you're watching, jaga-jaga.
Jaga-jaga, hati-hati karena ternyata untuk melawan HomeBois mereka memang harus memenangkan match ini dan mereka siap untuk melawan HomeBois untuk mendapatkan sebuah revenge untuk balas dendam. Jadi mereka menang, mereka nge-advance masuk ke babak selanjutnya untuk HomeBois. Jadi HomeBois bersiaplah. Oh, and it's so scary, HomeBois. You guys seems like so confident here in MPLI from lower bracket. But who do you think will be the biggest opponent for you guys in this MPLI? You've seen a lot of teams play today.
For me, BREN. Because sila po yung parang nahihirapan talaga kami nung MPL. So para sa akin po talaga BREN.
Okay, so he said that the team they are really looking forward to meet and they feel is a threat to Blacklist International is still AP BREN, all the way from MPL Philippines up till MPLI.
Ya, mereka menjawab AP BREN. Jadi memang terlihat sekali bahwa satu tim ini yang menjadi sebuah rivalitas yang besar dari Philippines dan bahkan sampai sekarang. Oh.
All right, guys, now I'm pretty sure you all are tired. It's super duper late, so congratulations on your win and advancing it further. However, it's now time to throw it back to the casters for them to give their in-game analysis on what happened on our last lower bracket match. So casters, take it away.
2-0.
Thank you so much for the interview. Once again, Rose and Clara with Blacklist International saying AP BREN are the team that will give them, well, the team that they want to actually go up against next, right? So we'll see. There's a high chance of it being a full MPL PhD 12.5.
That is very true, unless HomeBois says otherwise.
HomeBois and see you soon.
Ooh, exactly.
Haji doesn't want to say otherwise, though. He says, no, I'm MVP in Game 1 and 2. I'm the machine, sir.
And he's the MVP, and I think that he deserves it, especially with that last engage. He was actually the one that pinned down Svelo, and then eventually took him out with the Ghost
And he was a baiting master in the final point.
Yep. Exactly.
He used that immortality so well.
Did not die once in this back and forth game.
Man.
You know what Midnight taught me?
What?
Si idol pala to.
Huh.
That's my idol?
Pala to eh. Yeah. So that's it's like yeah, I don't know the translation.
That's my idol?
That's my idol, right?
Yeah, that's my idol, but that's not how you use it. Like it's not the spirit of the. It's like like hey, this is it's like you. I don't even know how to translate
so
it.
Context, wrong context.
Wrong
See,
yeah.
that's our mistake. We asked Wolf to translate a language. Translate the game for us, Wolf. Let's go.
Well, in order for us to be able to understand this this game, you have to look at the highlights. It's perfect, right? We're gonna see the aggression and the control coming out from Rebellion and all of the right things that they're doing. Cars even like outplaying Dominic up top, then eventually taking over. They did the right thing. Like after this push and after the kills, they will transfer into the mid lane where they will get more, and eventually they will eventually get more. And to be honest, they already have this game in the bag. They have good scaling and they have display. As Cars, that's the right idea. That's what he wants to do. But for some reason, look at the drive-by coming out from Rindo, literally walking in and taking out Vincent. And Vincent, just a little bit, just a pixel too late to take that one out. But this was, look at the lates in the middle. Nobody took care of that eventually. So even after this Lord take, since the Gord went in, Suelo went in for this play, they went in, nobody stayed out. But you kind of understand why they tried to team fight against Blacklist because they want to kill people, and eventually they wipe them out. But look at the bottom lane, the top lane, and the mid lane. The slow push that Blacklist invested in the bottom and the mid and the top lane, and then of course the hard push in the mid lane that allowed them to survive. And look at Haji, this is the MVP plays. Snagging ODTZ, the Ghost Bursers taking him out, and then finds another one. Swalo was next, and super duper on point with that. And Vincent even being baited with that ultimate, with that with immortality, I mean. And then Blacklist International just eventually steamrolling against Rebellion Zion.
The waves were set perfectly.
Yes, exactly. It's the macro that Blacklist International had, and I mean, they designed this. They know how to do it.
24 minutes, 6 and 6. It's literally a Filipino game.
Yeah.
Right? Is it not MPL
It
PH?
is.
6 to 6. It's a total of 12
Yeah.
kills in 24 minutes. Blacklist really. What was it called? What was the gameplay? In the early game, just to avoid team fights, avoid
anti-disaster
disaster
protocol.
ADP.
ADP.
The ADP worked out for Blacklist.
Yeah.
They were able to just prolong the game up until it felt comfortable for them. Once it did, boom, bang, bada bing.
Yeah. Because the thing is, like, they lost the first turtle, right? And you see this many times in Indonesia, in the Philippines, and many other regions out there. When they lose the first turtle, the natural ego that will speak in your head is like, hey, get for a kill, make a play to get a kill so you get recovered.
Yeah.
But Blacklist International, all the players out there, they don't operate like that. They have the ADP in them.
ADP, that
just
is
minimize
going to
our
go
losses.
to term now.
Yeah.
ADP.
Say it.
ADP.
You already forgot about it. It's okay.
It's okay. The
okay.
Disaster protocol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the
All
anti-disaster
right. There
protocol?
you go.
There you
got
go.
it. You got it.
You're welcome.
It's like the Ube, right? It takes a while, but then once you get it, you're like, okay.
Yeah. You just need the perfect timing.
Yep.
And Blacklist International in this particular game, the idea is you don't really need to win the laning stage. All you have to do is to just ensure the farm. And if you try frantically and to get some kills and try to recover on your own, for example, if Rindo just decides, okay, I'm gonna take matters in my own hands, maybe invade the jungle or maybe prematurely steal the second turtle, then they may have lost more than they gained. If Dominic decides, okay, I'm a Thams, I can be aggressive, goes in front of Rebellion, maybe get 2 kills, but trades himself, then he loses the lane, then they lose the jungle. That's just how Blacklist operates.
Then Owl as well is waiting for that item power spike to hit. Once it did, we already saw the damage he was able to output, right? And I think this speaks for itself. 91,000 damage dealt as the carry in a meta where we usually see actually mid laners take the carry role. Owl proves that, hey, the marksman can do it just as well.
The 1-1.
The 1-1. Wolf has been saying this for a while now. The best MM in the gold lane. And Owl proves it on the right hands. I think there's another additional line after saying 1-1's the best gold laner. In the right hands, right? Because in the hands of a lot of other 1-1s, it might have not been this lethal.
Yeah,
in your hands, obviously. In your hands, obviously, Lee.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see the mountain. Look at this RBL mountain crashing down. The trench that Blacklist were able to get. Look at that. They literally led all.
This
90%.
is literally the hopes and dreams of the Indonesian fans.
That's
the
true.
graph. If you want to show your friends what MPLI 2023 Indonesian hopes were like, this is it, right?
No.
So brutal indeed, that gold graph.
Yeah.
But that is another team out of the competition. Another team advances. Wow.
I don't know why, Connie, when you said that, I just thought of North Africa again.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, my mistake earlier. I didn't even realize it was North America.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Mina was knocked out in the groups.
That's right.
But what a performance, man, by all the teams today. 4 Filipino teams. I think that just proves, right, that the PH era isn't over.
Yeah, the PH era isn't over.
It's still running, and it's running all the way, man. Top 4 in the Philippines, making it to the top 4. Well, not yet top 4, but close.
That's right. That's very cool. Especially because like the odds are stacked up against them, especially because we know that MPL Indonesian teams are pretty good, right? They're really strong right now. I mean, obviously we would wish that Onyx is playing in here, but the fact that every other team was taken out, and not only by the Filipino teams, but also with like other teams, like for example TOP taking out Dewa, right?
Yep.
So it just speaks.
Falcons taking out Geek.
Exactly, right? Yeah,
it's all the
that
little
hurts.
wins.
Yeah.
And in the end, we only have a few more teams left that'll battle out for MPLI 2023 glory. And it's a fun fact for all you guys. Again, we've been mentioning this, we've been replaying this.
Yes, yes.
But there will, for the first time in MPLI history, be a new region that takes the throne of MPL Invitational.
Yeah.
It's a new ball game now, MPLI 2023, something new. It's the first time as well, offline MPLI tournament, and the first time ever for an Indo team not be in the grand finals or even in the competition. So yes, we will crown a new region in that sense.
Yeah.
But man, what a day.
Well, now what is left? Top 6. 4 Filipino teams. We have 1 Cambodian and 1 Malaysian. That is all that is left of the regions and the teams for MPLI 2023.
Yeah, if I were to take my my Filipino citizenship for a while and just be objective about this, I'm very much impressed about HomeBois. And in fact, the underdog lover in me kind of wants to root for the HomeBois just because of the fact that they almost won against Echo. They almost put Echo in the lower bracket. They're very, very strong. I think that they're drafting super duper well. Like, I'm very much impressed about their drafting, and I think that they have what it takes to win games against all other teams here in the MPLI. It's just that Echo were just more, I guess, more rigid when it comes to their resolve in that particular series. But I would say that HomeBois, they're definitely the dark horses that I would love to support, you know?
There's always going to be an underdog story in every single international tournament, and for MPLI 2023 is definitely either See You Soon from Cambodia or HomeBois from Malaysia up against the titans of the Filipino teams, especially I think AP BREN, who have yet to lose a single game. We don't even need to talk about, you know, losing a match. AP BREN haven't lost a single game so far in MPLI 2023.
Yeah. I don't even know what's the longest game for AP BREN.
I think
probably
below
12,
15, I believe, or
not even, maybe just 14, right? Because even the games that they've had earlier didn't go to 14, right?
You're right. I think 14 or 15 might have been the longest with the RSGPH game earlier.
That's right.
But that's about it for us. Mirko, Gani, and Wolf on the caster desk. We're going to throw it over to our wonderful hosts on stage to close out the show. Clara and Rose, take it away.
Thank you, Caster. And 4 matches has been shown today. Hari ini 4 match sudah berlangsung dan history akan terukir dengan wajah baru.
Yes, I agree as what the casters has mentioned. For the first time in MPLI history, no Indonesian teams will be in content for the trophy this time around. We still have 3 regions, however, which are Philippines, Cambodia, as well as Malaysia.
Hanya tersisa 3 region saja di babak playoff untuk hari selanjutnya dan bahkan 6 tim tersisa. Dari Philippines masih ada 4 tim, lalu ada dari Malaysia dan juga Kambodia. Jadi apa yang terjadi sebenarnya Rose dari 8 tim yang berada di babak playoff ini? Mari kita cek bersama-sama dari bracket. Let's check out the bracket for the updated match. And
Alright, so as we can see, tomorrow, See You Soon will be going up against RSG Philippines for the first match, and we will be witnessing Blacklist and the HomeBois rematch. And then, this is the most awaited game for tomorrow, AP BREN and Echo, a game that did not happen in the MPL Philippines playoffs, but will be happening in MPLI.
Yang belum terjadi di MPL Philippines akan terjadi esok. Di upper bracket masih ada AP BREN dan juga Echo. Ini akan sangat menarik tentunya, namun di lower bracket masih ada 4 tim yang berjuang. Namun besok nggak hanya akan ada 3 match saja, karena besok akan ada 4 match yang berlangsung seperti halnya hari ini. Namun dari 6 tim, apa yang akan terjadi untuk esok hari? Mari kita cek bersama-sama, inilah dia. Di match pembukaan jam 1, so akan ada See You Soon bersama dengan RSCPH yang membuka matchnya. Dilanjut dengan adanya lower bracket kembali, Blacklist International dan juga HomeBois. Dan penutupan di match yang ketiga akan ada BREN dan juga Eko. Namun terakhir akan ada yang harus bertanding 2 kali.
Alright, now do take note that these timings are GMT +7. So if you guys are watching from Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, it is GMT +8. So just add another hour to all of these timings so you guys can catch the match live in action. And we will see tomorrow which teams will be making it to the top 3.
Yap, siapa yang akan mendapatkan slot 3 besar akan tentu saja ditentukan oleh match esok hari. Dari 4 match yang berlangsung, hari akan semakin panjang, perjuangan akan semakin berat.
And with that, on behalf of One Esports, the production, and our partners, thank you for tuning in to this broadcast on our first day. Thank you as well to our official partners, Meiji and Omni by FWD.
And also supporting partner, Samsung, PBSC, Wonderful Indonesia, and MRT Jakarta.
Supporting radio partner, Prambors, and the support of Bunsan Games.
I'm Clara Mongsar.
And I'm Rose.
We are saying thank you and see you tomorrow in MPLI 2023. Rise above.
Bye-bye.